Now, why are we not live on YouTube? Is maddening. Sorry, folks. We're struggling with some OBS stuff today. We'll get you there. All right, we are now live. Excellent on YouTube. That is better. All right, I think we are set. Welcome home, gamer. Welcome back. Almost back. Welcome back to Mecha, where the Beastie QT Invitational is in the final couple of minutes of ladder play. I know all eyes are on that and not here, but it does make a little bit more sense that I have more than 0 viewers now that we're actually streaming live to Twitch. Had some configuration issues on the OBS side this morning. Thank you very much for your patience with getting that set up. We have about an 8-hour stream for you today. We'll be doing about 5 hours of ladder, not the Beastie Cutie Mechabellum Invitational ladder that has all the eyeballs on the game. I'd really appreciate all the work by Mr. Bitter, by the Dreamhaven team, by the Game River team, by Beastie Cutie himself, and of course a ton of effort from the Mag 1 team to pull all of that together, get all these eyeballs onto Mechabellum. Now we're getting a whole bunch of new players. In fact, we have shoutouts to a whole bunch of new players: Zexus HS, Lady Naween, Stardin, Weasel F Link, SL1SCH, and I'm the T-Man. Wait a minute. We know I'm the T-Man. He's no new Mechabellum player. He's the streamer. Fellow streamer. But the other 5 or 6, I think, are new to Mechabellum through the Beastie Cutie Invitational. Welcome to the family. We will be casting that Mecha Mini Masters final. We have a update in the hosting, so we're going to be not necessarily with Nathanius tonight. Nathanius was unable to make it, had a late issue come up. And we had to surrender our first match of this evening due to not having stream running. So we're facing Sandlam at 1495. That will be our opponent. Do expect we should be favored in that one, but you got to play the game in front of you. Hello, streamer. Hello, baller. I did see another stream happening on Mechabellum earlier with the it almost looked like a troll of you because it was something or other baller. Like it looked like they were trolling your name. I was cracking up at that. I think I like the Rhino Hound over here. That leaves us with the pivot into things. And congratulations on 22-22, beating Sacco, Dillo, and Zimp. That is a very good Friday. Well done, well done. For those of you that don't know, breaking 2200 is 99.9th percentile, putting Baller ahead of, head and shoulders above 1,000 other players in his, for every one player of Baller's quality. And thanks to moderators, Zalix doing me into the fact that I was not actually live on Twitch earlier when I thought that I was. So much appreciated. A streamer is honestly only as good as his moderation team, in my opinion. Could not do it without you guys. Appreciate all of you who've supported for as long as you have. And of course, Zalex is here for many, many hours. Pretty much makes it his routine for the day to be hanging out in the channel here. But I was calling this out on a Reddit post recently where if chat goes off on a huge tangent, and it's just not related to the game in front, streamer kind of needs to be able to trust the mods are going to keep an eye on that and try to bring the conversation back to the game rather than getting engaged in whatever the heck is going on in chat by, focusing on the game, bringing the attention back to the point of the idea behind being there. That requires a whole hell of a lot of trust in moderators. And it was occurring to me in writing the post, this is what should happen. Then I was like, wait. But that only works if you have moderators you can really trust. So if this is happening to you, it's time to review your who you have moderating, what kind of moderator coverage you have. It's true, Reven, it's true. But definitely, it made me, I was, in particular, while writing that, I was deeply appreciative of you, Zalex, of Whoop2GG, Jerry Hattrick, and all of the other longtime mods as well. In fact, Zalex, if you're listening, I'm gonna have to make an offer. I think we might need to make a banhammer emote for you. So, if you have art or art direction or want to be involved in that in any way, let me know. I think you are the one that swings. Yeah, I know you're not 100% focused on chat. And of course, you're doing other things during the course of the day. But anyways, I was going to say, if you have, I know that your particular pleasure is swinging the banhammer. So, wanted to give you the opportunity to have any input you wanted on that. Mod Fang for the win. That's kind of what I was thinking. Something like that. I love ER Sledge. Too late to go into it, right? All right, we're at 4,600 hit points. Opponent who's just under 1,500 MMR. Trying the classic running crawler to distract things. That's why we put this this Phoenix a little bit deep. I want that Phoenix to kind of turn and engage with these guys. I knew where the running crawler was going to go, so we've kind of allowed the mobile beacon to bring our own Phoenix to where we wanted it to be to engage with his chaff there. Unfortunately, the marksmen get in and get range on us first here, but that will be fixed later when we get range on the mass-produced Phoenix. Mass-produced Phoenix, kind of cool in their own right. They will, they still do full hit point damage to the bar, so if those, a Phoenix starts surviving, we're going to put a lot of tempo pressure on Sandlam early on. And we're not going to do anything, you know, when I first took this pack, of course, you guys know I was thinking something goofy like a, big wasp flank, because you know how much I love them. But no, we're just gonna, at this point, we're just gonna go to maintain ground superiority, win the air war, I think. Finish here might be forts, but I don't know if he's even going to be necessary. I might just bring one out so that he's reacting to that instead of seeing the danger. Woof, Dachshund, hello, hello. Of course, mass-produced Phoenix, I think, might be a little bit overtuned. Minus 30% attack and hit point for half the cost on a unit that tends to survive to the end of the round anyway by range. Pretty powerful sauce. And by giving them range now, we've got them hanging out, getting alive, getting deep into the round. You can see that the ones on the right have never been targeted. We're not going to give them any survival techs or anything like that. They're just going to constantly up their overall damage output. Ward is literally one unit away at the moment from wherever it's going to wind up. What is that unit? Unit might... I don't think it's any of these, really, although Sabertooth's strong against all of the ground shenanigans there. We're probably never going to tech them, and we might be coming back out of them soon. We might sell this one at some point. So, if you're new to the game, if you're one of those new viewers, welcome in. What we've done that you might not be seeing at the Beastie Cutie Invitational level, you know, we've really concentrated our opening couple of rounds on chaff and chaff clear. We haven't neglected single target. We have our single target in the form of these mass-produced Phoenix. We're not investing too much more into the Storms. Probably not going to invest anything into the Sabers. Just build a quietly good board, win the game, move on to the next. Hello, Thonix. We're going to be in a not doing 2v2s with viewers day, just out on ladder. We will be back to 2v2s with viewers, not next week, because next week is the patch launch. We'll be back there. Actually, maybe we will do it. I don't know. Maybe we will. But right now, we're just going to win this game. Sand them down to 488. Has never really been in it. And surrenders. Yeah, there was no... GG, sorry, that was... I suspect this is a player with a lot fewer player hours. And does not need to see this one played out to understand where he's gone wrong. There are, of course, some changes for him, and he's actually got a fairly decent chaff board, better than a new player would have, I would think. He's got ranged chaff clear. He's just got the anti-air marksmen are never getting locks. He's got a tech on them that's not really helping. That is going to make us 1-0 on this. And plus 13 for the match. Of course, we're doing the little data tracker thing we often do to just to keep track of how various stats and techs are doing. That's done. We'll run our first little ad break of the day. Mods should go down the rabbit hole with chat confirmed, Whoop said earlier. No. It's it's chat. Mods should keep an eye on the darn rabbit hole and make sure that nobody winds up off in some racist diatribe or something. That's all. Opponent this time, made in China as 1685. How are you doing today, Whooped? What are we buying here? Could just be quick supply. Yes, I am ready for tonight. There was a small hiccup. So for those of you who are tuned in to hear the voice of Nathanius, we have a late substitution. In replacing Nathanius as co-caster is going to be Apucci. Nathanius unable to make it tonight due to a different commitment, and we get Apucci. Ignatius baby father had a baby last night. Indeed. Congratulations to Ignatius Pennyfeather and family, and growing family, it would seem. We're going to try this kind of offset formation. We will build out to this, but we're going to try a little bit asymmetrical on our left for this match. Standard but asymmetrical will throw some people, and that can be worth doing, but among other things, the plan here is to win this right side hard enough that we wind up with the storms engaging on things. Right now, unfortunately, they've been engaged on crawlers, and there's no chaff clear to help out on this side. Our chaff clear will eventually die. Opponent will win the round. But, not before losing their big damage dealers, the Saber-Tooths. Not going to get into that fight. Um, just like we did last game, I think we're taking the fangs. This game in particular, though, we are out of... we started with so... Well, I don't know. Was gonna say something like we were starting with little chaff, but it's not actually true. We seem to have plenty of chaff. We'll bring you across the board into the main fight. We're gonna spend our extra monies on chaff clear. Go, go, gadget hounds. Wanted to throw some shout-outs to a couple of our fellow streamers, but before I do that, let's get our record updated here, or our bet up. Here you go. Bet is up for the Amarok versus Made in China. We'll see how they're able to recover. Quick supply specialist and down to a 3 Stormcaller start. Is Typhoon specialist could be doing, could be thinking about the Typhoon Ray, flank at some point. As Ray's on the line on the far left. As Rays have been brought into the main fight, but the only thing that we have that shoots up is some fangs. It's not going to go there. Literally one crawler has distracted every Stormcaller, well, half of our storms. Meanwhile, we've got crawlers going to take his tower now. Also neat. Get him. Get him while the fangs are still alive, please. There's like one fang left. Hero Fang. Hero Fang brings down that Phantom Ray, saves the turn. Super close. You lost to that garbage today? Okay. We are going to prepare for it, for sure. Several pieces of the preparation. We want to blow up. We want to blow up an incoming blank piece down here. Okay. Interesting. Not sure if that works for him. I don't think it does, right? We missile it out. We do a whole bunch of damage to it. Does he get in to get our tower in time? He does. And he's sort of mobile beaconing past our wasps. The wasps are the anti-air up there. We really need this tower take in a hurry. Thank you. Stopping the crawlers before they can get anywhere is big. And we've still got fangs working on the flyers. That'll do. Attack rebuffed, and both players went into that round at about 3,600. We're ahead now, 3,600 to 3,180. Actually, is that really what I want to do? Maybe I really want to just go, like, there. Keep as much as I can hanging out. The... 1, 2, 3. Let those guys go. Okay, the rhino should be right there. The wasp will be here. Alright, we got featured on the Cult Leaders channel on YouTube for running our defense, our gospel defense against Wasp, or Ray Typhoon. Run it here. Bold choice from opponent to run somebody that's been, or run this into somebody that's been featured opposing it. We're gonna let the wasps just do wasp things. Otherwise, the board runs past that. It would be fun if you did the gospel to Beastie Cutie. It would be fun. I mean, I think there were a bunch of fun show matches, but again, like, those guys are just getting their feet wet in the game. I don't think it's fair to, you know, like, it would be tough to find the right balance point of, you know, where is it where Beastie's at, you know, let's say the 1650 MMR, but could play above it. Why is Rhino Wasp the gospel? We don't know. Yeah, it is fair to show them a cool strats to open their mind. It was actually really funny watching Rotterdam. He twice ran gospel-like flanks, very big gospel-sized flanks, but lost with them. Because he was really running them backward. Well, I think he won with one, lost with the other, but he was running them backwards with the wasps on the line and the crawlers behind, trying to keep his crawlers alive. It was really interesting. Wow. That is a strong round for opponent. Very nice. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you don't commit to this attack, it doesn't work, right? Right. Everybody wants to go. Everybody wants to go. He's gone. He's gone with a worm over there. Fantastic. Left side wasps should get through the leveled raise there, especially if we can get a quick tower take, please. We don't get it quite in time. Hackmanic, why have you cursed me, he asks. Since I beat you, I am 2-13 and down 200 MMR. I cannot answer the ways of the MMR here today. Don't know why that happened. I'm glad you've been giving the MMR to good homes. You know what you did. Too late to complain about it now, right? This, it seems to be going rather wild in terms of the direction this game is going. I'm fully expecting some kind of big ion beam over here. The question is, can we get key units out of it in time? Maybe, maybe not. 30 seconds. What will we do with the loan, folks? I mean, we take the loan, right? Surely. Ah, when you ion beam a worm, isn't it beautiful? I mean, we weren't able to kill it, but we literally ion beamed a worm. By plan. Love it. Welcome home, little Miss Dumpsterfire. How are you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Evening? I suppose you always listen to me at evening, right? That's a big round. Is it enough? We drop him to 737. When do we get on the test server? Great question, Hackmanic. I will be on the test server from... we'll be on the test server from Monday's stream. I have been on the test server without you guys. I'm sorry. I am apparently allowed to do that. Did you guys know I had a life without you? Wild. Absolutely wild. Okay. Opponent, thine front door is open. If you think of putting something in front, we're going to hit it anyways. Yep, wasps counter typhoons. You knew that, right? You guys all knew that. Do we have any juicy details to share with you? No, I do not. I do not have juicy details yet. I have an open question out to Bearlike. I approve of what I've seen. I don't know if it's as impactful as... Like, they are being as cautious with it as they were with the mountain, I think. Yeah, I have details I'm just not allowed to tell you guys. Drop him to 737, but can you land the plane? We did. We landed the plane. Bring it home. Victory. Little Miss Dumpster Fire says, I had a sweet day. I hope you did too. Thank you. Thank you very much. A classic game of rock, paper, bigger rock. I love it. So streamer 2-0. 2-0 to start the day here. Let's find out what we've won. Let me tell you a little bit about my day. I did want to give shout-outs real quick to Mortar Mike, who, if you enjoy Souls-likes, Mortar Mike, currently playing Elden Ring, right? But yes, his Wednesday night VOD and his Thursday VOD are just incredible, bringing to a conclusion a Wu, which one is it? Wu Hang. Just a beautiful, beautiful run through. Difficult, very difficult ending to it. And then another shout out to That Girl Tam. And of course, if you guys don't know, That Girl Tam and Mortar Mike mod for each other. They are both streamers I would love to see pushed up into the partner level. If you can spare a lurk, give them a lurk. Tam beat Lies of P today. Epic, epic fight against the puppet that shall not be named at the end. Just amazing. Why that girl and not the one next to her? You know? I'm not sure I can answer that one. We picked up a plus 23. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Thank you guys for supporting the channel by watching them. Appreciate it. We try to make sure you don't miss anything, so we run the ads before we necessarily get out there. We're going to be facing X-Dozer Turf. We haven't run the more Scorp equals better build today. It is true. We have climbed 36. This ad break, I learned if you don't... Oh, you got the one... The time I really loved it is the time they walked away. Yes. Yeah, that one's kind of grim. A little hair-raising. How do we feel about just committing to a giant early on? Yep, I know that one. I will get nuked if I don't hack. I mean, if he doesn't build chaff, then this is definitely a hacker board. You're not right. You're not wrong. It was actually really funny watching the Beastie Cutie invitational matches, because enough of the players are new enough to the game that you would see things like, I have 5 tanks on the line with all my chaff behind them, and it's just begging for 3 hackers with insta-locks and chaff in front of them. Just begging for it. And of course the players are inexperienced enough to not have the confidence to just slam that down as the canonical right answer. I'm going to win if I do this. He doesn't have enough time to recover. We are going to what? To unlock Melter here on round 2. No, don't unlock Melter on 2. Unlock it on 3, son. Let's do it with Hounds. Hounds are my highest win rate chaff clear right now. So we're just going to commit to them early. We're, again, symmetrical, but from deep. Or asymmetrical from deep. Opponent is symmetrical from relatively deep as well. And if you're wondering why I'm doing this, of course we're throwing the Mustangs and Chaff Clear on the same side. I want the Chaff Clear, the Hounds, to be clearing whatever crawlers were going to get in the way and eat Mustang shots. I want the Hounds to eat a couple of Arclight shots without letting the Arclights have direct locks onto the Mustangs. I wanted to keep the Mustangs as long as possible to get the experience into them. Keep them alive as long as possible. So that was why the thinking. Get as much experience into the Mustangs as possible. Mustangs are a build that hyper-scales. Having early levels and edges in them is huge. Of course, you know, taking plus 65% item, great for your Mustang game. Maybe we want to put that on the one that made better progress towards leveling. That's an argument I could get behind. We'll let this one have a little bit of crawler in front of it. The idea is if he's trying to sentry missile out here, he winds up hitting this guy. We might actually need to do something similar out here. You took Chin Gun this early. So you're a quick supply specialist. All your monies went into Chin Gun on the Sabres. We will beat that. Long term, we will beat that. I'll let you go there. No missiles. All good. Did you level this tower or anything? You just bought Mustangs of your own? You want to be in a Mustang mirror. You bought Mustangs of your own, but didn't buy the Mustang item. So you're going to be chasing me in a Mustang mirror that we are always going to be ahead in, right? We're picking up all this experience. We've got the item. We've got the unbeatable pink skin on the Hound. It's a joke, of course, guys. There are no pay-to-win skins in this game, unlike your least favorite gacha game, whatever that might be. I know. That's been talked about multiple times, Hackmanic. We would definitely like that. Many players would like that. Sure. Are we committing to a Scorpion or just playing it right now? Nah. We're not. Don't want to commit to it. It just runs like there. Now we get to block the melting point. Oh, he's flying! He's flying on the weak side. Oh my goodness. Apparent disaster, except that you're now following the various crawlers. We look like a Scorpion build for a minute, but we're not really. You you gotten? You've gotten your level. Have you gotten yours? Perfect. Everybody levels. We get the tower just in time. Get to work on the Phantom Rays during the tower debuff. And lose to this one arc light. Okay, I can handle that. I can handle that. Armor maintenance, Scorp. Would we do something like that? Missile strike every 2 rounds might be better for us than orbital every 4th round. Either way, we're going to be playing from see a spell, play around the spell, right? Right, he's taking the expensive orbital. Those missiles should have been a couple meters apart, so they didn't trigger that easily. That's okay. So we're out 200 for this round. He is out... What is it, like 250 for the round? And it's basically a trade, especially if our... Oh, well, one of our... We're also out a high number. Unfortunate. We never put channel point up on this one? Mods were asleep, streamer was asleep. I'll get you guys a 2-minute betting window on this one. I apologize for not having that up. Dozer, what is your name again? Dozer Turf. There you go, 2-minute bet window up for this one. This is looking pretty much perfect. Add a single target damage dealer in case opponent is throwing down counters to the Mustangs. You've got another level. His name is perfect for just hacking. I see. Your Shira is all in on the you should be hacking this. Love it. Opponent is still chasing the Mustang mirror for some reason. A reason that has completely eluded me so far, but whatever. Maybe we're just going for the skill points, style points of winning without hackers. Although I understand that you would say that the style points are the other direction. Laser sight good, right? Oh, just spam out some more forts, Amarok. You'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? I'll just keep this guy back, I think. Opponent trying oil and fire this round. I mean, he's at 2612. We're at 4500. He has to try something. Sir, did you try to light the world on fire when I had the Air Force and you didn't? Questions for you. Fort is just a scorpion with less AoE. It's a taller scorpion, sir. A taller scorpion. All right, we're down to 450. It's a scorpion with more vanity in its veins. Loving it. Is this the round? Yeah, you did nothing. 450 damage last round. We're out of the scorpions entirely. Scorpion enthusiasts can unfollow now. Okay, opponent tries the underground threat also. Sure. Opponent trying Vulcan now? Oddball, but okay. Did I see some kind of... I saw sticky oil off of them into the middle of the board. Strange, but sure. You can work that if you want. Opponent pretty much out of upshoot. As soon as we get one more Mustang, there we go. Win by air again. Dozer down to 15-7. Multi-melter enthusiasts are still hopeful. Oh dear. Oh dear. We're at 4,500. He's at 1,500. I could potentially loan here, but I'm not seeing what I would spend it on, right? It would be this level for 50, and then there's just no great 200 cost thing. Actually, you know what? There might be a great 200 cost thing, isn't there? That up and got it kind of into the right place. That is going to be a lot of his chaff down, a bunch of his Mustangs down as well, I think. And we don't much care about the smoke. Also, I don't think he has anything that does 230,000 damage to a fort. That's going to be a while, buddy. He's getting it done, slowly. He's got the whole rest of the board, so maybe I spoke too soon. Fort by itself takes out the tower. What it is going to do is level again. My goodness. Yeah, he's going to solo the entire board. Yeah, you can have your tower debuffs. It's pretty. Bye-bye. I like big forts, and I cannot lie. Yes, thank you, Ego. We are trying to lure in some Beastie viewers. We'll take you. Boom, bada boom. Boom. Ping bonk. And then what? And then what? Orbital is up again. Sure. That's not going to do much to those shield bubbles. The Rydens have chain and range enhancement. That's not going to bust through the shield bubbles very well, right? We're still lighting opponent on fire with his own oil, which is handy. We have broken through the smoke in the middle of the board. We've still got plenty of units alive to handle the air game. We'll get the left side's tower, and that should be GG's. No GG from opponent, no fun emojis from opponent. Dozer turf. Yeah, the wave, right? I do love the big forts. Melter incoming? Where, Thonix? What was he supposed to do with the melter? He had to keep it somewhere. It had to be in front of this tower, which gets it killed. Or deep and ranged over here, maybe. I don't know. There's just no good place for it on this board. And if he does it, we range up. Right? So we're not too afraid of it. We're almost kind of trying to bait And it's a weird build, right? Because we're kind of trying to bait a melter response to it, to our board. With that one, we had a plan from round one. We executed the plan. We won the game. Yes, melters on the round of the Stormcaller drop would have helped. That's why we unlocked melting point on round 3 of that game. Right? I think that is one of the key elements to making this work. The way that we did, anyways. We unlock melter. He's never going to get a melter drop. If he's one of those people who's always hanging out, waiting for the drop and just going to follow bear like, he's never going to be gifted the right answer. We'll probably also have locked out Abyss if this game had gone any longer, so that he doesn't actually accidentally get gifted a Titan that's good against both Mustangs and against both the Mustangs and the forts. We're facing Ant Sokolev. We are 3-0. Streamer having dubs today. Nothing but dubs. Let's go. Of course, the BCQD Invitational is not over yet. They have that draft format tournament element coming up for Saturday. So kind of a neat element to it. I don't know what we're doing here. Oh, it told you that you won. Okay, hold on. That's a good question. That's a very good question, little Miss Dumpsterfire. Wants to know, if it says you won 11 rocks and I had bet 10, is that a +1 or a +11? It is a +1. Yeah, there you go. Chat are helping. Chat helping. Well, interesting. I haven't run a carry sledge into a Void Eye before. +1, let's go! Don't spend it all in one place. Five across on the Void Eyes now. Okay. What are you possibly going to do with these? You're going to have them fly. You fly them next round, right? You almost have to. Your cost control, you can afford to fly them. Okay. They get up in the air. What are we changing to? No chaff, spending 250 to fly. Well, okay, that's clear enough. Only question is whether I'm doing it from deep or starting the whole flanking thing. But he is no good units on the board for this. I'm expecting him to fly the Void Eyes to counter what he sees and get flown into from the flank. Okay, he's got Farseer. Farseer on the flank can work to start. Because we're gonna be spending forever warping in here, right? So his bar does not have AA, so he can't priority target those. And he did not do. I was fully expecting him to just fly the Void Eyes. Armor Maintenance Scorps as a forced unit from Faustenberger? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's a forced strat, right? Because, like, that's more than just the unit, that's how to play them. Yeah, no, that costs you double, buddy. Rejected. Reworded if you want. Also, where did my mouse go? Why have I lost? Apologies, I've lost the mouse. I mean, you can drop it. It's just that's a strat, not a unit. The unit is force the unit, and let me show you how I play the unit. Somebody ate my mouse. He made my mouse pointer that. What are we doing here? Blue, blue. Oh, that's a good missile right up the middle. That's a very good missile right up the middle. Not a fan. He has totally missiled out our flank. Dubs, we're getting there. We absolutely will get to the ground specialty for the Wasps. I expect... Like, I didn't expect him to go the 150 on missiles out there, but that's fine. It's fine. What could go wrong? Wait, hold on. That's pretty solid for us, right? That... We sell you. We pick up you, and... Ah. We come so close. He's added a thing out here. Maybe we put you there, but 10 off the line. So they don't. Their first volley gets wasted. Sounds like a plan. Right, photon-coated ground spec wasps do much better. Who knew? And they are going to feast on the entire rest of the board for levels. Yeah, Hackmanic, some point so putting them one block back prevents the auto lock from a cleverly positioned steel ball, but the opponent still has to have the balls close enough that the wasps can basically target them, and putting them 10 back means the opponent has to be running heavy target, which they might be. You never know. Oof. Well, I mean, also oof, right? So we did the 10 back that you're talking about there. We're going to put this guy right up on the line here. And be all of that. See, you didn't shield against it. The whole world will be in flames. So there are the steel balls, for example. He's done a pretty good job by putting them really far back, so the rhinos have to run out into them. But the ground spec wasps are going to do more than enough to kill them. He's got to have something beefy out front to slow this whole build down. He doesn't yet. Everything's on fire. Why the one right on the line and the other one not? Basically want to guarantee that if there's anti-air, it's locked onto that first rhino. And I want to leave room for a 3x3 for a potential to put something behind it. This is leaving. There's no gap at all there. How quickly can we overrun this side? And I think we might lose on the oil this round. He's not able to light it on fire. He just holds everything in place. I don't know, maybe he just hasn't put anything on the line. So the wasps just kill the sabers right off, or not the sabers, these things right off the rip. Then they're working on the mustangs. It's gonna be close. Problem is if the wasps outfly the rhinos and get locked, which is exactly what's happening. That's a really good example of why you put the rhino on the line instead of 10 back. Nuke lands on the left side. We get the left side tower. We're not even going to lose the round, despite a really relatively solid play from opponent there. I don't think he's got enough left to take us. Maybe he does. Yeah, he does. They'll get out in front of the tower and play defense, but it's not enough to finish the game for sure. Season complete, Rider Live has Pink Doggo. Pink Doggo complete. There is the correct answer. Is he man enough to take it? I don't know. Do we take it? Maybe so. Opponent managed to light it on fire. I'm not even sure that helped him, honestly. Did it help him? I think we got this. I think we do. Feeling better. Pastor Drewski would have definitely been the, did in it. Cheese Mechabellum coined the term, yes. I am apparently his best student as I send the most interesting replays to him, but I think that's probably a function of number of hours played more than anything. Awesome. You've been relying on something that doesn't work. There is a clever play for him out there, isn't there? That, and then that. Okay, got it. Don't EMP me, bro. Missile has to be down here to protect against an air cheese. He should 100% have air cheetahs us this round. All the missiles don't even slow the rhinos. They just march straight in. They march to victory. It's not even about the rhinos, it's all about the wasps, but the rhinos are the distract. So this one, you know, we got the wasp drop, but we also had opponent had already spent monies. I mean, they are theoretically gaining way more money than we are, but do we care? There. Tower take just in time. Fire on the left side not doing enough. If he wins the far left, the Mustangs would drive forward into the fire, but that's not going to happen. We are going to win around anyways. Is that 900? I don't think it is. I don't think we have Porsche quality hit points right now. Yeah, Karamore, that is a good point. One moment. Missile versus or armor on Rhino. Rhino immune to slow. Many hit point. 5,000. different line next time. Was worried. Let's just make sure he knows to look for that next time. Maybe he's left the room already. Maybe he doesn't really want any coaching, but just we see him making the same mistake. We'll point it out for him. Imkius says, "Wait, Amarok taught me that exact thing yesterday, which is why I put power armor on my rhinos." Well, we did. How did you enjoy your coaching session? I got your notes. I read them. I'm digesting them. So I'll respond to them probably tomorrow. Tomorrow before the weekend tournament, I think. Yeah, he never fortified the towers. He seemed to think he could win it. He did enjoy it. Okay, cool, excellent. It's the second time I've had somebody say like, "Wait, this was so much tightly packed information that I need a break," which was I really appreciated that you did. By the way, super wise knowledge of yourself to cut it short where you did. And I apologize. I am trying to cram as much information density in, I guess. So I'm trying to balance how much of that is right for people actually retaining it. Um, like you can cram for a test or whatever, and it just like all falls apart if it's not, if there's no way to retain it. So. It's actually kind of neat. The coaching business side is going well enough. I actually have I almost have a backlog right now. I have 2 to schedule and 2 that are. Yes, if only we could plug you back into the matrix. Recording the sessions. Yeah, I should actually just. Cause I have recording software going anyway. I mean, not for that, but I mean, I might as well. I could just do that and send it to you, to people. That is absolutely one of the things I should do. That's a really good idea. Like that is part of your buy, is you get the recording of the session. That should make sense. I will add that to the list of feature set for it, since there's just no reason not to. There's no downside for me. Okay, so we have hit 4-0. Streamer apparently did well for having coached yesterday. Does that make sense? Actually, it might. I said it as a joke, but it might actually make sense. Refocused me on fundamentals. It's like obviously this game was WASP whatever, but like I was using a trigger based mechanic for whether or not to go out to that piece. Hold on, did friend? He still hasn't left the room that it's telling me. Oh well. Bring that back. Okay. Confirm. Do we have anything else out here? I think I don't know. Music, maybe. Tears, sure. Eh. I think we've kind of got all the things we really want. I don't really want the camouflage hound, I don't think. Maybe we'll get there and decide we want it anyways. Yeah, MKS, I completely agree. Like it's something I hadn't thought about, but I did notice it the last time when I coached Ocelotus. Same thing. I went on a huge run the next Monday. It was enough that people were like, "Wait, this is surprising," because it was a big run of W's on a Monday, where normally I've been losing on Mondays for whatever reason. That the um, Woot against Will. That's a pretty amazing match, isn't it? Do you guys want to spectate that, or I want to keep going? I want to keep. I want to strike while the iron is hot, so to speak. We'll just jump back out here. Bring you guys a prediction. Well, that is a tasty game to go look at, though. Shout out earlier in the stream, we had a follow from Restless Euphoria. We've also got follows from Zexus HS, Lady Nween, Starden, Weasel F-Link, and Slish, all, I think, coming out of the Beastie Cutie audience, possibly from Rotterdam or Pigs audiences. I love both those guys. They're really, really fun. I can hear now. Glorious proselytizing in the last game. Hello, hello. We did get to proselytize. Okay, I have talked a couple of times about how different it is to play Elite. We're going to try to show you some of the value in Elite. And one of the values in Elite is early leveled hounds to be kind of the backbone of killing crawlers here. I would much rather have a not Mustang and not Hound start, but this is what we've got. Positionings are going to be pretty similar, right? The fundamentals of the game don't change just because you're playing the, you know, the one spec. Actually, maybe we want to put pressure on. We want to just bring the whole build up to the line. How's that feel? A little uncomfortable? Maybe a lot uncomfortable? Step away from the ledge, exactly. I love the username plus PFP. Optimist with the Black Raven, the Starfield, the red key. Wow. Wow. Always lurking. Speaking of, I need to go be a responsible parent and go back to the lurking. Fair enough. I did. So there was a really interesting, piece. I don't know if you guys watch Stoney's Engine Room chats. So Stoney, as a Mandarin speaker, you know, native English speaker, native Mandarin speaker, has a really good relationship with Bear Lake. Of course, Stoney's in the curator program and all of that, and he gave us a really good set of questions that ended up, you know, talking to Bear Lake about the Titan win rates, etc. And Bear Lake said something along the lines of, "Look, War Factory's win rate is not very high; it's around 50%." So I asked him some detailed questions because I also have a pretty good relationship with Bear Lake, at least good enough that he answers my DMs and doesn't write me off, I guess. That's gotta count that as a win, right? But he should be missiling these. Those are the value target, right? So I asked Bear Lake if how they look at a win rate like that. Are they looking, you know, like, talk to me in detail. Is, you know, are we comparing long run units versus gut punch units? Are we comparing all MMRs? Are we comparing teched versus untechted? Are we excluding mirrors? Were the kind of the four direct questions that I asked. And I got a good answer from Bear Lake. So here's the answer. He says, right now we're monitoring win rate for different MMR ranges. This is a direct quote, Bear Lake responding in English. He says, right now we monitor win rate for different MMR ranges separately, and we will monitor the win rate of each tech to identify if units with certain techs are particularly strong. We do not exclude mirrors, and we don't collect data from long run versus gut punch on the War Factory, although we're studying that through the tech win rate. And I told him everything he told me. I was considering stuff I could say to the audience. So, from Bear-like, quote, "And the Gut Punch Titan is getting nerfed." So expect that. That is the first thing I can tell you guys about the 1.7 patch. I knew there was discussion about it. I did not know what decisions he's made yet. I actually haven't seen what decisions they've made. But per Bear-like, expect a nerf to the Gut Punch. This game is starting to look like a carry Wraith, on the grounds that Wraith is very, very strong with levels and 8-gun in it. So what we're planning here is actually catching a lot of the chaff on fire so that our Wraith can do real damage, while these two do much the same. Go hit it. And let's do extra damage, because we are going to get stuck on the sabers. We're going to need to burn through them. Opponent took the range, but put it on the what I'm kind of thinking of as the salient Wraith. He wanted it on this one. The reason for that is if he can win the outside, he wants this guy getting as much engagement as it can. He might be thinking of it as like, if I keep this guy's range short, this unit will kind of force the wraparound, and that'll change, make this a hinge pivot area. But we'll see if that helped him at all. I'm hoping not. We're planning to be right in his face here. Waller's right in on the level 2 tower. That's going to be good. Get it. Get her done. The Wraiths are going to win this fight eventually. And clean up the ground game. This Wraith is getting no experience. Does finally get a kill right at the end. But we're going to find out how well Optimist pilots his Wraiths. Sir, how well do you pilot your Wraith? I'd like to know. I'm going to ignore this guy. I don't care about it anymore. We're going to try to just win head-to-head out here. There's no more risk of fire, so we're going to add some crawler on this front as well. Needs to leave a 7 gap for a Titan here, since I didn't leave one on that side. When was the last time you mobile beaconed just a single pack of crawlers for offensive purposes? That Phoenix, I think, got a lock, right? Yeah, 1, 2... 2 Phoenix with locks to start with is a bad day for that raid. Yeah, he's won this one. What did he do? He ranged the raids, and we don't have chaff in front right now. So he wins the round with basically by adding the Phoenix single target. We don't answer things like that, but these guys are so far forward. I'm not too worried about it. We'll range our guys. And bad round this turn. Be better. Interesting. Come on, team. I really need you to bring that tower down now. They did not. I think we're going to lose this one. I think we have been mirrored and outplayed so far. I have some ideas, but they're pretty desperate. Not gonna lie. That's actually super handy. Opponent should absolutely be thinking about a Phoenix flank at this point to knock out. I don't know if he is or not, but he should be thinking about it. Opponent's also making really good use of those missile strikes right now. Quantum on the Phoenix is what I was expecting. Chin Gun is a surprisingly good answer, honestly. If we survive the round, we should be in really good shape. If we don't survive the round, game over, right? Yes! Air superiority achieved! No quantum phoenixes left. If you're gonna have your phoenix survive, you've got to keep them alive. Now, shall we punish opponent? Okay. Hey, Shirajin. Where you at, brother? Aging Jirajirajin, we have got something for you, sir. Ruh-roh. Well, that's interesting. That's not what I was expecting, but it'll do. It'll do. Yeah, but where else am I going to put the fire anyways, right? If he shields it, he shields it. Insta-lock on 2 of them. Thank you for giving me the healing units. I appreciate it. EMPing my wraiths like that was really mean. I guess hacking his units was really mean too. I don't know. Hard to say. No. They healed, but they're only like, quarter health. So I took 25 hit points, right? We don't even have the option, right? Oh my god. Did I actually leave that open? Left that wide open, huh? We get the tower before he does. That's amazing. But I think that's GG's. There's no way our 2 Phoenix are winning this for us, right? How many of the Phoenix are reconstituted? None of them. GG's. Last turn, the Crawler Underground was so critical, and I just missed it. And yes, the shields to prevent the shields to prevent the thing. Losing 10 to him, though, really indicates that that's a new account with a ton of hit, with ton of... It's a new account that's in its placement matches, hasn't lost very much at all. So, surprising to get up to 1,700 without having lost enough to lose your 1,000 from placement. I want to look at that, though. Of course, one of the things we can do, we should always think about doing, we're going to delete these expired ones. They don't matter. But one of the things you can always think about doing, teach yourself to learn to do this. Isn't there some optimist with a Y, right? Or something at high MMR? That's what I thought. So I think this is a smurf from that player, right? That would be my guess. Let's take a look at that last round and see if there was something different we could have done. I played the last round, not the current round, right? So... You know what I should have done is photon on the left side probably plays better than this. This is good, right? And the big difference here is just we didn't lose the back line. We did win the front. Right, good enough. Apparently we should have leveled this guy, but I think we can do better than this. I think we can knock out with the right choices there. How's that gonna look? Try round again. Man, how are we gonna get there? Seriously? Kidding me? That's so expensive. This isn't a winning play, right? 0 chance, that's right. Right? Just 0 chance. Photon does not, yeah, Farseer Photon only affects ground units, so, you know, we're not achieving anything by that. And that does get both of those still die. Yeah, the Phoenix have just kind of come alive, I guess, in a way that is out of upshoot. Poisons. Alright. Keep the elements of this that are working. Any other ideas here? Just throw a blue truck down. Yeah, we can try throwing a blue truck down. We'll try that next. Actually, get the outside tower quick enough. And this time we've got 2 big wraiths arriving, but then the tower goes down. Aw. Problem with throwing anything down right now is these guys. It's not far, is it? It's not going to be blue car. Holy heck. We never did what I was intending to over there. Bring you guys down, shall we? Is there a Titan play, gang? What is the Titan play? So maybe the... Could even be Steel Ball on this side, right? Alright, that's gone much better. That's gone way better. Please get that tower now, son. No, you did not get that tower, so we're out of upshoot again. Aw. We were running AA, we might try it. think the gun-launched missile takes those guys out. The rip. We don't care. Just sit there and tank them. Tank them all day, son. Another thought would be like AA Farseer is the last thing I want to try. Yeah, AA Farseer, Dat Smurf account, exactly what I was thinking. We're gonna do that. Let's try it this way. Oh man, we don't even get to deploy more than 2. That has kept the left side, look at this. It kept this guy alive long enough to really stymie that outside edge. Now they're going to handle these guys. That was the line, folks. Is it 1700? I think that's what we needed. Great shout. Let's go. AA Farseer is what I should have seen from probably 2 or 3 rounds earlier, right? When he's on the line like that with the wraiths. Wraiths and the wraiths are so far forward that they're insta-lockable. These guys are so far forward that they're almost insta-lockable. But it isn't a win, it just buys us another round. Okay, we don't need to see this. Thank you. Actually really like the system of the new account banks half of its deals half damage on its way up, so that you don't ever wind up losing a whole bunch of MMR to some an account that was a legit Smurf that's sitting way down there. We are now at 1689, which is facing Dead Inside. Welcome back to those of you that see ads. Opponent is spot on at 1600 right now. Let's get you guys a fresh match with a fresh outcome to bet upon. Congrats to those of you who took Optimist. Optimist was, for whatever reason, about a 4-1 underdog. So, well bet to those of you that spotted the opportunity. Feed my beloved, but I think we might just saber. We've got chaff clear, we've got... Sure. Aerial specialist will probably, I would imagine, be thinking, probably be thinking the Abyss almost from the start. Almost de rigueur for us to take Crawler or something to engage the steel balls. You don't want the steel balls to get an instant lock on something right off the rip, and then the hounds take 2 shots to kill the Crawler. So this is the best, I think, that we can deploy. We'll switch up sides here real quick. He's attacking from the outside, that's fine. We couldn't know which side he was coming from, but we'll land a whole lot of good Stormcallers on the first volley. Second volley's also really good. And opponent is going to be pretty much out of chaff. A few Crawlers get in on our artillery. And one steel ball. Assassin steel ball finds the tower. But again, all of that is fine. It's round 1. Round 1, we don't care one way or the other. Did I miss anything key in chat while I was concentrating there? I do apologize if I missed you guys. W. Garrison says, I've used single turn abysses to turn the fight. Usually it wins a round, and then I can sell it to transition while my opponent spends more on answering it than I spent as a stopgap. Does depend on what your opponents have to deal with it. Interesting. Interesting. I missed saying hello to you. Hello, fluffiest princess. Welcome home. I did miss that. I'm sorry. Hello. I used to be so much more chatty in-game, and then I wound up with a Twitch chat, and now I'm so much... I feel bad about missing a opponent's hello and have fun, have fun. I can't feel too bad about it. Too busy placing marksmen to feel too bad about it forever. Well, I suppose you could do the you guys are presumably talking about throwing down the more expensive Farseer answer, I'm just going to click AA on the marksman early. Is that right? I think we will. I think we'll just click AA on the marksman. You want to have that round? Go right ahead. I don't know if opponent is doing anything fun to stop these guys. They've transitioned to Phantom Ray. Fun. Now I do wish I was in the Farseer, because that answers the Phantom Ray as well. Anti-air marksmen are a terrible answer to Phantom Rays. So I'm displeased with myself. Overreacted. Hello, X-Masters. You are correct, I think. I think. But for opponent to actually have this be correct that this is baited, he needs to keep those things slot there. We've got some levels on these guys. That's solid for getting them doing real damage early. Now, we want to keep these things visible for as long as possible. How is that going to look to us? I hate this map for the coloring. It just does not work for me. Okay, so I'm thinking about the wisdom of either trying kind of a 3-deep crawler to try and keep things on the surface. We're gonna try it. Help. Had the same problem on the left, right? That's silly. Okay, we're gonna fix that positioning and get you into a helpful position. Oh, right. Other obvious thing to do here. Much better. Much better. Let's go. Baited my butt. All right, 2,200. There is a good answer to our current problems. Getting anything? You got great stuff done. Sure thing. Yeah. Nice sentry missiles, sir. Most of opponent's DPS has stopped DPSing. It's not going well for him. Yeah, X-Masters, it's a good guess, but no, this was much more efficient. For deploys, and, we're using the deploys to keep the, these guys visible, and then the anti-missiles also help keep them visible. Thank you. I should definitely do that, shouldn't I? I don't think we change a thing. Yeah, Imkius, you are correct. If I lose the round, I'm so far behind. But reframe that. Would you have put down 2 shields to not lose the round 2 rounds ago? Right? On round 5, would you have been willing to spend 200 on 2 shields? If it goes away, it goes away. If it survives, it's alive to do another round's worth of work. And GG's. That was Thonix. The Dead Inside account is the one that he had dropped down, surrendered how many in a row to get to facing us? You're gonna have to win some to get that back up to a high enough MMR, Thonix. Let me point out something real quick to you guys. Thonix, by the way, is one of 3 tier 3 subscribers on the channel. And the reason that matters is we reached 50 of the premier points. We can reach 100 in a month. We reached 50 in the month of July. We can reach 100 in a month. We will reach a 60-40 split. Give more of your money to streamer, less of your money to Jeff Bezos for any gift sub, any regular sub, any ad that gets run. So making that cut is really important, right? Winning's not hard on that MMR. I've lost no game on that account yet. Well, you wanted to try some funny stuff. Well, I played that one well. Yeah, Jeff Bezos. We want Jeff Bezos to get poor, exactly. And with the big support that Thonix is giving, helps a lot. The way that Faith phrases this is 1 tier 3 sub is worth the same as 5 gift subs in terms of what you're paying. It costs the same. Gets you a number of features that we're still kind of working out what all the features will be over time. But here are the things we've got as kind of ideas. So these aren't necessarily guaranteed yet, but we'll wind up thinking about it. We'll probably wind up with a private channel into Discord role. We'll probably wind up with a discount on coaching. Let me point out that the discount on coaching means that your tier 3 plus your coaching comes out less than the coaching without the tier 3. So that is if you are thinking about the coaching, you might want to think about the tier 3 as well. We may do a replay review. I'm not sure about that one. We're thinking about a Fun Friday priority. We're thinking about maybe once a month, doing a Tuesday you lose Tuesday. And then we might do a special little in-house tourney that is just open to the tier 3s. Anyway, I just played a unit and lost, and we were thinking about doing like a featured unit request of some sort. So like I want you to you guys keep wanting me to play Scorpions as an example. So those are the things that we're thinking about. If you are in a position to support with a tier 3 subscription, we would need to do that for 3 consecutive months to break the 100 to hit the 60-40 split. So this is our August is our channel birthday. October is our celebration of officially reaching affiliate. So if we could do the 3 of these, birthday, September, and affiliate birthday, that would do it for us. We want you to win. Scorpions are just the best unit. You stubbornly refuse to use it, streamer. And obviously, I don't want anybody out there stretching themselves for Thonix wants Phantom Race fam. Xmasters 97, thank you very much for the follow during that match. I didn't spot that the chime didn't play in my ear. I'm not sure if I have that misconfigured or if I was just super focused. You want to see me play Phantom Race spam. Why do you want to see why do you want to see that? Wow. That would be something. I'd have to talk to Ranger. That would be amazing. That would be a value add and a half, wouldn't it? All right. What the heck? Are we supposed to do the All right, wait a minute here. We're going to update the war crimes. We're not doing a war crimes build here. We're going to come out and do a we'll rename this one to the Raymaster. We're going to be the Raymaster build for a minute. What sorts of things do we want on a Raymaster build? What is this tech junk? What in the what? Alright, that's one thing to fix. Why are you running what the heck are we even running over here? Alright, sure. Big fort, whatever. Sandworm's probably whatever. Raiden's alright. No, Raiden's not alright. It doesn't have ionization. Why would you do that to yourself? We're just checking a whole bunch of things. So we're you know, you have this ability to have multiple tech loadouts. So we're leaving our normal default build over there. Now, where are our rays? Here we go. Okay, what are we doing for rays? Actually, it's probably... What is it here? Is it range, stealth, armor, and burst for this build? Also, one moment. I gotta go pee. Be right back. Dang, I made it back. Burst shield, armor, and viz is good. Okay. I think that's probably what we'll be running. And then we're definitely going to be running the Typhoon flank, I think. So, we're looking for a Typhoon specialist. That is our plan here. Mosby at 1631. All right, all right. None of you help, really. Opponent is not the Typhoon Specialist. We don't have anti-air on the bar here. So that'll be interesting if we wind up in problems later. Excuse me. Let's see what we got. Opponent back standard. Very symmetrical. We're a little asymmetrical, but we're very much the aggressor build for this one. You kind of want a different armor variant that reduces all damage taken by 50%. Yes. Yeah, that I think a percentage damage reduction would have been interesting. Kind of like, I mean, it is what they have is kind of the DR of D&D sort of thing. I mean, it's even ablative armor from Car Wars if you go far enough back, right? Ablative armor from Car Wars had the same kind of mechanic. So it blocked X amount and then got chewed off over time. It was kind of neat, kind of the way that modern reactive armor works, right, on tanks. Well, that's so clear for what we're trying to do here. Missile Specialist is supposed to use them on 2 and 3, right? What if we use them on 3 and 4 instead? Does that buy us a different tempo? I mean, I don't think Scorch on Vulcan has to be removed, Thonix, but I think it does need to be reworked, right? If you're going to have that concentrated of a fire, maybe it should be at a shorter range, right? Something like that. Or, similarly, the bigger splash maybe comes with a dead zone right up close to it. Something like that, like where if you wanted to go to an HE version. Well, I see exactly what I would do if I weren't in this forced build. opponent in basically handed the right answer. We got problems. We got problems. Yeah, maybe it's not so bad. It's not a loss this round anyways. Load R150, I think. Yeah, many ranged wasps, unsurprising. Oh, did you leave the front door open, sir? You seem to have left the front door open. Slight problem. Slight problem for opponent. We also managed to have this, what is it? This one hit point tarantula who's close to leveling. He will neither level up nor fail to retire tonight. Both the tarantulas survived by the narrowest margin. Goodness. Still no, still missing the unit I wanted. Where is AA on your wasps, sir? Why do you not have AA on your wasps? So confused. Oh, the sledges did decently well for opponent. We never did get our Typhoon. Extra range sounds good. Now those are so fast. They're gonna be way up here, right? Oh, wait a sec. No, it's actually straight across. Ignore the main fight. Go get the tower. That is your job, son. Ah, they didn't get there. Didn't have the crawlers in front of them, I guess. Has opponent finally gone AA? Okay. Finally goes to AA on the wasps. Should win from here, right? Opponent should. Or not. Let me get you right in on the tower, please. If Bear Lake would be so kind as to give us something like, there we go, we got tower eventually. If Bear Lake would be so kind as to give us the Typhoon now, it would be incredible. I'd really appreciate it. That would go a long, long, long way. On the other hand, we've got 130 meter range Phantom Rays shooting bursts. Opponent's wasps are, 145, I guess, when they're shooting air. He's also taken the advanced targeting system. I do wish the camera options weren't hidden during round placement time, although having a button that doesn't do anything is also kind of weird. I agree with that from a design philosophy point of view. We never did get the piece of the puzzle we were hoping for, but that is going to be something he's not, I don't think, ready for. What do you think, gang? Anything else we're missing here? Might want to vertical the new rays. Alright. I can get behind that, sure. Did you whirlwind these? You did whirlwind those. That's hilarious. Have you heard of the gospel, sir? Did we manage to bait you into a disconnected gospel and destroy the entire board? Because if so, that's pretty fun. Do we still have 1,400 left when there was rhinos and the last couple of wasps died? That's the question. I think so. I think we got plenty. A wasp. Such a good defense against this. If Mosby had any better luck on that last round, or even the penultimate round, he wins this. Don't mistake this one. Don't mistake this one for a dominant build. Mosby deserved the W way more than we did on that one, in my opinion. But we got handed the right piece here at the end, and I think if I'm going to critique anything Mosby did, it's this last round. Just throwing down all three of them on the flank. Yes, he's got the quick teleport, so this is only a 5-second call-in, but that's 5 seconds that the whole rest of the fight was happening. And for us, it was, we have one mobile beacon through an empty corner that he hasn't really defended yet. So that just worked. The circle of rays closing in. The circle of rays closing, just surrounding and collapsing on everything. Super, super helpful. And of course, as soon as we've got something more than 30 meters ahead of the phantom rays, then the wasps are kind of useless. Now, I could conceivably have been in rhinos on the line to eat the aerial specialization from the wasps for a while, but no, that is not it. That's not it, Tonix. No. That's the gospel in real life. The gospel in Mechabellum is the good word of the wasp. So opponent is running the good word of the wasp in a build that flat out should beat what we're running. He's made all the right choices right up until maybe the last 2 rounds where, we turn it out. Yes, Uncle Lazy, that is it. He's completed the gospel by going wasp and rhino, but the wasp rhino build is supposed to be all together. So How did you guys make me the under? Okay, yes, we were forcing Phantom Ray. I can see how you got there. Yeah, it's a very specific tech bar on the Wasps, which opponent is close to running. I think if he just keeps committing techs to the Wasps, he might wind up winning this at the end, is kind of the other thought here. But I like the way that he's sold out of anything that's not actually contributing. He's done a really good job. It's a really good board from him. It's a shame that that one loses, in my opinion. I think he should have won it. Of course, if you, I have actually just recently been featured in a Cheese Mechabellum video outlining how to defend against the Phantom Ray board. Mosby ran pretty close to the defense against it. Now, to get to the point that he's actually fully defending it, he would have wanted crawlers matching my crawlers, and probably even getting into a replicate war. I don't know what this tech bar is. Why do you have acid on your crawlers? I guess there's a couple of people that are running Flower Fairies running it, right? Acid on the crawlers. But I feel like people at this level are probably not positioning well enough to make really good use of acid. So that's why I recommend against it. What was the point of running the range on the Rays? Not that it's useless, but I find it to be near useless. I mean, I was just trying to get... Oh, hey, Uncle Lazy, thank you for posting that link. That is to the recent that recent video. Much appreciated. We also have one pinned in a pinned video here. It's a reaction to having gotten blue trucked last game. True enough. That seems perfectly fair. Okay, so what is the point of running the running range on the Phantom Rays? I mean, I guess here one of the things I was thinking was I wanted to outrange the Wasps as best as I could, or be at least close to fighting them. I didn't want to be giving up a million range to them. And then, yeah, if the ERA card drops, that is pretty helpful. Where are we? What else are we thinking here? It's not... I mean, I do have it... I think I have it on my default bar as well, right? Is Ray. Here it is. No, I don't have it on my default bar. Normally I'm running a sticky oil for defense flexibility. Okay, where are we on an ad timing? We can definitely queue up. We're probably going to have to snooze an ad, otherwise we'll run an ad during this game. So I know we have something like 4 moderators here today. Thank you guys very much for all the support. Kat, Cody, Whooped, and Zalex. I really appreciate you guys being here on a big viewership day. We are closing in. We're going to be facing Paloi de Terre at 1897. All right. Gear up for a challenge, I guess. Game thinks we've been winning too much today. You're just here on official potato business. That's fair. That's fair. We are going to be casting the... Oh my god, I missed a Pastor Drewski raid. That's how the numbers got so big. Pastor Drewski, hello, hello. And I am definitely not hearing notifications in my ears. That is how I missed that one. 3,400 hit points in a dream. Let's go. Ocelotus Gaming as well. Hello, hello. Yeah, okay, are you guys hearing... It looks like that should have been way higher. There is no notification, neither written nor audible, for the raid. Okay, thank you. All right. And you're only hearing me, or you guys are hearing game sound, right? I presume you guys are hearing game sound.
What is happening?
Wow, I didn't hear that at all. I saw it bling. Oh, everything was messed up. The whole OBS setup was wrecked this morning. I don't know what I was doing in the middle of the night last night, but it wasn't even streaming to Twitch when I first went live. No idea what I did. He's going to run Elite Specialist. We just need to be strong by the late game, I think. We've only got 3,400 hit points, so I have to not get tempoed out. This is the important here. Did you guys hear? You heard voice, you heard game, you heard Dalek, you just didn't hear the raid alert. All right. So why didn't I hear the... audio to monitor and output? Okay. That's you. Turn that bit. All right, we're going to refresh the cache of that page just to see if we're... All right. We need, like, can somebody that doesn't care about their followage stat give me a quick unfollow and refollow? We'll see if that plays in sound. It has a rogue rat with the follow. Well, a whole bunch of people did. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. But no, we're not hearing any of that, right? I saw it ting. I saw it ting as though it had picked up output. Unfollowed, right? You heard them. Okay, so I'm just not hearing them for some reason, but that's okay. As long as you guys are hearing them, I just need to okay, perfect. Thank you guys. What are we doing here? Imp War Factory Closer could be fun. Let's have the Imp War Factory in the bank. Thank you guys for helping test that. That was much appreciated. I have no idea how I borked my OBS this badly. The entire chat was sent on a mission. Yes, 2 minutes of following. Now, any lurkers hit follow or sub. Yeah, brilliant. Well played. Well played, Uncle Lacey. Appreciate that. All right. Welcome in, Raiders. Pastor Drewski, I hope you had yourself a wonderful time. Of the folk that just followed, the only one I didn't recognize is Reluctor's Voice and Puppet Dragon. Thank you both if you are new followers. Appreciate that. Darth Peanut MWO maybe also. And a Rogue Rat, I think, had just unfollowed and refollowed. Can we test Twitch Primes next? Absolutely. Knock yourselves out. Do whatever you like. Just know that I'm not hearing them. I've got to find a visual cue about them. Which is best seen here, I think. Oh man, I really want that. That's probably the best way to do this. New follow. Hello, Reluctor's Voice. Welcome in. And new follower says, I'm enjoying it so far. I'm new and I'm learning unit combos from Twitch. And Ocelotus Gaming with a big bit redeem. Much appreciated. Houston, we have a problem. Indeed. Love it. Well, sometimes you intend to play bog standard and the game gives you the gospel and your opponent is horribly vulnerable to it, and you just take the gospel. Why fight it if the game is going to Force me to have the right units. We have to change the song up from I like big forts to I like big flanks, right? And I'm so glad we had you in place to defend that. We might need somebody over here as well. But I don't think he can respond to this quickly as Elite Specialist. I think we hit that nicely. There's nothing back here. He is trying to... Well... I don't know what he's trying. You know, he's gone with some rays. He's gone 3 Phantom Rays on the turn. We went a whole bunch of Wasp and Wasp Rhino. Well, that'll be fun. Because nothing he has answers the Wasps right now. We've seen that the Rays can. You will take this gospel, and you will take this now. Where are those sound alerts? It did reset followage. I'm sorry, Darth Peanut. Yeah, I was curious too. I thought it did, but no range on his rays, right? Well, did the Rays even survive to win this? Oh man, if we had locked the other Ray even one more time, we bring it down. But they've all leveled over there. Oh, round 4, super supply. Sure, we will just go maximum greed here, gang. Don't mind. I don't know if I want them actually on that flank or not, but I'm thinking it's kind of fun at the moment. I've never tried that little shallow flank position there. We're eventually going to sell out of these guys and just be like all in on the Arclight defense and the Wasp flank here. There is a Wraith. That's a good start for him. It's terrible positioning. Oh, no, 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 no. Well, we will punish that in a minute. It'll be a hot minute before we punish it. It'll be probably 2 rounds, but should be enough. This round gonna suck. We took super supply instead of keeping the foot down. Oh well. You want my 13 months back? You should have 13 months of followage. I'm sorry that you that happens there. All right, let us. Yes, yes, we are that petty, chat. All right, we were behind economically since we are on. That was the second round. This is just the break-even round for this group. Hey, you, buddy. Strict mirror, huh? Okay. Level 2 versus level 1, sure. Now our follows are synced up. We don't know what that really means. Okay. It creates engagement. Are we getting scammed from the source? What's going on? Okay, I don't know what's going on in the chat there. We ran an ad, apparently, which I'm displeased at. I wanted to snooze that, but so much else was going on that I didn't notice. We do need... Let's put some swords back on. Since we actually have more swords available. So we're going to put some swords back on a couple of people. There you guys go. Decaf, Ocellatus. You guys should have access to moderation stuff. Welcome back. Both of you had been here for a long time, and then we're absent for a long time, so I took the sword off. But, we've got to cover this flank. GG, I think. 709.11. Didn't know quite what to do on that last round. This play was pretty critical, though. I think if we'd been able to get, should have just done the improved War Factory. Come on, Anna. Come on, man, you knew that. Forgot that I had it. Is what happened there. Too many moving parts that game with the craziness going on in chat. Welcome home, Toast. Hello, hello. That's pretty much the main job there. Welcome home. How was your Friday, Toast? We just hit. We were at 17. Okay, so we won. We were 6-1, then we lost one. Okay. So we beat Mosby, then we lost to Eloe. I know, rookie numbers for sure, Maverick Org. Haven't played this game. New game, who dis? 1708 is plus 84 for the day. And look, it's like we're playing serious. All right. I need to take a quick, just like a brain break for a moment to satisfy what the heck is going on with the. Why am I not hearing anything monitoring in? This is going to be a test follow. I just need to see why I'm not hearing it. You guys hear it. I see it go out. It's just not happening. We're going to try monitor only real quick just to see. That also seems to go out, but not to me. Well then. Why would it? I'm hearing all the game audio. Yes, it is. Welcome back to the team. I think. I stepped away to grab water, and I came back to 2 new mods whose mod grant date predates yours, but whose followage is lower than yours if they unfollowed to retest. Okay, why is this not? No. Yeah, Carry Sledge does. It's a critical mass build. There are a lot of critical mass builds, for sure. Let's we're gonna jump out to Streamlabs real quick. Chat, entertain yourselves. We're going off to look at things here. No, I don't need to download it. I just need the dashboard. Thank you. Alert box. What happening here? I just like force refresh it. That's not right because you guys are hearing it and we're seeing it. Don't understand. Well, maybe I just ignore it because it's not affecting you guys. It's only affecting me. Probably the right answer, honestly. It's just frustrating that we're Right, right. Unplug it and plug it back in. That would be what? Like headphones? No, that's working. Yeah, tech support. All right, we're going to shake it off. We're going to focus on our next match. Problem not actually solved, but if we can get the ADHD brain back, quick, go mad with power mods. Indeed. Indeed. I mean, honestly, it probably is. I mean, you guys are joking, but it probably is a, because I've noticed this a couple of times before where I slept the system at the end of the night instead of just doing a full reboot before starting stream. And, you know, oh man, you matched me against an almost 1900. Now you're matching me down into the 1500s. Right. Game has no idea what my real MMR should be right now. Like, bro, I can't tell. What are you even doing here? All right. Come back to something that we just want to do, right? Let me just start here. Add a chaff clear. Now, one theory with quick supply is that you throw down all the money on turn one and have the maximum possible impact in the game early, and figure it out later as the game develops, whether you really want to commit to the things you just did. Second theory is to save some of that money and have it available next time out. So I'm going to have it available to respond, but we're going to be very offset down here in the right-hand side. I want kind of a concentration of forces. We may build out a symmetrical board from this position. We'll see what happens where opponent is. Opponent is full aggro left side with a third sledge. So just going to count on sledges. So hounds are a pretty bad choice into just going to count on sledges, honestly. They're not the ideal. Not the ideal build here. How much are the tower hit point and attack upgrades? That's a very good question. But they cost 100. Quick supply definitely can do +1/+1 on round one, getting +12% attack and +15% hit points. If they came out and saw what they thought was a mirror, that might be a good starting investment, right? Yeah, if there was a specific breakpoint you were trying to hit or something, or you're in a direct mirror, sledge v sledge, you wanted to change breakpoints there so that they were taking one more shot to kill and you were taking one fewer shot. I actually thought about just throwing down sledges of my own. How do I feel about that? Commit to an honorable sledge war? He's gone to 5 sledges. No item on any of them, so we should win this head-to-head. And then we need techs into them next turn. Zadri says we should have saved money for a round 4 factory. This may actually be why I have struggled with MMR this season. Is I am not hyper fixated on getting to Titans. I said at the start of the season, I said at the end of season 3 that this was going to be the season 4 was going to be the season of the Titans. The age of the Titans is upon us, was what I said, but haven't actually adjusted my own game to that, I think. Beautiful. You get Mech Rage. We go with 2 of you. Does opponent... Oh, wait. What breakpoints do we change here? Health gives them 1 extra shot for KOing, right? It pushes us up to... 30, 36, yeah. They need 1 more shot to kill us. Both sides take the mirrored Mech Rage. Opponent in 4 Marksman. We're in 4 Phoenix. I mean, 2 packs of, but 4 units of. So, very mirror right now. We need a much better shaft board. He's got a level here that is painful. We have that breakpoint change that helps us. And our Phoenix is lined up opposite the leveled sledge. You are waiting impatiently on the building update. I will be... To be clear, I will be streaming from the... I'll be streaming from the tech... that test branch, from the test server. What I am streaming I cannot say, because we will be under NDA. Unless it's been announced somewhere. Lady Naween, thank you for the follow earlier. Appreciate that. You followed, I think, this morning, right? As one of the, presumably coming over from one of the StarCraft 2 famous folk. Much appreciated. It says, I always feel so bad for the tiny chaff. They're so cute, and they just run to their deaths. Poor little guys. Yes, we will try to teach Lady Naween Carrie Fang. That is the resurgence of the little guy, for sure. I'd love to take that level. Go ahead and just take that level. Maybe I do. Sure, you go away. We take this level. Did you get to see, Lady Naween? Oh, hey, gift sub! Much appreciated. Thank you so much, Toast. Toast with the patron of the arts status in this channel. The lead gifter all time. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the warm welcome to Lady Naween. Let's let you go up that side. Oh, right. What else can we do here? Missile you out to keep you from leveling. That would be interesting. Fight you one sledge up. Also pick up the marksman that targets our one itemized unit. All good. So opponent has like 4 more marksmen into a whole bunch of new crawlers that he may not have seen coming. We need to get these fangs involved in the fight. Right now they are arriving too late to be of any use. They're arriving kind of ahead of, or behind these guys instead of ahead of them. The Phoenix are dead. So it feels to me like we need to range the Phoenix and range the sledge. That'll be 800 on round 5. That's fine. We can afford it. Skip them. Sell them. Range them. Range them. And then it'll be 3 more. Three more of all of you. We're kind of doing some... I want the chaff splitting a bit, if I can. And I want it arriving at kind of staggered intervals. That it's not... Yeah, so units have to rotate to engage with them. They're not getting to hit 3 crawlers wide. They're just hitting what they hit. Is this it out here now? Gotta get this level going. Don't need any of those. Oh, we've gone to giants. Excellent. Bring it, sir. What are your fort techs? Wrong. Okay, we can beat you in a fort mirror. Are you in... You took super supply. We cannot afford to take forever getting a fort mirror running because he'll eventually just outmoney us, right? Hey. I'm here now. Do you want to play? I'm here to play. We are on a clock. He took super supply, we didn't. So we're absolutely on a clock there. I'm expecting him to take anti-air barrage on it and throw down at least 2 more. Really don't know what else I want to do. I'm thinking about possibly selling a chaff just to reposition it. There's 2 more. Nothing yet. He went with Elite Marksman on these guys? No. Nothing back there. Still no range here. He's just letting us win the Sledge Mirror as though he's not in danger of being knocked out. Maybe he doesn't see that he's in danger of being knocked out. Then maybe he thinks he's got time to bring out the Giants and then start teching the Giants. Fair enough. It may work. He actually did delete this thing right off the front, which is frustrating. We'll sell it, I think. But giving levels to the fort's not the best of ideas. On the other hand, we outrange everything on the board. We kill everything on the board. Justin Evans' fun story today. I was playing a game where the person did the whole 3 wasp flank situation, and I said, someone must watch Amarok. They wrote back, oh, and started to sell out of it. Love it. Love it. That's amazing. Silly. Very, very silly of you guys. Okay. Void Eye on the line. Good night. Don't mind. Don't mind spending on that. What else are we doing here? What are we doing with our last 700, gang? Now we need real chaff clear again. Okay. Well, I have an answer for real chaff clear. That's fine. As long as we don't die out this round, please. Kill the forts, please, gang. That would help a lot. You might know. Okay. That's fine. You got paired against an 1850 and clenched clock zombie? Fun. Did you turn it into a W, or what happened? We already have them unlocked. No! Shoot! Alright, we need a different answer here. Alright, we go all the way back to you. Are we war criming? We've got incendiary. Okay, perfect. Good enough. let's try this fight without chaff, sir. Tower down. Fangs, handle the wasps, please. That's your job. Tower down. Let's go. Let's go, sledges. There is only one honorable unit. Only one honorable unit, and it is the carry sledge. Do not go up against Amarok in a carry sledge game. Cytokinesis learning that the hard way. Honorable unit. Hey, we did require a war crime Vulcan, it's true. This is the Desgra unit. There it is. War crime Vulcan, Desgra for sure. Honor. I tried honor all game long. I only once, had a very honorable opponent. We built nothing but sledges and fangs. Dark sledge magics are greater than honorable sledgehammers. Oh, dear. Well, that one was fun, gang. That one was a lot of fun. Okay, are we going to try to force... Goodness, is there any chance we come up against somebody who doesn't just insta-recognize and correctly defend Carrie Fang? Can we pull Carrie Fang off? For the glory for the little guys build? I lost, but it was glorious. I love it. Carrie Fang hacker, Zedri says. That's true. The invitational players weren't playing that, right? All right, Decaf says, here we go. We're forcing it. Carrie Fangs. Now this, to be clear, this build is for Lady Naween. We're dedicating this one to a new follower and newly gifted subscriber today. So this build, this next game is dedicated to you. Hopefully you're still here. We were 6-2, now we're 7-2. Win 1. 1722 is plus 98 for the day. That is solid. I'm here, learning and watching. So I did ask earlier, and I apologize. 72 and win 1. That is not a... I don't think I typed the set record command correctly. What do you guys think? I don't have 72 wins today? You sure? Fine. Fine, we have 7 wins, 2 losses. I can't tell a lie on the internet anymore. Goodness. Haven't won 72 games win today? Slacking. 72 games, 1 win. All right. Jerome will 100% request. Yes, who would go on the internet and tell a lie? Isn't everybody honest? There we go. Channel point predictions are up. Your bet, just to be clear, your bet is basically, can Amarok pull off Carrie Fang stealthily or quickly enough that Zerom doesn't respond to it in time? That is the bet. The bet is not who is the better player. The bet is just for this one game. The force is Carrie Fangs. We didn't have the don't have the other half, so it's not necessarily forced Fang hacker. Yeah, okay, Thonix, go ahead. Yeah, we are in the money with Fort Fang. I agree, said Pseudo. Can we look? We just want to disguise the Carrie Fang for like 1 turn. Just don't want him to recognize it on turn 1. Okay, so we're gonna have four gap to there. You need to be out one. You need to be out two. You're coming back to a perfectly reasonable, nothing suspicious about a flank screening Fang on turn one. And there'll be a apparent marksman. Now, carry Fang into Tarantula, that's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. Opponent adds some Fangs of their own, plays relatively defensive. Okay. Starbright says, telegraph carry Fang immediately, then win anyways through the sheer power of man with gun. Hey, maybe that was the right call. But it is not what we took. Now, carry Fang techs in order. Generally either range or mech rage, depending on whether you need to outrange opponents' units. Tarantula outranges us 80 to 75. So we want to make sure we never get outranged. Are we bold enough to mech rage for the extra damage? I think we might be, you know. I think we might just mech rage for the extra damage. But we win round one. That's a start. That's a start. Improved firepower control sounds like a plan. The telegraph version of Carry Fang was to sell one of these on round one so that we could do triple deploy, sell the other one, and have the 300 for one of the techs on round two. Actually, hold up. We did not do that. Now, we're trying to create a exploitable gap right here, right? Not sure where this thing goes yet. We can't take any of the techs yet, but we can improve the damage. So we'll take the plus 12% attack. It gets them up to 68 attack. They can do some damage despite armor. It won't be much. Opponent taking a whole bunch more crawlers. Has nothing that answers the Fangs yet. And now, if he's got the monies, he could throw down... He can throw down triple Mustang. He could throw down one Mustang and range. But right now he's in a whole bunch of crawler. So to start winning on round 3, I think we're going to take the Mech Rage first, sell this guy, Mech Rage through these crawlers as best as we can, and throw down 3 more of them if possible. Good night, Zalex. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. We definitely have the moderator coverage at the moment. So I do hope you feel better, my friend. Okay, hold up here. Normally we would just sell that to get it out of the way, right? I haven't played into Carry Fangs in a while. Nobody has. It is by request for a player, for sure, right now. Okay. We're taking extra speed. Now, let's talk about a couple of specifics. We have left 4 gaps all over the map for forts to fit into. So that is part of this Carry Fang build. We are trying to get this tower as quickly as possible. Right off the rip, if we can. One thing we are not doing is putting crawlers on, putting Fangs on the line. If you deploy your Fangs on the line, it feels like they're closer to the enemy tower, but the correct answer is drill, replicate, crawler. right on the line. He turns all of your fangs into enemy units, and you know, that goes badly. Surprise. That goes poorly. Who is going to get their level first? I think it's gonna be you. You're the new hero here. Opponent tries the Fire Badger on the flank. We've also got Fire Badger on the flank. He ranged the tarantulas. We're in trouble this round. But we will slap down the giants next turn, and it'll be fine. They get the tower, so that's going to mitigate a bunch of the damage. If we can get this guy down before our tower goes. Thank you, much appreciated. And then have him waste a lot of time walking. It looks like the splash is going to finish off these fangs. So... Ooh, well, those are some good things for us. Fund the giant transition, I think. Next thing up is a fort. If we were in a absolutely teched for it 100% build, we would have the forts would do production fang as well. But we're gonna sell you to be able to afford the range. Fire Badgers down here can probably get slowed down, I think, is what we need. We got a level here, which is interesting. Look, we're just gonna let you do your little thing. Go help out on that flank. I don't know how this is gonna go, but it's the right step towards us. So round 4, we've already got double teched fangs, range and speed. At least one of them has gotten a level. You know what? No, we'll leave it here. This is the most important one to protect, I think. Opponent is trying Rhino. Has armor available. Armor on the Rhino will help a bunch. You can see our mech-raged fangs doing a lot of work into the crawlers. Not quite enough. Rhino has punched through a whole bunch of things. This guy should get some good tower timing. Our marksman was too slow. He's useless. And that is it for us for this round. Turn up the volume, Amarok. You gotta get this build going, sir. Is there something we can sell? No. Is there... Oh, really? Okay, well... We're not pressing forward on this side at all, right? We're just not getting anywhere there. Just do extra damage out there if possible. Man, I'd love to have one more fort right now. We're gonna lock out... We'll lock out Vulcan so he doesn't get war crimes accidentally. We've agreed to create a no man's land over there. Underground, a good choice from him for the crawlers. Makes them a lot more dangerous in terms of getting close to the fangs. Will this guy get a level back here? That would be handy. What about you? You haven't gotten it. You're not, like, getting kills. What is even wrong with you? Why aren't you getting kills? 2468. We'll be down at about 1,000 after this round. That port has picked up a level. These guys... Yeah, okay. Where are we at? 1098. Let's go. Port so far. I was getting out-muscled. Yes. I almost blocked the melter. But at this stage of the game, whatever you see is... This is just full commit to the build. So... Can we get you involved in the fight quicker? We just take hit points. He's gonna meme as well, okay? Oh my goodness, let's go! Let's go! Should win this round, should win the game. That is a pretty good finish, but... We've gotten in on the right side tower. We get the right side tower. Never? Never? Oh, you're in. Retreat. They can be beasts. I think he just wanted to knock out. He did not want efficient. He wanted to knock out on round 6. Redeploy. Interesting. Very interesting. What if we get here? I'm going to take that. We want all the levels. We're always going to just hyper accelerate the game with the levels. Nope. We don't need any more fangs. If you have too many fangs, you actually spread the experience too thin. So what we're looking for here is a more along the lines of, like, get through and get a tower there. An honorable no abyss duel. Gun-launched missile, such a great unit. Such a great tech. For those, if you're not familiar with Mountain, this is I think, the #1 tech to take early. 2250 damage at a 200 range, right? Is that a 180 range? It's basically like, if you like Rocket Punch on your fort, this is a Rocket Punch that reloads over and over. It is the best way to pop shield bubbles. We are trying to get in on this tower. If we can get that tower taken time, which we do, it's going to create some problems for opponents' mountains. You'll notice we have stealthily turned this into Amarok's big stompy forts. Wait a moment. Honorables. Coming from the same guy that once jabbed a fang. True. I don't know what to say about that. Do we want the Phoenix? Sure, we'll take the Phoenix. Again, we're thinking of... Alright, Fangs get levels. Do Fangs ignite now? That's the question, chat. Throw down ignite? Or throw down more fort? It's carry Fang, Emma, not carry Fort. It would be Desgra to rely on the forts, or on the forts as the carry unit, right? Surely. Hold up. Now they shoot forever. Did he turn them into Nerf guns? He did. Oh no. Oh no, you nerfed them. He's given them the minus 75% attack. That's probably not the right choice, I think. But both sides have the Phoenix. That's good. But yeah, you can see that he's just nerfed his ability to bring down barriers or anything. Lord. 75%. Yes, it's a killer otherwise. GG, well played, Zerom, and I deeply appreciate you leaning into the me. Into the meme. Just because that was fun content, right? This is the thing. You run into somebody like Zerom. We've played Zerom probably a half dozen times. He's always friendly, right? This is what I love about this game. You don't get the salty. You get this... Wait. Hold up. You're telling me that was Probably not. But, you get somebody like this. He's like, wait a sec. You were forced into a build. Great. I will also meme because it's fun. This is what I love about the game, guys. If you are thinking about getting this game, this is the community that you're going to get. Right? It is not salty, sweaty, try hard, bust out the exact same carbon, you guys know what I meant. Carbon copy, thank you. Build every single game. That's not what you're going to get. You've been thinking about getting this game. This is the kind of fun that you're looking forward to. Yeah, okay. At 600 MMR, you're going to run into some neckbeard misogynist, sweaty tryhard who gets salty because This is a quote from an opponent. Well, yeah, my strategy was way better than yours. You only won because of melting points and flanks. Son, if your strategy were good, it would have handled melting points and flanks. Oh, never mind. We do get our share of toxic and salty players, and so there is good. Let me just showcase real quick. I'm not going to actually do this because Zerum does not deserve to be blocked. But a quick little block, a quick little report, you're done. If enough people report a player, they are automatically dropped. You start with a community rating of 1,000. We've maxed out because we're well. We are well respected in the community, so we've maxed out our community rating. But if you don't tick these guys, don't click those buttons. I promise you don't want to click this one especially. You don't want to see what's happening in the 501 public chat with that button pressed. I promise. But if you community rating, did we figure out what the number to drop under is? It's either 600 or 800. If you drop below 600 or 800, whatever it is, that's what gets filtered here. And it's really, you just don't bother. So yeah, don't click that one. Don't click that one. Get rid of the. Here is your button. Here is your button. It says 600 on the second bullet point. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I knew that was around here somewhere. That is your hide. Unclick this in order to hide the racists, the misogynists, the political spammers, etc. Has Mecha Mini Masters already happened? Okay. Yeah, if you are at 1,300, it means you're a good boy, Decaf. It absolutely is. And yeah, forget Freeman. I mean, I'm taking care not to publicize the public channels just because whoever's there does not need to have our yes, it's why we run into people with censored names that we don't remember blocking. It is unchecked by default right now, CatSameU. So it should be unchecked for most of you. It's just if somebody was going through things and was like, oh yeah, I don't care about whatever. And then they're like, oh my god, no, the chat is pretty toxic. The devs have an anti-censorship bias, they live in communist China. They have developed an anti-censorship bias. They don't want to shut off your freedom of speech, even if somebody is pretty darn toxic. So this was the best that they could come up with, as kind of a compromise between their values and providing a good experience for new users. I mean, you guys have seen. I do have some Cookie Carter starts. Just like this is some positioning that I literally went and worked out in the training grounds. Like, you've seen me on stream stop, go over to the training grounds, and work out a new chaff and initial deployment. Right? Like, okay, has Mecha Mini Masters happened? The answer is no, that has not yet happened. We're plus 120 today. So let me that starts in 1 hour and 12 minutes. Now I've got to update something because we have some breaking news. For those of you who were expecting to see a co-stream with Nathanias. Nathanias has had a unpredictable, unforeseen come up that is going to prevent him from being here tonight. So we're not getting the co-stream with Nathan tonight. I am disappointed, but I'm excited to announce our replacement caster, who a pooch that you all will know and love. If you do not know and love Pooch, if you do not know and love the Pooch, there's his link. This is one of the all-time. Oops, nope. We wanted to shout out a Poochie. I don't care about shouting out myself. I didn't even know that was possible. He is one of the all-time great players. One of the chill, most awesome. I'm sorry I couldn't land Bob Ross. I do apologize. But he's one of the most chill, awesome streamers. He was my teammate in the Triple Threat Tricksters, which we won the first season of, did not win the second season of, but so I'm co-champions with Apucci. It is, yes, he runs great music on his VODs. He is super informative because each and every match that he faces, he will stop and rethink the later rounds to see if there was a better line. You can learn so much about the game from Apucci. True story, Gramps. But I really love him. I'm super excited and deep appreciation. I literally had to reach out to him this morning, less than 10 hours before the cast starts, to line him up, and deeply appreciate him having the grace and flexibility to be able to work that in. Yeah, happy little scorpions. Bob Ross, there you go. So very excited about that. I just hope that everything's going well for Nathan. I really enjoyed getting to co-stream with him the last two rounds of the Mecha Mini Masters. And there are a couple of other streams that will be streaming those. That's just our casting duo, if you will. I'm feeling my gumption is high right now. My gumption is high. I want to mark the Carry Fang game redeemed, and I want to come out aggro with Ball and Hound. Now, we're going to think, I know there's a whole bunch of new players, so I'm going to explain one of the precepts of the aggressive build and positioning. So a couple of things you want to be thinking about. One is speeds. So the steel balls are going to be moving at 16 meters per second. The hounds are going to be moving at 10 plus 4, so we're going to be up to 14 meters per second. So our chaff clear is going to keep up with our steel balls. And, we don't want to add something like a Fang, which moves at 6 meters per second, just because it's going to get left behind, right? No unit left behind. We want things that move fast with this build. Now, this is kind of a ballpark. Let's take a look at the recommended formations. Here is, okay, so we have two aggro-ish builds. This is what you would call almost a it's a late aggro build from kind of deep, and then relying on, this is something that Forgotten Arbiter's been running recently. B-Man's running it right now. I don't think I like that. We have run out of time to make a great formation out here, but one of the things I'm thinking about is making sure that I have room for a war factory or something on this corner. So I made a 7x7 gap right out here, and that'll be intended as a finishing play. There's a whole lot of excitement about the game right now, today in particular, of course, because of the Beastie Cutie Invitational. That tournament has brought a whole lot of new viewers, etc. Would love for you guys, if you are new to the game, ask some questions. If I'm doing something and not explaining it, I'm missing what I'm intending to do here. I really want to be explaining the game to you guys in a way that is making sense, so that you guys are learning some of the fundamentals. Yes, YM Gramps. You're saying that these initial formations include planned holes for later units is actually more important. Does the extended range Heartlight help? No, we're already in Hound. We don't want to do extended range. Elite Hacker, probably not for me. Mobile Beacon, very useful for an attacker. And Deployment Module is probably one of the strongest things to be able to redeploy a unit that doesn't normally redeploy. But anyways, coming back to the Coming back to the idea here, there's some 4 gaps for giants. There's some, I think there's a 5x5 in here for a overlord if needed. There's what is actually more than a 7x7 gap out here for the, in order to give us the ability to throw down a war factory or whatever else. We'll put you here. What other units have good speed and can keep up with our push? Phoenix has a 16 meter per second. Opponent has nothing that flies. So we're going to be in the air on round 2. Oh, wait a sec. We don't actually need the second mobile beacon. That was silly. I'm going to take the Phoenix, let it split up like that. I want that group to go there. Since we're leaving this side of the board completely empty, we're going to raise the tower level on that left side tower. Tower normally has 3,400 hit points. Hello. And when you lose the tower, it's debuffed. All of your units are debuffed for 9 seconds. The level 2 tower over here has 23,400 and gives away a 7-second debuff. This shallow flank crawler, as you can see, pulled a whole bunch of opponents' units out of the way and left us a spot for that mobile beacon. We will probably wind up in rat beacons later, but that pull, right, we created this empty wedge of opponents' units. Oh yes, each grid square being 10 meters is great info for positioning, that's true. Something that people should know. Right, so if we come back and watch this on round 2, you'll see that that tower take was not an accident, right? We took the mobile beacon, we ran all the way in on it, and we got that tower take early in the round. We were always going to win by air anyways, but you won 276 to 46. That's a close game, Decaf. I had to go carry Fangs after forcing Amarok too. So now there are Carry Fang builds on the ladder today. I'm gonna throw that one back to Rotterdam 08, who I was watching earlier. He got excited on some Carry Fang games, threw out a couple of them. Just love to see it. New players running fun builds, and of course with a bunch of new players, they don't all know the counters. Jerome, to be clear, Jerome knew the counter and chose not to play it. It's the only reason we win that game. Hi. You remember that trick we just did on the other side? Where there was a shallow crawler to pull opponents' units the wrong direction. Probably shallow crawler here-ish. To pull units the wrong direction, I think. If I care about you, probably not. Remember that extra mobile beacon we can get? We've gotten one from the game devs. Thank you very much. We've gotten one from up here. You know what? All this single target can just go straight to that tower, please. Have a hound back there. Opponent left that. I mean, he had so many things to try and answer, right? There are just one too many possibilities on that board. Couldn't cover everything. Left a level 1 tower for a worm to go get. Again, we used this shallow flank to control opponent's movement in order to create that space for ourselves. So one of the key skills to develop in this game is the ability to control your opponent's movements and see where you can, earn an edge by forcing him into the wrong matchups or forcing him to leave something open. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out for us. As clever as it was, it looked like a fun play. He's won the near side with the level 2 Wraith. We are here for your souls. Excellent. Oh, we've died. Wraith Wraith and dogs beating a worm. Hate to see it. I think those are, what is this? Ignite fire badgers. So that's a pretty poor build for opponent long term. It's fine for right now. You guys are going to do Mech Rage to improve your cleaning rate, I think. You guys go that way. You guys go all the way over there? Maybe? How do we feel about that, chat? We still only have the one air unit. Everybody's ground units burn, that's fine. Ignite on the fire batter. Now, question for you. What is the theoretical rate at which Ignite does nothing to another unit? Wonderboat just figured this out. If you were in the Mag 1 channel earlier today, you got this answer handed to you on a platter. What can we do to turn the Ignite back off? And it's a trick question, right? Because the tech doesn't actually turn Ignite off. It is just going to negate all of the data here. Go ahead and, if a moderator could pay that out, thank you. You guys could put up a Gamba for this one as well if you want. Hammerrock never takes scorpions. True story. So, here's the way this one works. Ignite blocks 60 damage per level per time that the unit takes damage. Ignite claims that it does 6% hit point per second, but in fact it does 1.2% of hit points per 0.2 of a second, which means that a level 2 unit is blocking 120 points of Ignite damage. Which, you know, if you're not good at math or anything, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. And then we're going to take the scorpions. Opponent has finally kind of closed down the board for us. So it created a whole bunch more problems for us. They're just straight in all of that. So Ignite is going to be a lot worse against the steel balls this time. As you can see, the steel balls are not really caring very much. They will eventually, right? Because they are still taking... They're taking more than 1 damage per tick. It's just nowhere near as bad as it had been. The armor is also very good against the Mustangs. This is the other reason that all of a sudden the board is going much better for us than for opponent. I think we might be in trouble, though. He's going to go Elite Hacker to hack the steel balls next. And we're in so much trouble here. Yeah, I agree, Pine. I agree. I'd make that bet if I could. What are we doing here? So you'll notice in our 7x7 gap, we left a we left a little bit of room in front of us, in front of the board. Oh, also, was it just me or did we need a chaff clear here-ish, right? Something like that. We're not letting any of you guys get kited off the wrong direction. Just want them going forward. I think you guys could go... You just punch forward. Cause problems. We'll see where the hackers are. No hackers. He's gone for Phantom Ray instead. Alright. Puts him in a whole bunch of air units. Now I'm thinking anti-air wasp with enough units on the ground to intercept. Not much left in the air for opponent. This is a efficient maintenance abyss because, you know, if we lose this round, the game's over, fine. But if we win it, it's going to take more than 1 or even 2 rounds to knock this person down and out. The missile sounds could be a tad less loud. Yeah. I have also made that a little bit worse by being up in the this extended camera view. So I can show you guys after the game, but there's an extended camera view that we are using. So we've been losing this side, right? So that is the place we're going to be bombarding. It has to be doing this, right? Surely. But also just air cheese something back here. Nobody's done air cheese against us all day long. I'm kind of expecting it. Right. There's a melter, and we've actually driven basically right to that melting point. That is gonna suck. But the melter getting locked onto all the steel balls and such isn't great for it. Finally gets the lock that he wants. One more set of missiles. Nope, not quite. Didn't get it. Mobile beacon killed me on this round. We mobile beaconed right into it. If we just left the darn thing alone, it would have been better. I'd literally just let those units run. All right. I'm gonna have to take a quick break to cook dinner before this tournament starts. So I'm probably gonna take a break away from the game, clear my mind, take the L. It's fair. These things happen. For that, we're probably gonna do something like run words on stream or something for you guys to have something going while I'm away. You don't want to leave full stop. I know you guys will have other channels on Twitch that you might want to go check out for the duration, but come back. We're starting this tournament in 50 minutes, 5-0, with Amarok and Apuchi. So I will be back well before that. I just need to get the cooking done first. I'll put on this 3266 minus 760. I'm going to check through chat and make sure there weren't any questions or something that I missed there. So if you asked a question, I will come back to that as well before I disappear here. Minus 16. So we're plus 100 for the day already. Nom well. It's exactly. I've got some like half pre-cooked. Hey, Nadertot, welcome in. Fellow Mecha and other things content creator. What were you last playing, man? RimWorld? Excellent. Also going to shout out our guild Discord. This is not Amarok specific Discord. This is a Mechabellum Guild Discord. It's invite only. It's got the motto, be a good sport, be a gentleman, win or lose. Redeem 100 rocks. I think it's on discount. I think it's on 10 rocks right now for the invite. But then you've got to agree to the rules. No racism, no sexism, no homophobia, and be polite, win or lose is the essentials. Yes, if I break 2K MMR, we have a wager with Incarsus, so 20 subs. We're not there right now, but we are plus 104 for the day. It's a pretty solid day, honestly. Not gonna lie, I'm not disappointed with that one. Any day you're above 500 and plus MMR is a good day for where you are. Were there other questions before that? Dodging yourself to death. Yes, that was exactly right. Yeah, I'll have to explain the ignite a bit. Turn decaf off and fly out of it. Air pivot would have set that ignite to 0, Medstev. You're not wrong. I don't have a translator handy, so you're facing opponent. Opponent was the winner of that one. Leo, we're gonna switch frames here. We'll switch over to words on stream. It'll probably take me. Generally, when we do this, we wind up with 2 games of words on stream. If you've never played words on stream before, it is a interactive chat game. We have hit a recent record. Yeah, you are seeing that right. This channel's record is 123. Our second best was 50, and that record set was aided by some folks that aided by some ringers, let's say. But if you enjoy your words on stream, here's the way that it goes. You've got a jumbled up word. You are guessing letters, guessing words in chat. The more correct guesses we get, there you go. Somebody guessed successfully. Saishuheiki guesses success successfully. Now, you will notice that Toast, Medstev, and Saishuheiki all have little icons next to their name. They are locked out of making a successful guess until after the timer counts down to this little icon there. There you go. Now, as everybody's unlocked, they can guess again. Cusses, great one from Medstev. Sus, love it. Can't say Mew. And again, those two are locked out. You can see the countdown timer reaching the lock and goes through. Mods will have to be a little bit on every now and then. Automod will, knock off a valid word. There's plenty of things that have a valid English meaning, but also have been relatively sexualized lately. There are valid words here, so we just have to make sure that those get enabled. We advance or fail to advance as a team. You can see a goal of 55 out of 27. We're definitely going to be advancing. Individuals will also be scoring, and you can see the little numbers under the letters. 3 for a C, 1 for everything else on this board. And hey, we got it perfect, so plus 5 letters. Saishuheiki opened the scoring with the success, closed the scoring with the last word, and is still only in second place because Medstev got a higher score. Decaf, Toast94, Incarsus, and Cat Same You also contributing. Streamer is walking away. You guys are on your own, but do be warned. Level 6 is still standard. From level 7 on, you're going to start seeing things like fake letters, hidden letters, limited number of guesses, longer minimum word. So pay attention to the rules, call the rules out to each other, and when it gets difficult, start calling out the valid word in all caps. Once you know valid word, the valid longest word, you can just call that out in chat for each other. Good luck. You guys are on your own from here. I'll be back. Very nice work. You guys are through level 21, advancing to level 23. It just keeps getting harder and harder. Medstev, top of the table, really carrying right now. Can't say Mew having a great game as well. Pat normally says they drop off after it gets to the 5-letter minimum, scoring very well this turn. Amarok, Turbo, and Decap all on the board. Saishu Heki, Decaf, Fluffiest Princess, Free Flyer, Civic, Incarsus, Toast, CFT, Turbo 164, Selma Cinerinius, and Ocellatus all on the board. Boom! Perfect! And Decaf coming through with Erupt in the last seconds. Medstep, top of the table. Beware of the Fog, and Decaf having great rounds. Saishu Heiki, Sarah Lazen, and Turbo all scoring this round. That's got your leaderboard. Medstev, Cat, Saishu Heiki, Decaf, Fluffiest Princess, Free Flyer, Civic, and Incarsus. We go on to level 28. I don't know if you guys noticed how that ending of that one went. Medstev fed me Lapis to get us through the last letter, last word there. Of course, Medstev can only get so many letters, can only get so many words, but can feed you guys some of the words that exist. So do watch for anything in caps is information for you guys in the... no, it's actually really good form. It's really good strategy, Medstev. Like, you could be sitting there collecting 6, 7, and 8 letter words for yourself and feeding us the 5s. Right? Cigar is valid for this. A is one of the hiddens. L is, I think, right? Yeah, L is the other hidden. So A and L are the hiddens. Well, that is where our day comes to an end. We are about 23 minutes out from this tournament. That'll be our last words on Friend of the Evening. Well played. Level 33, just to clarify, before we had those two crazy games earlier this week, level 33 would have been our third best all time. It's now our fifth best all time. But still, tremendous work. Medstev with a 300-point game. Let's go! Can't Say Mew and Saishu Heiki breaking 90. Decaf in the 70s. Amarok just nudging out Fluffiest Princess for 5th place. Beware of the Fog. Turbo 164. Flyer, Free Flyer, Civic, Incarsus, Sarah Lays, and Toast 94, Hackmanic, CFT, Cheese Mechabellum, Salma Cineranius, and Ocelotus Gaming, all on the scoreboard. We had 18 players score. In fact, we had 9 score on the last round. Sarah Lays not shown. GG's, folks. Let us call it good. Now, you were thinking agile. Okay. I'm going to make sure that I am all set up. So one of the things we're going to do real quick, we're going to restart the client. We're going to probably try to run an ad now so that we've got full control over the ads when the tournament starts. Those of you who see ads, all you're missing, well, you can't hear my voice, to know that all you are missing is the black screen while we restart. You'll also probably miss the splash screen. I'm so sorry. I know you guys really wanted to see the Mechabellum splash screen. Let me make sure that Apucci does have permission to the broadcast booth. Beautiful. That should all work. Commands should all work. Did we get him in for casters? We did. Did we get him in for duo? Yes, we did. All right. So, welcome in to those of you who saw the Beastie Cutie Mechabellum Invitational. Yes, indeed. I was supposed to. So, as part of trying to line this up so that it all dovetailed beautifully, we had reached out to Pig X5 and Nathanius to try and get some StarCraft 2 casters for the Mecha Mini Masters. The Mecha Mini Masters have been the last 2 weeks, running from 8 down to 3 players at the moment. Apucci is one of the all-time greats. Now, when Pig had to decline on scheduling grounds, Nathanius had something come up today that prevents him from being here. So I didn't find out that we were going to have to make a change until about 10 hours before Tourney, maybe 9 hours before Tourney, reached out to Apucci because he is one of the all-time great Mechabellum players and one of the all-time great Mechabellum streamers. I think I would take him as the single best currently streaming all the time player. Which one of us is going to be color and which one is going to be technical? I mean, I would let Apucci do whichever one he wants. Likely, I am the color caster, the color commentary, and Apucci should be the analysis, the analytical, etc. But we haven't talked about it. We do have 20 odd minutes, so while we're waiting for Apucci, while we're waiting for the players to get ready, and all of that, we'll probably get back out on ladder one more time. Can we finish a game in 20 minutes? You want Lackmind wants Amarok to be the technical and Apucci to be the color. I mean, you're not wrong in that Apucci could, if we did it that way, like, it sounds silly, but Hackmanic, if Apucci were describing where his eye is looking at the board as boards are playing out, that's valuable information to a new player. Right? Training where your eye is on the board is amazing. It's an amazing skill. And then I would be trying to, his explanations might actually be to the 1800 to 2300 level players. My explanations will always be aimed at bringing that down to, make it digestible for those of you who are 700 MMR to 1700 MMR, you know? We've got a channel point predictions up. Yes, all the tech bug can be annoying for sure. That was one of the reasons we restart here. Lackmine says, now I feel attacked. Thanks, buddy. I didn't mean to attack you. Not directly. If there was an indirect bruising, I apologize. I just want to run big stompy forts. It's my comfy spot. I just want to build big forts. I like big forts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. When a fort walks in with a really fly skin and a big gun in your face, you get done. Maybe you are done. You are done probably fits the rap a little bit better. All right. Yeah, about 20 minutes to that tournament starts, and welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We're just playing one game on ladder for before tourney. You know what? I'm going to put the sledges here. And I think we're going to rely on Arclight instead of Hound for this one. Again, I just want to have big stompy forts and ranged chaff clear. That's our intention here. Why are these Arclights on the outside? First off, they will prevent any kind of flank cheese with a crawler by being 10 meters behind the tower. They will always aggro to something in the flank instead of something up here, just because it's closer. Good enough. Second thing is most people who would run a symmetrical formation would put the sabers inside. We want the Arclights outside where they're going to deal with the crawlers and the hounds. Opponent has obliged by making a formation that our Arclights are going to get to feed on level 2 crawlers and hounds without getting locked on the Sabertooth. The last 7 units on opponent's board should be the 2 sabers and these 5 hounds. That should be the last. Okay, sorry, 4 hounds, my bad. Might even be 3 hounds. In fact, it's just going to be... Okay, I was totally wrong. The outside holds. We've broken the middle somehow with our sledges. Let's go. And now it's, people do like to say saber counters sledge, but in my opinion, saber one-shots sledge in round 1, but by the end game, this is way too slow to be clearing sledges. It works for round 1 just because they have so much hit point, and I have no single target DPS, right? So he wins the round. He's got the two sabers left, 400 hit points. Great. If we had any real DPS on the board, it would have been a different story. We don't want mass-produced sabers. We don't want mass-produced overlords. We're playing big stompy forts. Maybe intensive could be fun. Intensive could be fun. Okay, I can see that. And we'll take a guess one way or the other. But opponent has no upshoot right now. We're just going to take a unit that flies so that he has to buy a unit that shoots up next turn, or buy it this turn, right, if he's clever. I honestly feel like this is the meta right now. Buy a Phoenix or a Farseer on round 2. And I think the right choice is almost always Phoenix. Not everybody's doing it. Our guy here has leveled, he took the intensive and leveled the hounds right up the middle. So, he's elite specialist. He's also added 2 marksmen. So that's his answer to the potential Phoenix. He's also counting on the marksman as being good against the Arclights, good against the sledges. So right now, it's a good build for him. He should win this round as well. Hopefully our Phoenix have worked their way through the sabers in the middle. They do enough single target damage to get 1 down. Are they going to get the other one before the marksmen get them? Yeah. Yes. There we go. Definitive yes. Excited yes. Then they go down to the marksman. All good. Welcome back, Toast. We're about 13 minutes away from tournament at this point. It is not the in-game tournament, so it's not necessarily going to run right on schedule. There will be moderators making the game work, game facilitators making the game work. We don't actually need tarantulas to go with our with our arc lights, so I'm just going to buy 2 more arc lights and pick up some of this, a little of that, put a nice happy little arc light here, channel our inner Bob Ross. Do we want to just sell this guy? I don't know. We cause a problem up here? Maybe. Would leveling these guys make them survive the marksman? Yes, but it would feed experience to the marksman, so maybe we don't want to do that. I think we're planning on selling this guy next turn, but this turn I'm alright with it. What we don't want to do is run into the saber there. 2 extra damage. Okay, opponent is going Vulcan Marksman. We tend to beat Vulcan Marksman with a carry fort build. Right now, again, it's good for him. We're in what we think of as the long-term... We're in what we think of as the long-term scaling comp for this board. But opponent doesn't know that yet, and we've got to get the foot down for it early. By that I mean get the forts on the board. We got a little bit lucky with the Fangs being alive on the wrong side. That's allowed the Phoenix to live long enough to help bring the Vulcan down. There's enough left with some chaff that we should win the round on the marksman. This guy just bought us this round. If we don't keep this tarantula level 3 out on the far side, we lose that round. That's why we took it. That's why we're set. I suspect that is a tech. Okay, that is a moderator question. Leave that be for now, Decaf. I'll explain later. We're just gonna go ahead and hit him. Don't care about that one. We do care about this one. Are we bringing out 2 at once, or is it better to do 1 and give it a couple of friends? Who doesn't like friends? Your fort should have friends. Everybody should have friends. Nice, happy little forts have happy little friends. HP is a resource gaming, exactly. So we're going to have a fort. We're basically placing 3 units where he would not be dropping the javelin. He could conceivably jav this out. I think that is his best bet. If he does, then we have flight here. We're jabbing out his giant. He can't get it above 70,000 hit points, which is what the orbital javelin deals. He has, however, sold it, given up some experience. Elite recruited one over there. He makes us look like a Muppet by dodging our javelin. I'm sure that felt rewarding to the opponent. Correctly IDs what we're gonna do. Uh-oh, sir, are there crawlers chewing? You should never let crawlers chew on your Vulcan. Sir, that's just bad. Okay, it's also bad to let the crawlers chew on your marksman. Just a suggestion here. You might want to fix that problem. What happened there is he got locked onto the fortress with the Vulcan. We have all the late arriving and side arriving chaff. The fort does a great job of kind of tanking that. He'll needs to do something. He'll have to decide between Ignite and Scorch, I think. Does he run anything else? He's running both. Okay, he's got Ignite and Scorch. Do we just do the Farseer instead of the Storm? I think we do the Farseer instead of the Storm because it provides some anti-wasp coverage for us that we don't otherwise have. It also provides a source of photon for our For our forts, I'd like to have range on my chaff clear by round 3, so I'm a bit behind on that this game. It's fine. We'll bring, we want to sell you in order to just level straight opposite. Probably worth doing. Calling it good enough. Check into Discord, see what we got to figure out over here. Legally, that was a joke. Oh, he's elite spec. He used redeploy. No, what? He used the redeploy. Thank you, Decaf. I missed that one. Hello, Apucci. Welcome in. Hello. How are you doing? It's so nice to have you back in the game. How was your vacation? Excellent. Do you want to co-stream this? How do you want to set this up on the back end? Okay. All right. Well, let's make sure we get a good shout out for Apucci. There we go. Thank you very much, mods. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for agreeing to step in on very short notice. I apologize if I'd had any more notice myself. I'd have given it to you. But I really appreciate you taking it on. Yeah, exactly. But right, and you know, obviously, people's real lives matter more than. Yeah, obviously, we're all doing this as kind of a side gig or a side job, as it were. You know, if real life comes up and you've got the family stuff, I always expect you to put that first ahead of the Mecha community. Yeah. We're entertaining folks. And Uncle Lazy's been around, so he knows we're in this, I think. He'll probably get you invited to the room before I am, which is fine. You probably just, you know, I assume you're going to be in game and just mousing around to kind of provide your own observation. Perfect. And then do you want me to do like kind of narration as the rounds are playing out, and you handle the deployment phase and all the interesting stuff that's happening then, or how do you want to split it? Sweet. How do you feel about a unit that's already leveled when you have intensive training, you've already teched elite marksman, and you get the free level ups? How quickly do you click that one without considering the other ones? Yes. I'm 8-3 on ladder today. I've been playing really like solid. I've been feeling really good about it. And one of the 3 is a game that I missed underground threat on the last round of the game, and just didn't consider it as a I like windmilled whatever it was that suited my build, and went balls out to finish the game on my own. Like, oh shoot, I actually have nothing in the back center. What the heck? That's how they get you. And I mean, I actually think it's kind of neat that even, I would say from the 1600 plus MMR in this game, it comes down to one or two mistakes will make or break a game. One or two decisions. Right. Right. Excuse me, sir, but did you know your bots are on fire? Yes, my bots have been on fire. It's fair. What do we want to sell? Probably you. Now, what are our most impactful techs here? Let's just take range. One more of you. There. There's got to be a melter coming for this big guy on the side, right? We're not hitting the Vulcans so much as we're hitting the other units there. Range. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Thinking. Look. Or is there a... Doesn't quite do it. Oh, that's right. Need to see now. It's all right. Did you manage to eat between work and now? Let me know, because we'll go probably until about 9:30, I'm guessing, based on the other two. So, feel free to just declare I'm taking a game off to cause dinner to happen, if that's what needs to be done. Boom. Yep, I think range was the right choice. Right. I'd actually earlier taken the Farseer to drop Photon against the Ignite, but now they're just in even more trouble. He should Vulcan's Descent somewhere, right? Just for the temporary... Maybe I don't windmill that. Definitely windmill that one, though. Oh, it's pretty awesome. Yes, you guys are supposed to be hearing a Poochie. Are we not? Are we not hearing a Poochie? Hey, we're saying hi, Poochie. Oh, dear. We've been having a weird sound problem. I didn't restart OBS. I didn't full reboot PC today. So I'm not hearing... I'm hearing you in my ear. I'm not hearing notification checks. They aren't hearing you. I'm going to have to fix that between now and TOURNEY. I think you out here, like that, something like that. can you speak again real quick?
Hello, yes, I am Apuchi.
Ah, excellent. Are you guys hearing the voice of Apuchi now? That looked much better.
Can you hear me now? They hear me?
Sound, they hear you. Do you still hear me?
Yeah,
Okay,
I still hear you.
excellent. We can hear everybody. We hope. Something like that. What went wrong on this board? I was too busy messing with sound stuff to notice what did I do wrong here.
Yeah, it looked like you had it at first.
Right. It's not
Guess
over.
you're getting range suppressed.
Yeah, we got range suppressed and lost the range war. Okay. Well,
Well, and like no late chaff on that side.
yeah, there's no late chaff
Ooh.
anywhere right now.
More spell. And now you get to click the big button.
Yeah, right. It's not quite everybody though.
Yeah, but barrier's so good.
Yeah, barrier's huge. And we just wipe that whole corner out, shall we?
Yeah, nice double tech void eyes, bud.
Right. Okay. Okay. My chaff will
It would
burn.
be a shame.
It'd be a shame if something happened to them. Yes. Really, I want the marksman on that side because they're the EMP source. That's a good question, Ocelotski. I can't even prove that it's Apuchi. It could be a doppelganger. We don't know if the real Apuchi came back. Came back from vacation. What was it like, if you don't mind my asking, what was it like coming back to Mecha after such a big break? Did it feel like the meta had changed under you in a way that was hard to...
My vacation coincided very strongly with the period where Farseer was most broken.
Oh yeah, okay.
So it was sort of like, you know, the community meme where he's comes back into the door and everything's on fire and
right.
It was kind of like that.
Okay.
I'm just like, wait, what is happening?
What happened? You know, I think I actually need better chaff clear. I'm gonna buy arc lights. I think if they have another round at all, which is not guaranteed, ain't looking good.
And the Gigaforce is still pretty good. Yeah, I think you just had too much health on the board for him to deal with.
Yeah, he doesn't have the DPS. He doesn't have double tap on the marksman either, so...
Yeah, although these marksmen are quite far away and they are slowing people.
Yeah, they turn off my tech, so I can't reach them. That's the downside there. Alright, you want to try that again with chaff, sir? And how do we feel about late wasp?
Should own. They just have 2 copium typhoons, right?
Right. I said I wanted more chaff clear. Yeah.
Just missiles are chaff clear.
That manages to pick up some of the wasps so that they arrive even more scattered. I'm gonna be disappointed I didn't put the wasps like 10 meters further up. Here, please EMP me. Have them arriving at different times.
Did they sell the Typhoon on the right?
They did. They sold the Typhoon on the back right because I had done
Very
no
sad
air at all.
Very sad time to have done such a thing.
Yes. But we're still in the same trouble.
Yeah, the blue fangs were able to deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah, enough blue fangs with enough piece. Well, GG's. Bring us to an end here. All right. Uncle Lazy, we're ready for an invite if you are. Where are you guys at? There we are. Thank you. And I am down. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of the Mecha Mini Masters. This is season 3. We've had some great finals. Love to give you guys the background here. There is the bracket that you guys can link into. This tournament is a best of 3 format. You've got, first player to win 2 advances. These 2 are on the winner's bracket. Blood will be near side and blue. Rage and Jim G will be far side and red. Both of them have come through unscathed in the winner's bracket. Winner advances directly to the final. The loser will head down to the loser's bracket finals, where where Spade is awaiting. What else to know? The tournament is a cash prize tournament open to players in the 1800 to 2000, even up to 2200 MMR range. Basically, the idea behind the tournament, and I should point out it was hosted or conceived of and put together by Clint Leetwood. Idea behind this tournament is to showcase the high-level amateur players who aren't quite qualifying for Mag 1, get them real stakes tournament experience in the best of 3 format that Mag 1 uses, in order to let them kind of prep for that as a stepping stone. To keep it, fair, etc., the first 2 finishers accept cash prize money, which makes them ineligible for future iterations. So they have to kind of go pro, if you will. Joining me in the broadcast booth is one of the OG pro Mechabellum players, Poochie, who, if you guys remember, won the Launch Clash tournament back in October of last year when the game first launched. Thank you very much for joining me,
everyone.
my friend.
Thanks for having me.
Glad
I could be here.
Do you know either of these players well? Can you tell us what you'd expect from either of them?
Yeah, so Blood sometimes practices with me and is active in my chat. And Blood really likes chaff and chaffy units, going small. Expect to see crawlers, fangs, hounds, mustangs, sledgehammers, all that kind of stuff. And then just like mixed in a few carries. Ragin, I don't know as well, but I think I've seen a variety of play, including some aggro. And we see the packs already.
Yeah, Ragin was very, I guess, facile, adept at switching to whatever Bearlight gave him in the first round of games. Just kind of went the flow. I mean, it felt a little bit reminiscent of the way that Flower Fairy will sometimes just take what was offered because it was the most economically efficient way to just answer what's already on the board. Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
could have done something.
despite being a specialist.
Right. I could have done X, but Y is just being handed to me. Uh, on the near side, Blood is a giant specialist. On the far side, Ragin is the fortified specialist. Looks like they're going to have a headbutt on our right side.
Yeah, Hounds, Headbutt. Ragin with the Ragin is still swapping it around, but has the Sabers, which have been lately, I would say, really strong and kind of Hound's best friend. But Blood with the Steel Balls, Hound's like other best duo out of the start. And the Steel Balls perform quite well in a crossfire, which is what we end up getting because of their speed. But I would expect both players to have pretty effective tower pressure because they have these high damage units. And Balls and Sabers are both good at killing each other. So it really just comes down to who gets the best engage.
It's pretty funny in terms of I will consider the other when I see the first one. I'll consider the other one as the counter. Do I want to counter it with? Do I want to counter Steel Balls with the Saber? Yes, please. Looks like we got basically even tower timings. All of the chaff is gone. It's down to just Steel Balls and Hounds versus Hounds and one Saber. No Sabers. First Blood to Blood. Ragin will drop down to 4260. Blood started with 4700 hit points, so neither player in any real danger. Yours.
Ooh. Intensive training. Snap picked by Blood. Shield airdrop also quite good in these types of combats because it just allows you to deploy more greedily because you can protect yourself from a missile and then you'll get another shield later. And there tends to be a lot of flanking and a lot of sort of all over the place positioning in these crossfire games. So good value in that, but intensive, also a very good spell. Blood putting it on a Hound. Hound notably does not one-shot a crawler at level 1, but at level 2 does, so it values that level.
Intensive also taken for Ragin.
There we go. Although Blood finding the awkwardness of intensive on turn 2 looks like both players finding the awkwardness of intensive on turn 2. Turn 2 is the turn we buy Phoenix.
Right.
And
that's a 50 to unlock.
Yes. We therefore do not have the money to level up anything on turn 2. Ragin just gonna save it. Blood gonna get it on cooldown by putting it on that Hound.
I do like getting it on cooldown, I think. Yes, the unit wastes whatever hit points it gains by kills, but, you know, I'd rather have the cooldown come off earlier than later.
And I believe they don't take assist experience if they have their level available, so you're like gaining slightly more efficient experience.
Okay, that is handy.
Very minor.
That is
very
really
minor consideration.
I actually had this in mind as the one spot where experience is lost, right? Almost every other thing that, and a lot of new players won't know this, right? I probably spent the first 800 MMR of my career avoiding sentry missiles because I thought they were wasting the experience. Like,
yeah.
Oh, no, wait. Sentry missile gets a kill. There is no single unit that got the kill, so all the units within a contributory range, which is effectively, most of the time, it's most of the units on the board, get a contribution kill to, and the experience just gets handed out at small levels. It's always really funny to be like, I know this unit never engaged last round. How did it level up? But yeah, there's a sentry missile.
Yeah, like check me on this because I'm not 100% sure, but I believe like units that have the level available on them will not take from that pool of sentry missile experience. It'll just go to all the other units.
That's also
I'm not 100% sure of that, but I think that's how it works. So we see both players with the Wasp off of that drop from Bear Lake. The Wasp level 3. It's just going to be quite powerful, and it moves at the same speed as these crawler formations, handles air, handles the enemy Wasp. So it tends to work quite well in these Hound compositions.
Very, very good unit choice. And of course, Blood tried a Phoenix flank in the back corner. it is not going to work out because it has been covered off by the level 3 wasps. That's going to be something to sell or jump drive out of. He doesn't have jump drive. He could conceivably quantum reassemble to get those Phoenix back, but I think they're probably better off to just sell them.
Yeah, I would assume that's the plan. And we see two different approaches to protecting these towers longer. Blood just leveling it, Ragin adding a flank to sort of split up the team and not have it engage on the tower in the first place.
Has worked out really nicely for Ragin. And of course, part of what Poochie was talking about there is that you'll see it in a moment. The flank crawler on the bottom right corner, the right side of Blood's formation, Ragin has a crawler there. It kind of split his forces in two and really controlled the timing of his arrival. So that's this thing down here in the corner.
Still very minor wins going each way in this game. Like no large damage. So you don't want to be playing too hard into the tempo yet, just if the damage is that small. So I'd like to see them thinking long term with their plays.
A shout out to somebody from chat. DJ Kimco says, I finally reached 1500 ELO. This stream is helping a lot so much, so thanks. Well, glad to hear it. Congratulations. We've got first major difference, deployment module taken by Ragin. Now he's going to be able to effectively give any one unit jump drive. This is a item, I think the middle of the MMR bracket undervalues badly, and it is the thing I am terrified of seeing in the hands of somebody as creative as an Apuchi, a Rat, amongst. Those are the kind of guys you do not want to see that item in their hands. And I'm
interestingly,
really go ahead.
Blood doesn't take it despite having that Phoenix. Just sells it.
Right, could have redeployed the Phoenix out of this flank with the deployment module.
Yeah, simply wants the shield airdrop. Both players going range on the hounds will help out their chaff clear and shouldn't advantage either one too much since they did it at the same timing. And both players have found every single hound level as well. Partly because of the intent.
Ocelotus Gaming with a gift sub to DJ Kimco. Thank you very much for that. Destroyed World, thank you for the follow. Maximus1209, thank you for the follow. I did have to run an ad real quick. Otherwise, we'd get that ad at the very end of this match. So we will try to make sure that all of the future ad breaks happen without causing people to miss action.
Still another super small win for Ragin. So both sides get a Wasp level. Wasp level is quite important. Just because of their potential late game power if they're not answered. And Orbital Bombard shows up. Blood going to take it and just bombard that area with the Hounds and the Phoenix and the Wasp. Ragin thinking there is also redeployment, which can be quite good.
And that would give him effectively two redeploys a turn with the redeployment choice plus the redeployment item. One of the redeploys would be locked into a given unit, but man, that would be a powerful combo.
But sometimes you don't want it that much in a crossfire just because it's all about who builds the stronger concentrated army. But does take the deployment module on the Wasp, gets it out of the Orbital Bombard. Great turn to move it.
Oof.
Yeah.
And a brutal place to put it. Do you see that? Goodness. But I think they don't have range. Are they even going to engage that level 2 tower, or do they just go straight past it to the level 1?
A few of them will shoot at it, but they will not stop to shoot. They will keep moving. So not sure if they take it. Ooh, missile. A missile may get them, depending on if any crawler can find its way in there faster.
Clever use, I want to point this out, clever use by Blood of the Well, it wants to slow this side down anyways. Placing it in the radius of that orbital bombardment is just going to help ensure that a whole bunch of units don't get to advance out of the orbital bombardment. That missile did find a crawler forward, and Brajan, with a really clever positioning on the mobile beacon, left about 4 or 5 wasps out of it so that they do engage that near side tower. They'll get the near side tower while the rest of the detachment goes after the far side tower. Blood does take the far right one, but looks like it is going to be Brajan's round with a really strong play on that redeployment module. You can see just how much value the man got out of deploying, not just deploying this out of the orbital bombardment, but into a place where he creates a problem for Blood and winds up taking both towers with a single pack of wasps. And now Blood has to defend basically the entire board, so those wasps could be coming from anywhere.
Yeah, especially in that flank, they can redeploy within the flank without having to warp in again and beacon in at different angles.
My all-time favorite thing, and let me tell you, I learned that from you. I was casting one of your weekend tournament games. I saw you do it, and I just went, oh my god. That became one of my favorite plays.
Yeah, that was some classic ancient Sacco stream knowledge.
Yes, it was, right?
We see Blood taking probably one of his favorite cards, Additional Deployment. All Blood really wants to do in life is spam chaff, and Additional Deployment card is the card that allows you to do that the most.
For players at a low MMR, I would say Additional Deployment, round 3, round 4, round 5 is almost a no-brainer. You want, like, at those lower MMRs, you have this kind of instinctive desire to pick up big units. I want big units that make an impact on the board, and it's really easy to neglect the chaff board. If you guys get the chance to go watch an Apucci stream, are you entering tournaments tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So take a look at Apucci's stream tomorrow and watch some of his. Just ignore the board, ignore the commentary. Pay attention to what Apucci does with chaff. The positionings, the timings are exquisite. You can learn so much from watching that man play his chaff deployments.
Oh god, this missile is about to be disgusting.
Oh, rip.
Yeah, there's some danger in beaconing air units over in oil. The ground will not stay in front of them.
Yeah, the ground units don't keep up, do they? Yikes. Best 50 Blood has spent on a missile in a long time.
Yeah. Now that earlier comment said, I am like not that much of a chaff Andy. I don't want to over spam chaff too much because sometimes you can just give your opponent too much efficiency in their chaff clear. So I'm actually lower on this Additional Deployment slot card than most people. I think I rarely pick it. Unless, as you said, like if it's round 3, like yeah, I'll take it.
Right, we're gonna take that early. But I was just thinking for the mid-tier player who wants to be able to bring out 2 scorpions, like take that card and bring out 2 scorpions and 1 crawler, please. That's all I'm saying.
It's funny because it's probably quite underrated at like a very low MMR, and then it gets like quite overrated in like somewhat higher MMR, and then it like maybe comes back down to a more reasonable rating. All right, we see Sandworms for Blood. The big worm, its main threats on the board are the Sabertooth, but it's far away from those. And it's just a very big health pool and difficult to kill because it's always burrowing and unburrowing. Ragin does pick up, of the drops there, the one that's best equipped to deal with it, the Scorpion. Scorpion also going to do pretty well into the Steel Balls and the Hounds. But the danger of Scorpion is that they can struggle if there are a lot of crawlers. And Blood not going too nuts with the crawlers yet, but does have the additional deployment. Could get a lot of them at any moment.
And let me say this also. Blood loved Scorpions for a long time. He played them a bunch. Has really mastered understanding what their weaknesses are from having, the games that he's lost playing Scorpion, obviously he's built a much wider repertoire of this game to get where he is now. To be knocking on the door of 2K MMR.
Yeah, sometimes just like ball range plus a few extra crawler packs is all it takes to beat all of the Scorpions on a board. Because a ball can kill it in between its shots.
That is actually
excellent tower timing there, though.
One of the builds I was running for a long time was just a flood of crawlers and ranged steel walls. You kind of bait out the Scorpion and get a person committed to the Scorpions, and then all of a sudden they're never shooting anything but chaff. Here, though, they are shooting the worm. That is very unfortunate for the worm. And
yeah, a couple of great tower timings there. Really allowed the Scorpions to find good shots.
Drops blood from about 3,000 hit points down to 1,250. So one more round like that, and Ragin will take the first game of this best of 3. Of course, this is the winner's bracket. That won't, you're not even knocked out if you lose 2 of these 3. So Blood has plenty of opportunity to correct. And 1,200, it's enough to certainly feel like a jolt of coffee. Especially if your units get stuck in acid, and he doesn't know that they're there. Last turn, he'd mobile beaconed around the oil.
Yes.
Sure that units kept up with the Scorpion, because of the Scorpion's movement range when it's underground isn't going to be slowed down by the oil. He didn't want the Scorpion to be way out in front.
The question is, can we read the acid here and click the fire extinguisher on the Hound, which, of course, as the name maybe doesn't quite imply, also deals with acid.
It deals with acid and smoke. The name is getting a little misleading. I did really want an engineering unit, so I'm super glad to see a Hound getting that role. It's a cool set of abilities to bring to the battlefield to clean up the negative effects.
Yeah, and Ragin really playing hard to close out this round here. Takes the acid blast, takes all 4 shields, also takes acid on Scorp. Hasn't quite loaned, which I would like to see a loan. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
loan
there
range
it is.
speed.
Last few seconds.
So
who says it's not an APM game?
Yeah, the Ragin spent way more on tempo on this turn. Despite having the higher health pool, just wants to close it here. And with no answer to the acid available, these Hounds are going to have massive damage multipliers against anything that's been around something hit by the Scorps.
Is it going to come down to an air war? There's still a couple of surviving Phoenix for Blood, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It looks like this will be enough damage. Even with the recent patch change, drop Scorpions, if they survive a round, they used to do 300 hit points damage to the bar. Now they're only doing 250, but 5 of them is 1250, and the Phoenix add on to that, and that is enough for Ragin Jim G to close out the first game of this best of 3. Very nicely played.
Went with the approach of spreading sort of across the board, not fully concentrating the army in the main push, adding a little bit more to defend the other tower, but still maintaining that strong push as like the strongest force. And basically every round, that force pushed through and took tower before Blood's push could reach Ragin's tower, and then Ragin's units, which were over there, could take full advantage of that tower debuff and clean up.
Right.
So very efficient unit placement.
Yeah, the tower timing seemed to go Ragin's way every single round. Certainly at, let's say, 950 MMR. If you are at 950, you are spot on the median. That is the 50th percentile average player. Although the real average MMR is about 1,000 because of the discrepancies there. In between, the fact that low MMR players can't go below 1, but high MMR players can go above 2,000. So the average is a little bit above. But I was going to say excuse me. Lost my train of thought. Where was I going with that, Apucci? Any idea?
I do not know.
All right.
We were talking about unit placements. We were talking about
yeah.
MMR.
I was actually saying it felt like luck at certain levels to me. When I was around that 950 MMR, like sometimes tower timing felt like luck. But what you were pointing out was that Ragin had done that on purpose to really control the tower timings there. That's a good
And
put.
additionally, like take advantage of the tower take. Like
Right.
if your whole army is taking a tower, but then having to chase down one last Fang, and then tower debuff ends, you're not taking advantage of it.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll take the tower and then spend the full 9 seconds walking across the map at 7 meters per second or whatever. It's very frustrating. I've just wasted the entire benefit that I just spent so much time and effort trying to gain.
Yeah. And then, like, right as you get to the enemy team, debuff ends, they take tower, they turn, and they blow up your whole squad. That's classic.
Yes, indeed. So Ocelotus asked if you win your first 10 matches, what's your MMR for a new player? That is going to depend on the opponents that you faced. So we got to, last week on Friday, we got to do Mortar Mike's Mecha Bellum unboxing, really getting a streamer who's, good at playing a whole bunch of other games. Got to see his fresh take on Mecha Bellum. He'd never played it before. When he won his first placement match, he had a whopping plus 236 MMR. So we think he jumped from about 1 to 237 on his first W. Probably beat somebody who is at the 500 MMR level, maybe 700 MMR level. So you can climb pretty quickly if you're beating players that are highly ranked. We come to game 2 of this best of 3. Blood, Nearside Blue, an Amplify specialist with Crawler and Sabretooth, is down 1-0 after failing to win the Crossfire last time out. Ragin, Farside, Red up 1-0. Still thinking about these packs? Anything in there that you really like or hate?
They're an even mix. Goes with the Fortified. Blood notably picked this pack over Saber Hound Saber Specialist, which is somewhat surprising to me. So definitely valuing the small amp cores quite highly to have made that choice. Ragin going with the Fortified, going with the Hounds, perhaps valuing Hounds very highly to take this Fortified with Stormcallers, setting up the Stormcallers in the classic T formation, which is gives you good tempo in the early game, but generally long term you're not looking to stay in these Stormcallers if you're building them like this.
Appreciate you using the family-friendly name for that on this channel.
the T formation.
Yes,
yeah.
the T formation rather than the yeah. That's a less family-friendly version of it. Question from chat. I don't know if you want to take it, but Easy Come Easy Go says, what other advantages are there other than the debuff from taking the tower?
No, that is literally the advantage. I mean, you get a little bit of experience, I guess.
Yeah, there's a nominal 200 experience that does not change based on the level of the tower. It gets given to the unit. But yeah, it's the 3 bonuses are the big element.
Yeah, your opponent loses move speed, your opponent deals 1/10 damage, and they take like double damage or plus 50%. Yeah.
The plus 50% damage, interestingly, does not apply to shields. So if you know you're taking a L early, you can mitigate a little bit of it with barrier. There's probably more efficient ways to do it, but Ragin starting game 2 right where he left off in game 1 with a Crossfire and a round win. 5100 drops blood down to about 4250. All right.
And they're like in
4600.
support of the convention that Phoenix is added on turn 2, supplies the players directly with their Phoenixes. And this time it is Blood adding the Crawler in the flank, the left flank, which will distract some of Ragin's team. And Ragen doing the same.
Similar distractions. Turbo with the knowledge going way back with this one. Says that the tower is worth roughly as much as the crawler pack now, and it used to be worth 5 times that much during beta. That is true. It was very swingy to take a tower back in the beta.
It used to be worth more experience. It also, the debuff used to last longer, but getting 2 debuffs did not stack.
Oh yeah, I remember
Whereas
that.
now they stack durations, so getting both towers at the same side gets you like twice the duration of debuff. We see a kind of a rude missile from Ragen here, trying to hit a hound, a crawler, and like slow down the sabers, perhaps. We'll see how well it lands. Doesn't slow down one of the sabers, but slows the other. This game is developing very similarly to last game.
It really looks very similar, although I like the way that Blood has kind of pulled this formation by adding one more middle unit to kind of drag all of Ragen's units across the face of the formation rather than letting them go directly to tower. That's nicely done,
and then
but
this one hound cleans up the remainder.
Still not gonna. Yeah,
it's close, but Ragen's Phoenixes win it. And one of the storm packs has kind of fallen off. I think the one that got pulled.
Blood down to 4,000 hit points. Ragen on 5,100. We've got Incendiary Bomb. Right, if you're pulling units across that space, that's a good place to put it for Blood. Improved firepower control is one of my highest win rate items. How much do you value that? And would you take it over the spell, or do you agree with both of these players taking the spell?
I think I would take it over the spell. I'm not sure. Again, it's like a somewhat low tempo match. I guess a win gets you like a bit of damage, but the thing about the fire spell coming back in this particular matchup is that when your opponent knows it's coming, they can just very easily click fire extinguisher.
Yeah, they both have
so there's
hounds.
A little bit less value.
Right.
Like, it takes up a tech slot on the hounds. It costs money. The firepower system can be like a great long game item on like a Mustang. I think it does very well in a crossfire scenario just because that unit can be pretty isolated from the enemy team and just be like clean up. Yeah, we do see one of the storms getting sold. It was oh nope, it's undoing. The one thing, the addition of the undo button is
I know it's made casting so much harder.
Yeah. I knew that would happen. It was like that in Prismana where like everything was fully undoable and you would just like be able to put an entire turn on the board and just undo everything. But we're keeping the storms. Everything is on fire. The Phoenixes of Ragen may be getting exposed here, so that will be a round win to... Oh, wow, it actually doesn't get one shot there. The health fortified spec.
Level 2 Phoenix plus 17% from the fortified spec. Just enough to survive a level 1 Phoenix.
And does that win him the round? Oh, no, not quite. That shot? Nope.
That was close. That was really close. We're going to win it by exactly 1 Phoenix. That 1 crawler
and
doing his best.
1 crawler.
Doing his best, but perishing in the flames, I think.
No, it lived.
It lived.
That's why we're at 4996 and not...
There you go, guys. 4 hit point damage per surviving crawler.
Right, we have the tempo option of Ion Blast, the greed option of the advanced targeting system, or perhaps the subsidized steel ball.
2 different ways to go steal balls, or skip.
Yeah.
How do you feel about a skip on given those options?
I don't hate it. I feel like Ion Beam's a little early, and it's good to use in this type of board. I like some of those value options, but I don't mind skipping them and just going deeper into this Hound Phoenix board.
For me, Ion is probably my favorite spell to take. I feel like it's maybe the most rewarding as a player when you land one really well. and also probably the most rewarding to dodge when you predict where your opponent's going to put it and manage to
Mhm.
change ranges or speeds or mobile beacon in a way that you make it whiff. It's just one of the most.
It's also just very strong.
It is very,
Because
very
of its
strong.
versatility, you can tend to pick off certain high-value targets like Phoenixes. Looks like Ragin respecting it enough to beacon this Phoenix.
Out and away. Expected or.
It's such a mirror, though, that the advanced targeting system, sometimes 10 range feels like nothing, but when you're running basically the same comp as your opponent, it's actually kind of a lot.
It's huge, right? Any edge in range to get the first shot off compounds over the course of the battle.
Yeah, like especially with a speedy chaff clear unit like Hound, range can matter more because you're killing the chaff as soon as it's in range.
Right.
And therefore you're exposing their hounds before they're exposing yours, therefore you're shutting off their chaff clear and pushing in. We do see Blood winning that round despite the Ion, so deep regrets perhaps for Ragin.
I don't mind losing that round if I'm in Raging's seat. I feel like I'm glad I've got the Ion coming back on round 8, where I feel like it's going to be decisive. Recent patch made it so that there won't be another Ion Beam. You can't get two of them in the same game. So I know I've got something in my pocket that Blood can't have access to. And if I only lost 300 hit points on round 4, I'm not crying about it yet. That said, games do snowball out of control on me, and maybe this is one of the problem areas.
Yeah, well, the scary thing is just that you're down that 300 in cash, and didn't get, like, if you had put 1,000 damage on your opponent, now they have to be a little more worried. But since you didn't, Blood is just going to comfortably keep going with these units. That said, Ragin, having achieved some of the levels on the Hounds, should be starting to catch up in chaff clear parity to these small amp cores. Also, actually, wait, does the fortified spec like counter the small amp spec? It does.
That's an interesting question.
Yeah, the Hound with attack 1 and small amp is 329 damage. The Crawler is 365 with fortified spec and health 1. So actually kind of a tragedy for Blood, but been making it work. And we've got Phantom Rays for Blood. Just kind of placed around, covering flanks, taking flanks, while Ragin goes with the Raiden, which has a good chance to kill Phantom Rays. Probably going to take this round.
Really early tower timing, though, so Blood gets the later tower timing and gets pretty good engagement, I think.
Yeah. Maybe these Phoenix
bring
down.
Oh.
It's once your enemy has Raiden, you just have to range Phoenix or they get scammed like that.
They got scammed horribly. I thought they were golden. Blood down to 3420. Now we get the improved firepower control system, so nobody regretting skipping that too badly. Ragin, considering the other options, could make a lot of use out of mobile beacon or possibly enhancement module. I don't think he has anything specific to enhance.
Yeah, is it ever Elite Wasp here? Dude, imagine Ragin goes Elite Wasp and just goes in for the air battle, and like on the same turn, Blood is just getting regular Wasps.
Yeah,
it'd be in deep trouble.
He just bought 2 regular Wasps, right?
Oh, yeah, it is the power system though.
Yep.
Or firepower control system.
Plus 65% attack. It's the best attack improvement item in the game. Rip to the super advanced one that used to give plus 200% attack.
Yeah.
Little OP.
Yeah, well, and this thing has been nerfed all the way down from 100% attack bonus.
Yes, yeah. Stopped through 90, 75, 65.
Yeah. Well, and it was briefly 100, but it was more expensive.
Right.
And then they like brought the cost back down and nerfed the value.
No, Incarsus, no.
And Raging goes ahead and puts it on a Hound. The Hound does have some badges, so it's certainly earning the item, whereas Blood putting it on a Phoenix, hoping that Phoenix will be killing the Raiden fast.
Right. Now the important thing is, do we connect? Where do we connect?
And with whom do we connect?
Yes, right? What connections are we getting?
Raging is clicking speed at this point in the game, and Blood is not. Raging is getting the tower first. The Wasp's really bogging this all down, kind of negating some of that speed value.
And the itemized Phoenix, really well chosen. Which Phoenix to put that on for Blood? Do get the final blow on the right in there.
And that Phoenix had not really done anything previously in the game, so just well-read board. It wasn't like he just put it on the one that was putting up numbers. He selected the one that would put up numbers in the future.
Is there a
we get
Mecha
more
Big
firepower?
Masters? Is there a Mecha Big Masters? That's Mag 1. Yes, indeed. More firepower control systems? Yikes. And the fire
And
is
a
back.
Nano. Nano for Rage, and we're going straight into Fortress Anti-Air, which is a little bit sketchy. For one thing, unbeknownst to him, Blood has clicked shields on the Phoenix here, just worried about getting scammed by Raiden.
Blind shield.
The other thing is that Fortress Anti-Air is good at dealing with someone who's gone into carry Wasp, because if you kill 90% of a carry Wasp pack, you're happy. But it's not that good into Chaff Wasp, because if you kill like 90% of a Chaff Wasp pack, there's still a couple Wasps, and like they're still absorbing hits. And there can be like a lot of these Wasp packs, and they're not that high value. So we'll have to see how well this for anti-air pick does. There are also blue sabers, which is scary.
Very first match of this tournament, Raging went 13 rounds before closing it out. This game, you've got both players at 3,400, 3,700 in round 7. Of course, a reminder that, yes, there is a round limit in a weekend tournament. There's no round limit here. This game is going to continue until there is a decisive victor, until somebody's hit points are dropped below 0. 2-0, I suppose. Getting it spot on the nose is pretty darn rare, though.
It does happen, though.
Nano repairs on this middle fort on the left-hand side. That
kind of just dying anyways, though.
Getting brought down by the level 3 itemized Phoenix. Those boys do 15,000 damage per shot. Of course, there are 2 of them. That just enough to chew down a fort and put Blood in the lead. 3,400 to 2,500. We go to round 8.
And those Phoenixes didn't even have some of their shields damaged. Just the Wasps were enough chaff for this. But it is Ion time. Blood going to attempt the dodge. Moving the Giga Phoenix.
And called it correctly.
Yes, should escape. And then Mech Rage on the Hounds will help clear chaff faster. Also makes them faster and can mess with your opponent's calculations on where your Hounds are going to be.
I think that combination of plays, especially if he takes temp speed, going to be enough to really make this Ion Beam whiff badly for Raging, unless he throws something up front to kind of position these units, hold these units in place, if you will.
Yeah, a frontal chaff could slow things down a little bit. Would definitely like to see temp speed from Blood here. We have 100 left.
2 new forts for Raging, but they're going to be deep down back by that level 3 tower. Not going to hold anything in place. So these units, I think, should be getting out of range. 2 sentry missiles for Blood and no temp speed makes him a little bit more vulnerable to this Ion Beam. But I don't think Raging is going to get the kind of value that he was hoping to get out of seeing that back on round 8.
And we have Quantum on the Phoenixes now, so even if one gets hit, it can come back. Quantum plus Shield, synergistic, because now every single Phoenix will take 4 hits to kill. Because they do come back with those shields.
Itemized Phoenix getting their shields nicked for the first time.
Yeah, and Ion cleaned up a few Hounds. Looks like the Hounds are in the favor of Ragin, so should actually be a pretty good round. And having this round of stabilization with the forts is of pretty high value. Phoenix is trying to reduce the damage a little bit here, though. Oof, not quite killing that fort.
4 forts surviving, drops blood down to 1740. Ragin back in the lead at 2502. We go to round 9. Melter for blood. Is it too late to go Melter into this many forts, do you think? Or is this the right choice for him?
I don't mind keeping the Melter around, but you're probably relying on the Phoenixes to do the job. They're high level, they're itemized, you have a lot of them. So it looks like Blood going to just take the cell of that Melter and go for a War Factory. Level 2. I just want a big body to tank. Give me the launcher.
Launcher overload right up on the flank corner here. I don't care
Okay.
that that's a level 3 tower. I'm going to go get it.
And there are no more excuses for not clicking temp speed. You have a War Factory on your board. You must click temp speed.
What if I just put it over here and have it in defense? Then I don't have to click temp speed.
Yeah. On defense, it's fine. Defense with range as opposed to offense with launcher. I actually prefer it over here. Or like front center with one of the tanking techs, perhaps.
I could imagine it as the linchpin of this salient here, where the in closest to the middle fortress could have been a pretty solid spot for it to just use the tankiness, draw all of the opposition to it, and allow Blood's board, which is otherwise pretty darn strong, to do a lot of work. Did Blood make a bit of an error by going into the double survivability techs on the Phoenix? The reason I'm asking that is it feels like he lost last round and may lose this round as well on total DPS. He's not done anything to bring the Phoenix up to stronger so that they can burn through these forts.
But there were Hounds alive. I feel like his biggest problem is actually clearing the enemy Hounds. And the forts actually take down that War Factory and they're going to end it.
Ragin just getting it done. The man has had it took him best of 3 in the first series. I think he's gone best 2-0 for a couple of series in a row now. Just getting it done, sitting back, take off the player role and become a caster for the next well, that's what he did last time because he's just casting his way into the finals. He'll be waiting for the winner of Blood versus Spade. Ragin Jim G, your winner of the winner's bracket. He goes into the finals. By the way, this is important to understand. Obviously, Blood and Spade will be facing each other in a best of 3 series, the top of the loser's bracket. Winner of that comes back to face Ragin in the finals. Ragin cannot lose just by losing the best of 3. If the loser's bracket winner wins the best of 3, that creates a single sudden death match with the entire title on the line. So that all stuff to look forward to down the line. GG's to Ragin. He's into the finals.
Yeah, that was a great game. The Ion Beam coming back was actually pretty good. It let the forts kind of win that round. They all got levels, and then you take all the levels and give them all bubbles, and then you're winning the chaff war really hard because your Hounds have a good tank and your opponents don't. It's actually a pretty nice flow. And then even though Fort AA isn't like the greatest against high-level Quantum Shield Phoenixes, it will get the job done. It is a weapon capable of killing them.
Right, let's take a quick look out at our bracket. not the black screen, this screen. Flashbang, sorry, it's bright. This is the Mechabellum Mini Masters bracket. Rage and Jim G on day 1 beat Egophobic 2-1. Faced Spade on day 2, won that game that series 2-0, and just beat Blood 2-0. So he is in the finals over here in green, listed in green. On the losers bracket, you've got 2. Blood beat Odds01 on best of 3 day 1. Beat Fort Build on day 2. Just lost out to Rage and Jim G. And he'll be facing a Spade in the losers bracket. We saw that Spade beat Cheese Mechabellum. She's infamous for running the gospel, as it's called. And I did want to pick your brain about that a little bit, since I know that's sort of the meme build on the ladder right now. Spade then lost to Rage and Jim G, turned around, beat Odds01, and beat Fort Build. So these two players, Blood and Spade, have basically faced the same set of opponents, Odds, Fort Build, and Rage and Jim G, along the way to this. Now they face each other. Best of 3, a winner gets to face Ragin in the finals.
And Ragin's got to feel a bit comfortable having knocked both of these players down, huh?
Right. There's no surprises. He knows who he's going to face. He's in good shape.
So what is the gospel referring to Rhino Wasp?
It is, yes. The gospel is specifically the big triple wasp deploy on a flank, followed by just massively reinforcing that flank. So I don't know if you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, haven't seen it at all at high MMR
very
ladder.
Highest. Yeah.
But I did see Forgotten Arbiter streamed a 2v2 tournament run, and he and Saka were both commenting like, "What is with this wasp play? Why does it keep happening?" And to make a long story short, Arbiter was completely bodying everyone who did it. He would play a Wraith, and it would just destroy the flank.
Yeah, there is a known counter to the Wraith flank, or to the Wraith flank defense, but what Arbiter does really, really well in defending it, and he crushed Cheese in a show match on the Mag 1 channel recently. But Arbiter's positioning is what makes that work. The man is just such an exquisite master of positioning that.
Yeah, you can think that Wasp has the eventual edge with anti-air, but the issue is that the Wraith can be placed so that it is within range of the Wasp, but then you can still have room to place crawlers so that they get shot by the Wasps and the Wraith does not.
Right.
And then the Wraith just like insta-clears the flank, so the Wasps never get levels and they have to abandon the flank because the Wraith will just continue to snowball off of them.
Right. The Wraith feeds the early levels. The flank gets beaten.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome to game 1 of our losers bracket. Spade will be nearside blue. The man is playing a Rhino specialist with crawlers with fangs and sledges. Blood has come out with the sort of headbutt spiral opposite Spade every round, playing aggro every single game, or aggro positioning on round 1 every single game, I should say. He is a cost control specialist with Arclight and Saber. Positions 2 crawlers further back. He's planning on putting crawlers on the line as well, but doesn't do that on round 1 because of that 20-meter space that has been missing for what, about a year now?
Yeah. So no hounds. No hounds this time for our first game without hounds so far. And yeah, the Saber arcs really just destroying this.
Yeah, they just owned this round. I do find Saber basically beats bodies sledges on round 1, but by the mid to late game, I feel like sledges are a better. It can be in a good position against Saber. It just takes too long to clear a pack of sledges one shot at a time.
And part of the problem for Spade is that there's just no damage backing up the sledges. Sledges actually take long enough for Arc Saber as a board to kill that you can find the advantage with good damage unit.
The advantage is not Elite Hacker? No.
He's looking at it. Well, it's always so hard to skip a heavy armor on round 2, but you're up against a saber tooth, so it still kind of just kills them.
Blood staying true to the round 2 Phoenix. That is the season 4 meta for sure right now. Your board should at least be prepared to answer a round 2 Phoenix. Spade's answer would be a Wraith. He's got much better chaff clear. Still doesn't have the single target damage to deal with a Sabertooth, let alone a Saber with heavy armor. And I think Phoenix will answer the Wraith pretty handily. Both players hold a flank somewhere. Deep crawlers for both.
Yeah, this is why you play a Phoenix on round 2. You do not want to let a Wraith eat your entire board and just like level for free.
So Spade takes the high risk, high reward Wraith play, gets punished for it. Blood just quietly, calmly winning a round again. He'll be on 4,500 hit points. Spade will be dropped down to, well, as soon as we get to this one Fang. And, and 3 crawlers, my bad. Happy little drill puppies bounding across the plain. Cruelly cut down in their prime by Phoenix. Hate to see it. Spade
I'm below 3K.
Down to 2,900 after just 2 rounds. Yeesh. Pressure time. What turns this around for Spade in your mind?
I mean, the marksman and the thing he's lacking most is damage, so marksman or void eye should help. Marksman a little bit low damage to deal with a level 2 heavy armor Sabertooth. So you might still want to add something more, which I'm not sure exactly what that would be.
1 marksman in each flank screening position. We'll have a Phantom Ray to deal with on both of those flanks. I don't really like marksman into Phantom Ray. Thoughts? Oh, especially with double tap.
Yeah, I mean, they can kill it. So I feel like they're fine. You know, Phoenix kills them a little faster just by nature of having 2 in the pack. But marksman can kill it. And so as long as these Phantom Rays get distracted by some chaff, I would be satisfied with that. That said, this gigantic, I guess the double shot was needed to be able to defeat the big saber. They will eventually down, but a lot of stuff dying before that happens.
That thing has tanked pretty much the entire board. Finally goes down, but so do the towers, and so does Spade. Blood winning the first 3 rounds drops Spade down under half hit points, down to 2344. Man has to turn it around now.
Well, we get the Rhino turn.
Rhino, yep.
Having a specialist is pretty good.
I'd almost say he's been playing without his specialist for the first couple of rounds. Now he gets the un, and it's 300, right? Almost 350 if you count the unlock for Rhino, right? In terms of value, if you could turn around and sell it, plus 200. No worse than a quick supply specialist, and you have the Rhino unlock. But
would like to see it attacking the other tower, which is reasonably open.
Right here, yes. Right here, please. Crawler clicked for blood. Crawler replicate.
Yeah, blood getting a little wacky with it. This is cost control, remember, which I almost commented at the beginning of this game. Blood going aggro on cost control. We used to not do that because of the crawler battles, but crawler battles are pretty rare these days, so maybe it's okay. Blood saying, I don't care, I'm doing the crawler battle anyways.
I'm gonna do the crawler battle, but look at this. Both of them are running acid on the bar and not running... One of them's running drill. Spade is running drill. Blood is running replicate and has taken it. I know Flower Fairy's running acid on the bar. Is there a reason why acid is making a comeback at the highest level of the ladder? It certainly isn't making that comeback down in the mid-tier right now.
Yeah, it starts with a T and it ends with an item.
Get
It is the
acid
Titan.
on the ground and make the thing fight from acid. At least make your opponent throw down some photon coating of some sort to protect them.
Yeah.
Or clean
That said,
things up
I'm not
with it.
running it. And it's more beatable than it used to be because of the Hound sprinkler tech.
Right.
But it is very cheap. So it can be worth it just to click. Just to like force your opponent to respond to it and potentially take a round.
It is a tech to remember also if you're ever in a meta. We're not there right now, but if you're ever in the meta where Sandworm is giving you fits at your local MMR, acid on crawlers, and then you just kind of have a slow drip of crawlers arriving so that the worm stays on the surface in the acid and it's just doomed.
Yeah, I'm surprised how many people are running it because I don't actually see it getting clicked that much.
No, it's not getting clicked is the thing. It's just on everybody's bar.
Meanwhile, Cat Say Mew probably still has loose offs that he can run Drill, Replicate, and Mech Rage.
Presumably, yes. He and Diana, who we saw earlier in this tournament, unfortunately eliminated now, but she's always fun to watch. Also runs the full 3-tech carry crawler, and it's just so uncommon that people don't remember how to answer it necessarily. I'll give you guys a hint, though. The answer is currently on Spade's board.
Oh, the Wraith, yes.
Yes. Flying Wraith with 8-gun. The crawler cannot jump. It cannot do anything.
Yes.
And Degen Beam if needed to slow them down.
It's the thing that truly killed the Rhino Crawler comp.
It really did.
I mean, not that, like, it was beatable before, but now it's just, like, you got no shot. Okay, well, Marksmen have some levels on them now, so maybe this Saber is less of an issue, although this Fire, it could just run right in there.
Also, I think the Fire is just going to give the expose that Wraith. It's immediately locked onto by Phoenix. The other one is also going to be immediately locked onto. Boom, and gone. What Wraiths?
Yeah, the Saber does go down, though, and the Rhino gets in on the other tower. So, Spade still making it look pretty decent.
Tower take from the Phoenix. Nice range snipe shot there, and it looks like Blood will clean up again. So, yeah, Spade won round 4 pretty big, and Blood reasserts control here in round 5. Drops Spade down to 1644. Blood's on 3000. We go to round 6. Items available. Barrier, portable shield, super heavy armor, or improved firepower control system. Pick your favorite and get to improve some unit somewhere.
Yeah, Blood wants super heavy. Is that going to go on the other blue Saber?
It's gross. Also, super heavy armor Rhino on the other side? That would worry me. I'd have windmilled that so fast if I was Spade.
Spade actually going to firepower something. Sells the Rhino. But Blood saw the super heavy and respected it enough to grab a steel ball.
Yeah, my play would have been in trouble over there on the left. Now, hold on.
It is
Welcome
Titan time.
To the Mecha of the meta of the Titan, the Age of the Titans. Have you been having success with Mountain? Do you like Mountain right now?
Personally, I have not been playing Mountain, and for whatever reason, neither have my opponents.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what's going on with the Mountain, but I've seen it happening. It's a build for the most part, from what I've seen, that scales very well late game, but struggles at first. So it's a little bit sketchy to try to go into it at this low health. But if Spade wins this round, he's actually probably doing quite well. But I worry that the double shot sabers could just get right in and kill it.
They did take range on it, so it's got the plus 40 range puts it at 140, and then temp range from tower puts it at 155. Hoping to keep it back and do some damage from range. Is lock onto and destroys both sabers. Does not do anything to protect the marksmen who are in front of it and are getting killed. Oh dear.
But honestly, that was a pretty good result for Spade. We still have a marksman on the other side. We have like a pack of things that might clean up one Phoenix here. Might even win the round off of this remaining marksman. It's very close, but like any round that you're alive with that mountain on your board, you're kind of happy.
So I don't know if it's a skill issue or not, but my mountain gaming went very poorly. Congratulations, Mr. Gold-skinned marksman. You earn your close-up. Beautiful gold and blue skin for that. As Spade wins the round, brings Blood to 2850. Yeah, my mountains, I kind of forced them for about a week, and I was winning 1 game in 3 with the mountain as kind of my planned Titan finish. And it didn't get any better with experience. I do think there are boards where they are the right choice. I feel like they're a little bit under compared to the Abyss and the War Factory, both of which I have like 70% win rates with. So
what I've been seeing people do with Mountain is go kind of wide with them, even still just on efficient maintenance early. Then at some point, add, if you're getting like at all pushed in, add Saturation Bombardment.
Saturation Bombardment is a strict double the DPS. It is amazingly good.
And it adds Splash. It just sort of can mess with your targeting a little bit. Because they don't like they reselect targets less often, essentially.
Other tech that I really like on them is gun-launched missile. Because when you've got a level 2 mountain with a gun-launched missile, it's up above the 40,000 hit points needed to break a shield generator. So, 45,000 damage, it one-shots it. You can pull that one to surprise people and land spells or EMP that they might not think had a chance of landing.
We don't see any further investment into the mountain itself. So we do see the Wraith levels. That said, Blood has the Phoenix's leveling as well.
One Wraith down.
Yeah, the Phoenix are doing quite well, and there's actually a lot of chaff still here for Blood.
Mountain almost stuck on Shaft right now. So are the marksmen. Tower goes down.
Super heavy saber making it to tower.
Yeah. The slow way, no speed. Blood's still not clicking temp speed. Do you think he's just undervaluing?
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a talk with Blood about temp speed non-clicking here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think he's just undervaluing it, like as a habit right now?
That's what I've been seeing so far. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
all right. There's the power system, and like, to not even stop and think, like, wait, would I like this power system? I mean, come on.
Right. I mean, if you're not clicking temp speed, of course you're not taking the power system, but value speed.
You got to be clicking both. But one thing that's interesting is that what seemed to help Blood a lot there was those hounds. Which I think were off the drop because Blood had been using crawlers for chaff clear, or not crawlers, arc lights for chaff clear up to this point, and they were just starting to fall off. And these hounds did a great job of clearing chaff and then of like being chaff. Ooh, we've sold the mountain and rebought it.
Buys it at level 2. So unfortunate. He's placed it further
and a little
forward.
more forward.
And it'll be right into a ranged laser sight melter, 175 meter range. The thing is going to outrange the mountain. If it can get a good lock, that should be game 1 for Blood.
Yeah, I don't think the outranging matters because the mountain is so close. It's just in range of the melter. So this is purely a chaff clear scenario. But the melter has a lot more stuff in front of it. I think this missile fires and then the melter locks the mountain immediately.
Yes, it does. And that is not going to retarget. It burns through the shield, it burns through the mountain. That is a painful way to lose a Titan. Insta-lock, rip. Game 1 to Blood. It goes down to Raging 2-0 in the first series, taking the edge here. What do you do?
Yeah, that mountain was just, everything was shooting it. Honestly, I thought it was going to go down pretty fast even without the melter there.
Fair enough.
It's getting like double shot by sabers and shot by all these phoenix. It's really funny. There were no hounds this game, but then like hounds managed to make it onto the board, make a critical difference for Blood.
Sneaky little hound drop. Let's go.
We must see the hounds every game.
Man likes the puppies. All right. Game 1 for Blood. Let's pay out for those of you who correctly bet that. I'm going to run an ad break now so that we don't have them during match. So stay tuned. If you are seeing ads, you're don't worry, you're not going to miss much of this upcoming game, and we should be back by the time it has started. For the rest of you, thank you very much for the follow to RCN Gunner. Thank you for the resub from Llama Prob. 9 months, our Twitch baby. Yay, Emma commentary. Thank you for the follow to Mr. Kong Slayer. Appreciate you guys being in here, and Destroyed World as well. Thanks you all for being here. I'm super glad to be able to bring this to you. I'm really happy to be showing the kind of this level of play to those of you who are watching the Beastie Cutie Invitational. Obviously, a lot of very, very talented video gamers in that tournament. The folks you're seeing today have a lot more experience with this game specifically, even if they are not as prominent or as well known as some of the folks in that tournament. They're competing for a much lower cash prize, $200 at stake rather than $10,000. Ipuchi, can you talk to? I mean, I know you have played a whole bunch of competitive tournaments. In fact, your run in that Mag 1 Invitational, the international, just the things of legend. How does it change your approach to be playing the game with money on the line in a best of 3 versus when you're just able to go out on ladder or go out on a weekend tournament and there's just not quite as much at stake? Does it change your thinking, or how do you handle it?
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing a competitive, like must-win type of game, you're going to be doing a bit less experimenting. You want to be falling back on things that you know work. You know, sometimes people will say like, "Oh, I don't want to melters here because I want to try something else." Well, sometimes when you're playing for money, you go, "You know what? My opponent has the Titan. I'm just going to go for the melter. I'm just going to do the most direct and straightforward answer." But a part of the skill is to, like, beyond that, not let it get to you too much. Don't become too nervous. Don't second guess every decision, because you still have to make your decisions in a timely fashion. You still have to place your units accurately, and it's best to remain calm but focused.
Keep calm and carry on. I actually love what you said about falling back on the things you know are strong. That is exactly the commentary that Alpha Titan said. I got to co-cast season 2 of this Mecha Mini Masters with him last time out. He is, of course, the season 1 champion and had been in the elimination seat, needed to win 6 games on the trot without, well, he could afford to lose one of them, but he was down 1-0 going into that 6-game win streak. And he said exactly that. He was like, you know what? If I go down, I'm going to go down putting out the things I know best. And then in that group of 6, he ran 6 different builds, but there are 6 different builds that he knows and is strong in. And he just relied on them. No monkeying around. No playing the thing that's fun. I'm going to play the thing that is strong on this board.
Blood finds the Sabertooths once again.
I think we're seeing his favorite unit. Is it as strong as he thinks
Yeah.
it is? He's
Oh yeah. Sabretooth is quite dominant in the starting pack dynamics, I would say.
it's a unit I've never quite managed to pop off with. Um, I don't know if I'm just playing them poorly or under committing to them. Right? I may be lacking the confidence in them, so I don't hard commit to them. But it's
Yeah,
actually
it's
it's affected my MMR in this meta. They've been so strong this whole season.
yeah, they don't have any terrible matchups, but they have some great matchups. Like they completely destroyed Tarantula. And like if Saber was not a starting unit, Tarantula would be the best starting unit. But because Saber is a high priority starting unit, Tarantula is a risky pick.
Cat same uses. Emma, you don't really need to commit to him. Just stick him on the board, bro.
Yeah, that is kind of true to an extent. Like you see level take level, see a heavy armor, stick it on the Saber, just put shaft clear around them, click speed, and
Did you
like
hear? Did you hear that, Blood? Click speed.
yeah.
That comment was not directed at anyone in particular, but click speed, sir.
We see Blood using the quick supply to go Mustangs, going for a unique start only available to quick supply, but one issue with Mustangs is they don't clear crawlers, and that is what Spade decided to buy, so Blood going to lose the quick supply start. Full spend.
Yeah, that is important to
Not
note,
as
right?
bad as it looks.
Blood made that commitment looking at Fangs. Mustangs are really, really strong against Fangs. Spade also bought 2 packs of crawlers. He's just building out a normal chaff board, but Mustang's very, very weak against crawlers. So
Yes, not as bad as it looks, because once you solve crawlers, you do regain that 200 supply advantage. But you would prefer to be doing damage here.
you'd rather not spend an extra 200 on round 1 and still lose the round. I can't
Yeah.
imagine. Blood will be just under 4,000. Spade at 4,500. Just to reset the context, this is the losers bracket final. Blood is ahead 1 game to nothing. The winner advances. The winner of the best of 3 will advance to face Rage and Jim G in the finals. Loser is eliminated and takes home the 3rd place $20 cash prize. One advantage to losing this one and losing out at this round is you don't have to give up the amateur status. You are eligible to enter the Mecha Mini Masters on a subsequent tournament. You, sir, I'm sorry, Pucci, you are far too professional to be invited to this. You've given up your amateur status long ago, my friend.
Yes. So we see Missile Strike from Spade gonna hit these Mustangs and just help the chaff survive over there, while Blood instead goes for a Rhino drop, but Spade happened to deploy right where that Rhino is dropping. We'll take it out.
That's one unhappy Rhino.
And looks like the round should once again go in Spade's favor. These Stormcrawlers just kind of cleaning up. This is a spot where the Sabers perhaps struggle the most because there's nothing great for them to shoot at. It's hard for them to get value out of their weapon against a board of Fang Stormcaller.
Right. They're overkilling, and they're also slow enough that they're sitting in under the Stormcaller guns and taking a lot of damage from that. Wraith, Wasp, both available. My beloved Fortress, certainly not played as much at the higher levels than as some other units are right now. Getting passed by both players. Blood took the Wraith. Spade takes the Marksman. Are we kind of...
Which will do great into the Wraith, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. But
made it a dangerous pick, that Marksman. Ooh, Spade going into the Vulcan says I'm giant spec and I want to get value out of it. But by doing so is kind of putting something for the saber-tooths to shoot at,
One,
which could be a little bit sketchy.
yeah, the one thing you didn't want was a big tanky unit in front of the sabers, right?
You eventually have to do it. Oh no, saber getting sold. The regrets will be there. Uh, yeah, blood not wanting to commit to the sabers. I oh blood. No, I would consider in blood spot there actually just clicking missile interceptor just to like make your opponent sell their storms. But instead elects to just sell the sabers. Which going to be a little bit unfortunate here. Vulcan going to do excellent work. Burning crawlers, burning mustangs.
Only one marksman locking onto that level 2 Wraith, doesn't have any techs to help. So that is going slowly for Spade's defense.
Yeah, one saber was still enough to kill the Vulcan.
And the tower.
There's too many units just like around the whole board for that Wraith and Saber to deal with.
So Spade still winning solidly, has won all 3 rounds to date, brings blood down to 3,000. That's exactly what you wanted when you're in a must-win game. Take early control of the tempo, have some ability to change things around. But check this out. Surprise! Advanced power system for blood? Who are you, and what have you done with the man who's been playing that seat all evening?
Yes. I mean, normally blood does click a bit of speed. We see double shot on the Saber. I wonder if we'll see the shame repurchase.
Repurchase, placed right back in the same spot. Now it looks like it'll be a range on
Another Wraith.
Wraith, yeah. Where is it going?
Nope. We're
Control Z.
undoing and we're getting the Saber. Wait, no, we're undoing again. We're getting the Wraith.
Nope, we've undone that.
We're
Hold on
trolling
a
the
minute.
casters.
Blood is very decisive right now.
Yeah. And Spade, meanwhile, grabbing the blank covering Vulcan, feels that this crawler plus sledge is enough of a commitment to justify just grabbing that Vulcan. Sorry, grabbing that Vulcan now and taking Scorch on her.
Also feels like he's building straight into a classic late game Vulcan marksman. So talking about playing the builds that you're comfortable with, I know he is strong in a Vulcan marksman build. There are a couple of players I think of as taking Vulcan marksman to a level above. Spade is not in that group, but he's very strong in it, right? I'm just saying, like, there's a couple that are actually terrifying even at your level. The 2300, 2400 MMRs. But with best partner on the bar, he'll be planning, I imagine, to level these Vulcans early and then click best partner to be bringing out additional leveled marksmen, just taking advantage of the fact that he'll get so many extra deploys out of that tech. And deploys are one of the totally limited resources in this game.
The Wraith scams the round, last second kills the marksman, gets the level into enhancement module. That is just brutal.
Sometimes you get a little luck. I can't deny that.
Yeah, because the orbital bombard like hit the Saber so many times that actually helped kill it before it could kill the Vulcan, and I thought blood was just getting Omega scammed out of the round, and then the Wraith just like inches forward and kills both marksmen. Wow, what a swingy round. That's crazy.
First time chatter, Saxman says Volks Marks equals death to Overlord and Wasps. There are multiple builds that counter Vulcan Marksman, primarily by tempoing it out before Vulcan Marksman has come online. There are not many builds that beat Vulcan Marksman at round 11, 12, 13 of a game.
Yeah. Especially if like there's various flavors of tech bars you can put on the marksman. I think Flower Fairy runs the ultimate late game Vulcan mark bar of like elite marksman and EMP both available. So it deals with like things that are way too huge, and they eventually just like scale enough damage that that they can kill anything. But for now, it is just the tempo of the Wraith Saber.
Yeah, great use of that speed from Blood. Gets right in on tower. Did take temp range for a change, or temp speed for a change this round. Presses in on the tower. Also used this oil to kind of trap units behind the tower. It won't light this turn. It'll light next turn. And he kind of
yeah, it's actually disgusting that it works out this way.
Really valuable for Blood to have that work that direction. Spade dropped to 3,400, and not much he can do other than getting rid of this Vulcan on the left side to prevent that oil from lighting. If you don't know, you could drop a shield over this, but any portion of the oil lights, the entire oil lights, the shield does not stop it. It looks like maybe it ought to, but you know, heat transfers through those shield barriers enough to ignite the oil on the other side. It's not like the shield barrier is denying it oxygen or anything. It just full oil lights. Spade will counter with oil of his own. Slow the push, get that oil lit on fire. Ranges the Vulcans.
Blood actually stonks out of the Wraith, sells the big Wraith with the enhancement module, despite not having another level of and just wants to cash that money in and move into a push on the other side, perhaps. Although not, yeah, adds one Wraith to the new side, one Wraith roughly back where the old one was. But losing those levels, these Wraiths will be a bit less impactful, like a little more killable by the marks. It's a risky move. Because we can see Blood is like doing most of the priority moves and still having 600 in the bank. Goes range on the sabers. So really hoping to get a level on a Wraith somewhere this turn to get back into stonking, which might not happen. But it's Blood that devoted armor onto the Rhino. It also took Rhinos but didn't devote attack, so we'll lose the Rhino matchup. Rhino also just perfectly beaconed in to take this Vulcan down, and then does it take tower? It does not. It runs right by. Does it kill the marksman? It does. Wraith will take the tower. Really good round for Blood, though. Survives the fire back. The Wraith, the new Wraith, actually lives, so the greed paid off. We do get a couple of levels, so stonking pays off.
There it is. Here are the multiple marksmen. So 4 more deploys just by clicking attack. Deploys are one of the limits in the game, the limiting factors. You only get 2 per round, barring a card that allows you an extra 1, or taking mass recruitment off the left side tower. If you are brand new to the game, the items on the left side tower, these 5, are temporary items that apply to 1 round. You can click on your right side tower to get access to 4 buttons that are essentially permanent, although some of them, like the sticky oil bomb, only come back every couple of rounds. Shock-a-lot asks, why not more marksmen for Spade? He just did. He clicked the best
that is
partner
literally what's happening.
To bring out 5 more marksmen. Well, 4 more from that. Drops a Vulcan to get a Vulcan and a marksman. So he's basically getting a second deploy for every giant he's brought onto the board. And having +5 extra deploys, this is why this is a hyperscaling late game comp. By the time you're into round 10 or 11, this many Vulcans with this many levels, this many marksmen on the board, it can feel completely unstoppable. Will the Rhinos get in on this near side tower in time? They're getting close, they're going down. The Vulcans have held.
Yeah, they're getting EMP'd. We took Doom, but they're EMP'd.
Yeah, EMP on the marksman, slowing them down, as well as turning off the key techs. Solid round for Spade, and if you are facing Vulcan marksman, you don't want to see the Vulcan marksman build have this good of a round on round 7. This build is supposed to come good like round 9, round 10. Suddenly, Spade looks like he's in control. He was able to weather a couple of rounds where it looked like Blood was taking damage, but
Cool. Blood gets the boat, though, directly from Bear-like special delivery, the unit that you wanted. It is time to photon that army.
The Great Bear. The Photon, of course, we're going to turn off the EMP. The EMP was critical to preventing the Rhinos from getting in on that near side tower. So different fight, and you can see Blood has already clicked the Photon emission on those Overlords. Other thing that Spade's board is weak to is Wasps. He doesn't have he doesn't have what I would call Wasp clear outside of this one pack of Mustangs. Blood has the
and
Wasps
like some
coming on
forward
that side.
fangs will die. Blood actually sells the blue Overlord just to make it into a level 1, just to recover that $250 at the cost of a deploy.
And puts Boom on the Rhinos. Harry Potter's.
Yeah, Boom was their last turn. They just got
turned
EMP'd.
off. Right. Nice little flank up here from a... Is that a marksman first? Protecting the
and
Phoenix. So the marksman to eat
to
the sentry
deal with
missile.
The missile.
And the Phoenix to carry on. But he doesn't want to have something like a crawler or whatever where maybe one crawler survives and pulls a ground unit out there. So he wanted a unit.
Yes, and we have the missile strikes. We're not missile spec, but somehow we have 2 missile strikes. But and the missile strike was perfectly placed, but the new boat turns after cleaning the existing flank, and a couple of the new Wasps as well. Rhino gets in and booms on the right. Sabers blowing up the Vulcans on the left and middle.
Tower take on the right side. It's looking really good for Blood, but there are still a couple of marksmen left.
The Photon is out, though. The issue is just that they're a level 1 and a level 2, and marksman damage is a little on what one might call the pathetic side.
I am really weak with marksmen, and it's because in my head I equate them as doing as much damage as a Phoenix does. Blood all but closes this best of 3 out. Spade down 1 game to nothing on 66 hit points and a dream. What is he doing to turn it around? Is there hope?
And which side do you photon? There's a big 50-50 this round.
True.
With EMAG and photon being offered. Obviously, Spade can't try to EMAG Blood because of the photon already existing from the boats.
Right. And that lets
Does appear to be guessing right.
Skip the photon. Right now, Spade winning the 50-50. Also has that orbital bombardment over there. On top of the Wasps, as it were.
Blood still stonking. Sells the high-level saber that did a lot of work just to get a little extra free cash. One might argue that's sketchy.
There's such a thing as being too greedy, and I have been too greedy and thrown games by it.
But Blood is up a lot of money.
Okay, I'm going to use a concept I heard you reference in your stream. I think it was last Saturday, maybe, evening. No, it was Wednesday after the mini tournaments, right? Where you talked about not putting the stocks module on something that you wanted real levels on. Can you walk through the thought process there? Just mostly for the new players who might be thinking like, oh, it's money, it's great. I just do the stocks trick.
Yeah, I mean, if you're stonking, you want it on things that you want to sell. Just because you're not going to keep it. But you do want it to eventually end up on. Wait, are these booms going to get in?
They are not. They've
been
locked.
Shield protects them.
There's still steel balls on that side. Spade staying alive. Tower on the left side goes down. That's
the
brutal.
Tower just goes down to the
big
saber,
snipe
though,
from this level 3 saber. It's done 100,000 damage this round alone.
It's still very close.
This
shield
could go either way.
Oh, they're gonna
goodness.
go into the fire though.
Even the marksman in the
So
fire.
tragic.
Death.
Oh
And that
no.
is it for Spade. Blood will win 2-0. Spade knocked out. Had to come in kind of cold, where Blood had just played 2 games. Spade has been sitting there champing at the bit, waiting for his chance. Rip Spade taking home 3rd place and a $20 cash prize in the money, but out of the tournament. Congrats to Blood. He's going to advance to the finals, where he'll face the man who beat him earlier this evening. Ragin GMG beat him 2-0. We'll bring you the finals in just 2.5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Right, and for the non-ad viewers, I'll expand a little bit on that enhancement module point. So when you get the enhancement module, it allows you to level up the units for free, but their value still goes up. So when you sell them, like their sell value goes up. So you can sell them and make that free money you got back. So generally the trick is like to put the stonk module on something that you want to sell but has a level available. Sell it, and then eventually move it on to something that you just get to a very high level and to keep on your board. And you can take a few trips. You can put it on something, sell it, put it on another thing, and then next turn sell that, and then move it onto your high value target. You eventually want it to find a permanent home where they're going to value that 30% stat buff that the module also gives, and just continue to gain free levels. So a unit that levels a lot also, is happy to hold it like a Wasp or a Mustang in the end game.
That's a really good explanation, both of stonking, using the stonk module, that enhancement module to level something up for free. Doesn't change the base price. It doesn't change the sell value, or it does change the sell value, even though you haven't invested anything in it. And that has been one of the keys to making a hyper scaling economy for a long time in this game.
And it's gotten the item nerfed repeatedly.
It has gotten
very
the item
powerful
nerfed a couple of times, hasn't it? Let's put up the bracket real quick here. I didn't mean to go to all black. Apologies. You are good. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. This is what I was going to show, is to bring out that. We'll give them a moment. This 2021 MMR for Ragin, 1918 for Blood. They are rematching the winners semifinals earlier today from just about an hour ago, really. They finished up about an hour ago. Finals. Let's explain. Ragin comes in with a half game edge. He beat Blood 2-0 in the semifinals at the start of the day. Blood has gotten here by winning through the losers bracket. If Blood wins wins this, whether it's 2-0 or 2-1, that counts as a series win for him. They both have 1 series loss at that point. That would create this sudden death. Best of 1 matches in purple over there. On the other hand, if Ragin can win 2 games of these first 3, he is the undisputed champion. There will be no sudden death, and he is just sailed through. He beat Spade in 2 games, 2-0. He beat Blood 2-0. Blood beat Spade 2-0. And now we get what we hope. We hope to bring you at least 2, as many as 4 games to determine the ultimate champion here.
It's slightly better than a 1-game advantage compared to just being up a game in a best of 5. There's like 1 game series where Ragin only has to win 1 game instead of having to win 2. Right. If Blood wins 2 and then Ragin wins the whole thing. But
right.
Every other it plays out exactly the same as
a best of 5.
Ragin being up 1 game in a best of 5.
Yep. 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the finals, everybody. Ragin, your winners bracket champion. Beat Blood 2-0. Blood will be on the far side in red. Plays Cost Control again. He just beat Spade with that. He's got Tarantula and Marksman. We're going to turn off chat so you guys don't have any spoilers. No GGs, nothing like that. Ragin on the near side, a Speed Specialist. Oh, near and dear to my heart. Speed Specialist has been my favorite specialist.
Yeah.
Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, and Season 4. I think she is so criminally underrated. Am I wrong about that? I know
Yeah. No, I actually think Speed Specialist is the best specialist. Like, actually, my opinion at this point. Partly because I don't think it's like the strongest specialist effect. But Speed Spec has a lot of health for having one of the stronger effects, and health is very valuable in the current game. But it is my most picked spec by a lot.
I just think of it as speed is closing distance. Closing distance is time that my units are not failing to engage.
A comparison I might make is to supply spec, which is like a very simple spec to analyze. In the late game, speed spec is better, right? Because supply spec is going to click speed every turn anyways, but speed spec gets to click it again. So speed spec just sort of like compared to supply spec in the late game just has the option of clicking speed an extra time. In the early game, supply spec gets more money because in the early game you wouldn't speed. But supply spec is down so much health that they're going to have to spend some money preserving their health that speed spec doesn't have to do. So like the money advantage from the early game that supply spec gets doesn't really balance out the health advantage that speed spec gets. So speed spec just ends up being like, because of having this late game advantage and because of having this like cushion in the early game, is just so powerful.
Ragin showing off some
and I think most people would argue
spec.
that supply spec is very good.
Yes, most people would argue supply spec is very strong. We did talk in chat, although not so much on the cast, about the difference between tempo play and long-term build play, like the greed plays that are trying to create a super, almost hyper-scaling build by rounds 11, 12, and 13, versus a tempo build. A tempo build is trying to take advantage of knocking your opponent down to low hit points and kind of forcing them to have to think through all the possible ways you could try to knock them out and have to defend against all of them. Whereas a a non-tempo build, you're just relying on the fact that eventually my choice of units and techs will be better than my opponents, or my economy will be better than my opponents. Ragin starts this off with using speed to get round 1 win, drops blood to 4,300. He took the mass-produced Phoenix, and this is a card I think is also underrated. Maybe not by you, because I've heard you explain it really, really well on your stream. You want to explain for the viewers why mass-produced Phoenix is awesome? It's minus 30% attack, minus 30% hit points. What would I do?
Pretty popular card.
It is.
It's a pretty popular card, right? Like, you're losing well under half the strength for getting half the cost. Phoenix is just a really good unit, so having a card that lets you get it economically is just that much better. They still do a pretty good DPS. I mean, their DPS per cost at level 1 is more efficient than regular Phoenix. But they're not nerfed so much that you like can't take the levels. Like, you can still take levels and be reasonably happy with them.
Interesting to see if Ragin
also
takes
mass-produced
the Wasp form.
Units do full player damage.
That is the key point for sure. They do, and because Phoenix is ranged, right? They're rarely the thing that's getting shot down at the start of the round. Right? They're gonna last to the end of the round. If you win the round with mass-produced Phoenix, you're doing full damage to the bar. And it can be a surprising way to tempo somebody out, right? Blood is sitting there going, wait, round 2 just ended and I'm down to 3560. That doesn't feel right. But it's because instead of bringing out 1 Phoenix on round 1, on round 2, Ragin was able to afford 2 of them. And he could just spam fill this board and suddenly have rounds that are doing 1,000 damage if he lives. Blood might be out of this match by round 7 if that were to happen.
Yeah, we're seeing Blood has grabbed advanced missile device and is putting out a few missiles, maybe trying to catch the balls.
Yeah, once they're in deep.
But it is a sign of just like, these are tempo plays you're making, not because you're trying to finish your opponent, but because you're trying to survive. But Ragin is playing purely for value and just has the tempo naturally and is forcing tempo plays out of the opponent, which is a spot that you want to be in sometimes. It's actually Ragin that took the Wasp Swarm defensively.
Right, played it defensively instead of offensively. Can't argue with that. Covering the one way he felt the opponent could really beat him.
And it'll still be strong in this round because it's covering the Phoenixes from Marksman and covering the balls, and it might take some of these missiles out. But this one hero crawler, look at this.
One crawler.
That was
Knew the
an
vision.
advanced missile.
Let me go pop this one missile for the minimum possible value. Blood's in
And that's a lot of money
trouble.
Blood went down on a round that they're losing.
2560, minus 150 in missiles on that round. Yeesh. Would not want to be sitting in that seat right now.
Blood takes the sabers. Neither player going for the Wraith, or Blood takes the Scorpion rather. Ragin takes the high-level saber. It's just big. It's gonna try to roll in here and blow stuff up, and actually, perhaps seeing the Scorpions coming, already selling one of the balls.
That's
is Ragin.
Great foresight. Is this the tech bar that you run on Saber?
Yeah, I don't value field maintenance that highly.
Okay. I might need to.
It can be good off of these drops.
Yeah, the level 5
but
drop.
yeah, it's usually like if you scale a saber big enough, often your opponent just has to melt anyways. That's the thinking. But field maintenance can work really well if you just get like a wide board of level 2 sabers. So you're not your opponent's not going to melt because of level 2 sabers, but then they can't kill level 2 field maintenance sabers if you're wide. So it's like you could run basically any combination of excellent saber.
Yeah, I just recently took
And
anti-missile off and put healing on for it, so I was wondering what you were running.
Yeah, a lot of people just take side guns off. Side guns are maybe the most niche, but it actually does have a decent number of spots.
I've seen you use them very well. I'm not taking them off.
Yeah, I click it a lot, but it's like if you didn't have it, you're not missing it that much. It's just that Saber often doesn't need to click into text, and side guns is like always at least somewhat clickable in those scenarios. But we can see here, it needs no tech, it's just a beast.
Bullying through that side, gets to the tower, killing scorpions like they're made out of paper mache, and keeping one of those Phoenix alive behind it. It even kills a marksman through tower debuff.
Yep.
Luckily there's...
Now it's going to kill all these crawlers. It's one hound helping it out.
One hound behind, yep. One hound helping out. Who's a good dog?
But that is his game top damage, by the way.
From this one unit on one round.
This is like round 4.
We know Blood likes shield airdrop. Again, that is a 100 cost, the same as the shield that is used once and gone. It delivers 40,000 hit points. Shield airdrop delivers 50,000 hit points, and it comes back in 3 rounds. It's almost never skip if shield airdrop is offered. You might take one of the other 3 offerings, but if shield airdrop is on, you're gonna take one of the 4. The shield airdrop is just so much more valuable than shield generator. Barring some extreme edge cases where you knew exactly how much you needed to spend for a specific plan, and just can't afford any of them.
Yeah, or if you have advanced shield device and it's late,
right.
you can just play the shield device.
where shield generators, advanced shield device gives plus 16,000 hit points to these ones, but not to this guy.
Yeah. It's like, even then, it's minor. Like, only 6k HP over the airdrop.
Mech Rage on the Hounds. This is, in my opinion, the key to making Hounds pop as a chaff clear is reducing their attack interval from 2.4 seconds to 1.6 seconds with mechanical division. It also helps a ton to have them keep up with crawlers, with mustangs, with steel balls. Not that those are on this board, but I think this is a solid turn for Ragin. Melting Point, Blood's answer. He's going to try to clear all of this chaff and get a lock on the big saber in time to clear it out. Is that going to happen?
It's probably going to go the other way. Even though Melting Point can kill Saber, Saber still one-shots it. So it's just purely a matter of who has better chaff clear, but in one sector of Blood's board, his chaff clear is just getting bodied repeatedly by this giant saber tooth.
Saber does 44,000 damage, one-shots the Melter, drops Blood down to 1722. Remember, he lost to Ragin 2 games to nothing earlier tonight. To be this far down on the third game between them, knowing you'd have to win 3 times to take the title without making a single misstep if he loses this game. Blood will have to go 3-0 to claim the championship. That's got to be just demoralizing.
And Ragin not even going to bother jabbing them, which Blood has sold and moved to avoid the jab. He's just
right.
Like, I'll just take out the chaff clear and you win, right? So it's very logical to hit these units.
It's fine.
The Blood so focused on the saber is afraid of the Melter being jabbed.
107,000 hit points. It'll just walk right through that thing. It will get stuck in the oil. Now, I love that Ragin, while he's created this problem and kind of created this focus area on the left, is this turn bringing in 2 of those mass-produced Phoenix on the right, brings in another Hound for chaff clear. I'm going to jab out the middle and try to win the right side where I have not been winning all game. It's kind of a neat pivot.
The goal in this spot for Ragin is to just develop as much as he can while having these free rounds from the saber. Never tech the saber, and then the moment the saber finally dealt, sell it and just like develop a Titan on the other side of the board.
Right, once
like end the game.
Once opponent is overcommitted to this one side, let's we pivot to the other side and finish it up. Makes good sense.
Yeah.
Makes really good sense.
Which maybe this turn. Looks like the oil helping out Blood a lot, and just like it slowed down everything that would get in front of that saber and stopped the saber from moving in and killing these chaff clear units so quickly.
Hackmanic says, I see so many high MMR players just toss this level 4 or level 6 saber drop away. I often have it carry me. Make this make sense. A lot of the high level players, I think, have something in mind for the money. They're just like, I can leverage the money to do something else really powerful. And maybe they may be undervaluing the strength of this untech'd saber that you're seeing Ragin has done so well with. But last turn was the turn where Blood turned it. Go ahead.
Often during the play out of the battle, you're thinking about what you're going to do with your money, and you're thinking about like, what is your big turn if you get a big drop you can sell. But you don't know what drop it's going to be. Then the cards get shown, and you could reevaluate your wait, do I instead play this saber? Or you could just say, I already have a turn in mind, I'm going to sell the saber in. But I do sort of agree that it is, keeping it is undervalued, and I like trying to keep it for at least a round, just to see what it can do on its own, see if it can force out some answers before selling it. That said, like, if I see a spot where I can end the game with a War Factory, like, yeah, I'll sell it.
Blood definitely reading the possible pivot that you were talking about. Sell out of the
Yeah.
Saber and bring in a Titan on the other side. It won't be a Titan, it'll actually be a level 2 Overlord from the drop. But Ragin showing up on the right. Blood has a Melter over there. Doesn't have a whole lot to deal with all the Wasps. Some
Yes,
late arriving
I really
things.
like this turn from both of them. The Wasps are actually like a prediction that Blood makes this read and plays this Melter, so both players kind of getting some levels on this round.
5D chess at its best. Overlord takes the tower, gets to engage with the Melter while it is debuffed. On the opposite side, the Phoenix are making total use of the debuff, bringing down as much as they can. There will be one surviving Melter over there. It's fighting under debuff for Blood. Ragin back in control. Blood under 1,000 hit points. Ragin's at 3,500. Blood down to 822. And again, it's another one of these. It's a big unit, but there's no text in it. Right? He could sell out of that, and does. Sells out of it to go 2450. What are you using with? What are you buying with 2,400 cash to finish this board out?
Yeah, and has clicked the Elite Recruit button. There's the Master Recruit. I see Abyss unlocked. It's been added to the board. We still have 900 to tech this thing with.
And when you are going for it as a knockout, you
still
do
have
not
long range speed available.
don't take enhanced maintenance.
Nope.
You don't care
Undoing.
about that. We've undone way back. We're going all the way back to War Factory. He doesn't even run enhanced maintenance on the board for the War Factory. It just goes range, launcher overload, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z.
Oh, nope,
Shoot.
we're undoing.
Decisive.
Back to, can we play Mountain? What if it's Mountain, Ragin? Hear
That
me
would be
out?
amazing.
Mountain? No, we're going back to Abyss.
30 seconds left.
Alright.
Level 3 with the intensive.
Oh, and we stonk it, or, yeah, intensive.
Oh, this is fun.
And
this is fun.
Crawlers added to the flank.
The crawlers to distract that melting point for as long as possible. Blood has missed one of them out. Also missed the frontline crawler out. So it's just how quickly can he clear the other pack of crawlers, and will the Wasp be in position to protect? They are. The shields are down. The tower is exposed. Next set of missiles is going to be devastating from this thing. Even though it's locked onto, some of those missiles individually target. They should bring this tower down. They do, barely, keeping the Abyss alive. It'll get to finish off a Melter that has had a lock for what felt like 10 seconds at least. Level 3 Abyss, just dominating. This is a classic Season 4 Age of the Titans blows out by Ragin. He's 1 game to nothing up in our best of 3 finals. But put it this way, he's beaten Blood 3 times in a row tonight. Blood needs to win 3 in a row to take the title. Ragin just needs to win 1 of the next 3 matches, and he is your champion.
And that was a beautiful play. He ended up ending on the previous turn. He did Wasps. So he's saying Mustangs are the natural counter. I expect Mustangs. I click Swarm Missiles to deal with those, help the Wasps get in. And also Swarm Missiles, like, somewhat efficiently, like not efficiently, but it does deal with Shield Fangs. Like, it will kill them. So it allows the Abyss to get in. And having all that speed with this flank, just really getting into the quite exposed tower very quickly.
Yep. Speed specialist.
One thing I really liked
temp
about that
speed,
game is that Ragin... one thing I really liked about that game is Ragin presented all big problems by using the unit drops that weren't Phoenix, and was still consistently developing these mass-produced Phoenixes. And then suddenly, like, there were some turns where there just weren't good answers to the Phoenix, like that fire turn. the only answers to the Phoenix were these unteched marksmen, which were shorter range than other parts of the board, and just kind of walked in and died to the ranged Phoenixes. So very, very comfortable amount of breathing room. Just using the drops really well at selling out of them when it's time.
Channel point predictions are up. Your your tournament could end right here. If Ragin wins this game, he is your champion. If Blood wins this game, he buys another life. But Ragin's got 3 lives. He's only got to win once. Blood has to win 3 in a row. Thank you guys all for being here with me. I'm just going to tout a couple of things. I will be co-casting the European weekend tournament tomorrow, noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. I have a special guest co-commentator that I'm really excited to have working with. You guys will find out who that is tomorrow. It should be a lot of fun. He should bring a lot of energy. Of course, Apuchi, if you'd rather just watch one of the favorites, Apuchi will be playing that. He doesn't focus so much on commentary with chat while focused on tournament. He'll come back to chat between matches in the aftermatch area, but much like the cast has been tonight, we haven't been reading and responding to chat during the match. He'll be very focused on playing his game, but it's a really fantastic way to watch and learn the game. To watch Apuchi's perspective, highly recommend that. I also want to tout on Monday, we get to do a special sneak preview of 1.7.0. You guys, a lot of you have heard or might know what might be in that release. You'll get to see it live off the test server on our stream on Monday. Again, that'll probably be around 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. I think that is about 10 p.m. Central European Standard. So three streams to look forward to. One on Apuchi's channel, two on mine. Very, very happy to have you either place you go. Welcome back to our finals. Blood down 1-0. Near side blue. Ragin, far side red. The villain trying to end our tournament.
7 or whatever those numbers are.
No sabers offered to either player. There's just a saber-tooth specialist, which Ragin will take.
Blood found the pack that had hounds. No, I know the hounds are your favorite chaff clear. I think they're mine as well for this season, my most taken, and the one that I have the best win rate with. Do you have a sense for why that's working for hounds so much? Like, what is it about hound as a chaff clear that's making them pop off?
They pair really well with saber.
Fair enough.
No, but seriously, they're fast, and I like it when my units go fast.
Mm-hmm.
So they can keep up with saber in aggro and even run ahead of it. They can be protected behind it to start the round, but then move ahead and chaff for it at the end of the round, which is sometimes valuable. But they can also work in this standard hound board with a ball start or a sledge start, or sometimes even a storm start, where you build up phoenixes and lots of crawlers, and then eventually some rhinos or a war factor or something. So there's just they're pretty flexible. They don't get countered at nearly as badly as Arclights do by loose crawler, loose formation. And they don't have any unit that punishes them in the early game as hard as Saber punishes. Again, if not for Saber, Tarantula would be far and away the best chapter right now.
Right.
And it's really what's holding Tarantula back. Tarantula is actually getting pretty especially in 201. They feel like maybe they aren't playing enough Sabers. I don't know. I feel like it shouldn't be as popular as it is. I feel like it should be getting punished more. It should feel risky to start Tarantula.
It definitely feels risky to me to start Tarantula. I've been steering away from them. I have a terrible win rate with them right now. Even Arclight is better for me.
Yeah, I think Tarantula and Saber maybe could both use nerfs, but not sure. The Saber starting packs are also like balanced for how Saber was doing a couple metas ago, which was good.
Right. And they're now that
so
Saber is very strong, they're doing
yeah.
way better.
The balance of starting pack, like starting HP, lags the balance of the units a bit. So sometimes like a unit gets a buff, and then its starting packs become overpowered because they're still like have a bunch of health, and you have the best unit.
Neat little mobile beacon on the far right side from Blood. It's going to just make sure that a crawler does not get pulled. I want that going straight to the tower. Probably a good time to explain how a mobile beacon works. You can kind of see this crosshatch plus the crawlers that are in this top right corner are going to move to the top right corner of the mobile beacon. Then at the end of this first mobile beacon, it is completely separate from the second half. The second half will pick those crawlers up and say, hey, wait, they're right on this line of the second beacon, and they're going to go right to this part of the beacon over here. So some of them will actually miss the tower. The ones kind of here in the core center are going to just run straight over the tower. They'll stop and attack it. Some of them will run past it and continue on to be in position to attack this tower. Mobile beacon play, there's a really good video by Rat that explains it in depth if you want some better information about that.
Hound, nicely placed, will just take those out though. And another good round for Blood. Okay, what is alive? Excuse me. Oh,
The 5 hounds from the other side of the board.
right. For some reason, I like got that since the hounds like turned the other way, I got mixed up and thought they were on Blood's team.
Well, and they're both all the same color, right? You could do something subtle with like the accent color to identify which team is which, if you really wanted it to be clear.
Yeah, I guess I got thrown off because they're both in hounds.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, and Blood has been the hound all day, right?
So Blood takes the melter and sells it. Notably, the melter was not the most efficient sell. In fact, it was the least efficient. So values the melter unlock for later. Giving up on a bit of money. You're essentially unlocking the melter because if you took the saber and sold it, you have 100. Not saber, scorpion. So Blood essentially just unlocked melter for 100 as a one-time special offer, and maybe going back into that melter later.
That decision becomes sensible if he goes back into the melter later. Of course, he's going to make that decision based on whether the board actually supports that or not.
And it's sort of just like Blood's little secret.
Because he sold it so quick, the Raging doesn't know he has.
Yeah, you might even. yeah. You might even just like melt this saber, or not saber, scorpion. She's like,
it's okay. It's getting late, man. I understand. And you ran straight into this after a full day of work, so full respect. You're allowed a mistake or two of word.
Yeah, this one goes the other way now on the right side. Raging adds the wasps, but Blood adds the typhoon from the typhoon specialist. Not the like free one, but just plays one.
Actually paid for it, right? Paid for it. The Scorpion is having a good day.
And there were already Mustangs on the other side.
Scorpion having a good day.
All good days must end.
It will come to an end in a moment. Hounds working on it. Good dogs. They're going to get a level off of that for sure. We've talked about how important that level is in terms of setting them up to one-shot crawlers instead of two-shotting them. So really strong rounds from Blood here. If you're in a I need to win 3, this is what he needed to resecure his confidence, to feel like yes, I can play this guy even. I can build the long-term board that's going to beat him. He's not in anything you wouldn't want it to be in anyways. He takes the improved firepower control system. Efficient Light and Efficient Giant both offered. I am too greedy to pass that up, I think. But both of these players are.
Yeah.
Am I overvaluing those cards, or are these guys undervaluing them?
It's sort of a tempo situation. Blood feels comfortable pushing this to a win. With the item, doesn't want to let off the gas and let Ragin back into the game. And Ragin feeling like if he takes sufficient light and Blood doesn't, you can just like lose the game really quickly from there. So both perhaps feeling they have a somewhat expensive turn they want to accomplish here.
Blood is back into the giant, has his, kind of as you said he might, has the melting point straight opposite the Scorpion. The Scorpion has an absorption module, which is in theory going to heal through whatever it's shooting at. In practice, if it gets locked onto by the Melter and doesn't lock the Melter in return, he's going to have a very bad day.
Yes, and there's only the one crawler pack there to protect it, which will go down pretty quick. Unless... Nope.
Oh, that's a very pretty lock. Nice positioning from Blood.
What's funny is they both full countered the unit that the other itemized.
Okay.
So neither got value out of their item.
Melter doesn't have range, neither does the Scorpion.
Okay. Yeah, that was awkward. It worked.
Was
the Melter just killing wasps while the Mustangs kill the Scorpion.
And yeah, the Mustangs and the Hounds have got this. You're fine. You take care of the things that can fly.
Yeah.
Now we take an efficient giant. Ragin takes the Rhino drop. Notably, there is a whole lot of space back here to exploit. This is one where Blood needs to not have windmilled the answer so quickly that he doesn't remember what the drop was. Right? Needs to remember the drop. Sells his Typhoon to bring the item over onto the level 2 Mustang. Picks up a second Melter that should have a pretty good lock here.
That is insta-locking if not addressed. We just need one late crawler in the middle. Perfect. It's not going to beat the Rhino, but it's going to slow it down enough. This is like usually how one... Oh, yeah. He beacons it forward.
That's
just to make
fun.
the Rhino chase.
Just wants
and
the
then
Rhino
eventually
chasing
end up
him.
where the Melters are.
That's a really, really efficient defense for this Rhino. He didn't even necessarily have to buy the crawler if he runs Mobile Beacon with the other one and can pick it up early enough. He could potentially Mobile Beacon one of
Yeah,
these.
true. You can... Yeah, you could run an outside one towards the middle and then forward. But if you like guess the wrong side, I think
it would be painful. Yeah.
Work.
Oh, better safe than sorry. Fighting at its best, manipulating the AI. It's an auto battler. Mobile Beacon is one of the few things you can do to control what your units do after the round starts. I think it is the item, spell, whatever you want to call it, with a highest skill ceiling. I don't think we have explored the full value of it. I don't think even our top players have quite hit maximizing the return on all the various Mobile Beacon plays. What do you think? Do you feel like the top end of the meta has kind of maxed it out, or do you feel like there's still room to explore?
There's still room. Like, I feel like the most recent Suri video introduced me to new ideas with it. And I already see people playing those. I think there's a lot more that can be done. Like, it's sort of arrogant to say, like, oh no, we did just learn something new a couple weeks ago, but like now we figured it out. Now we know it all. Like,
would be an arrogant answer for sure. Sorry for if you thought I was trying to trap you into the arrogant answer. No, not my intention. I just
no. It's like there's so many clips or quotes of like speedrunners being like, man, we're never gonna cut more like 3 or more seconds off the speed run, and then it's like fast forward 3 years, okay, we're like 3 minutes faster than we were and it's still dropping, and it's like, okay, but now
surely
now we know all the tricks. So
cute little Mobile Beacon over there.
Blood now has additional deployment slot paired with the efficient giant, which can get tons of value if you're actually spamming giants, but spamming small units so far, still kind of 100 in the hole. That efficient giant. While Ragin is playing a little bit more for tempo still and kind of flying the way back into this game. Like that Rhino drop still did get in. I think the beacon was just like too fast, and they came back and met it in the middle.
Right.
But Blood adding the Mustangs in the spots they were missing, making this round look pretty good. And those Mustangs should continue to juice off of these Hounds.
Mustangs, of course, what you mean by juicing there, of course, is Mustangs are very dependent
Gaining
on their
experience.
levels. They need the XP. Feed me, Seymour. I need my XP. If you can get Mustangs up to like level 5, 6, 7, 8, there really is no counter to them at that point. They can tank an Abyss Missile, they can run through fire. They don't care anymore. They actually have become tanks, as they have in the name. You gotta stop Mustangs before they get that high in experience.
Get some interesting options.
Interesting.
Is
And a
the
beacon.
sledges for Ragin. I really like the sledge pick for Ragin, because both Mustangs and Melters and Hounds, all of those units are not very efficient at clearing sledges. However, Blood appears to be getting out of that Melter and says, it's boatin' time, I'm gonna fly.
I'm gonna have
which is an interesting choice. There was a tech.
Sorry, I was gonna say
yeah. There was a tech on the
additional deployment. He's ready to just go. He's teched them with Overlord, Lord Artillery. Yeah, the Melter has range, but he's just backing out of it to something that Scorpions don't shoot, Hounds don't shoot. And there's really nothing on the board that shoots up. A couple of Phoenix, a couple of Wasps.
These Phoenix are new. Ragin just elite recruited 2 Phoenix. So seeing the lines, perhaps prepared for this Overlord. Overlord a bit more efficient than Melter at killing these sledges, though, so it's pretty good pickup. Going to work out well for Blood.
See how long this Melter has been tied up to see what the line that Ragin was imagining. Or if Blood had just committed more into the Melters, the sledges have won the middle of the board for Ragin. So that's the line he was seeing. Blood, of course, has gone to something completely different. But the Phoenix are going to clean up. It's not even going to be a win for Blood. The Phoenix get the job done for Ragin. He just won 2 rounds in a row, right? Blood down to 4105.
Yes. So Blood has sort of moved into playing for value here, though. So really want to just see Overlords spammed. And it's a difficult board, though. And we're getting another spell. Ragin probably happy to see any spell that... Well, like, Ragin, in a weird way, like, wants to pressure Blood's HP here while they're winning these rounds.
Yeah, it almost feels...
Like, the help may not tell the story, but Ragin is the beatdown in this situation.
Right.
I know the help make it look the other way.
Ragin needs to close this out before Blood's board gets hyper-scaled in cheap giants with tax. Right? Is kind of what you're saying. So even though he's behind in the health currently, he's just won 2 rounds. He needs to be winning rounds by large margins to take this health off in maybe 3 rounds tops.
Yeah.
Game goes to round 12.
And Blood is also scaling these Mustangs.
Yeah, game gets to like round 11, 12, 13. It's really strongly in Blood's favor right now. So
I like to see Ragin 3 bubbles plus Bombard plus missiles.
No
Lone range,
shields.
150 left.
No shields for Blood. Those Mustangs are completely exposed, no protection. It is RNG where these missiles land. Barely dodging. Couple. Now they get hit. Now they get hit. Oh, value.
Pain.
Bombard. Big round for Rage and Jim G, assuming that the rest of the board can clean up. That might be a bad assumption.
Yeah.
It's a good assumption.
See some big phoenixes still alive. But
wait.
Honestly, pretty good round for Blood.
That's a great round for Blood, considering how bad he's.
Yeah, Blood.
How bad the
Blood actually winning the round, and yeah, and picking up the steel ball prod line, putting it on the less fighty side of the board, where it can just keep producing balls. It's not under enough threat.
All 6 of those
and
balls
it wins
were
the round for him.
Drop includes Vulcan and War Factory. Rage down to 1,300 hit points.
The marksman could be good for Rage and like anti-air, even though they're somewhat redundant with the Phoenix.
Yeah, good call. He goes straight to them. Level 4 marksman gives them aerial specialization. Please lock on those overlords early and take them down. 2 on the left, 1 on the right. There's kind of a gap for high-level marksmen in here, but, you know, can't do everything. Blood took the Vulcans. I think took 1 from the drop and buys 1. Sells out of the last melter. Takes Wasp production. Rhino Assault, there will be a Goomba attack here. The falling in Rhino will deal its full hit point damage to the Overlord, if it's falling through the Overlord, and will die, but it will have dealt its damage equal to its hit points to the Overlord. And yes, that does include if you gave it a tech like armor or whatever, it would do more hit points as it falls in. You can even tech Boom on it and have it drop in, land on the ground, and explode, doing damage to things around it. Very much a poor man's javelin. Poor Rhino's javelin. What do you think, Capucci? How's this round going?
I love this play of the oil to burn the Mustangs and Wasp spawn to punish them for not having the Mustangs. Although the Rhino, the Vulcan really not lighting this oil, there it goes. If Blood didn't lose that last round, it's over. Blood's in such a dominant position. The boat does go down, the ball spawning boat.
Yeah, the damage from the Rhino critical for that. Helped by that kill for Ragin. I don't think this is lethal.
Not
it's
as in
really
favor of
close.
Blood as they thought it would be.
It is lethal. 45 hit points. Just enough for Blood to knock that off. But as we said, we thought Blood was scaling long-term in that comp. He has won a game. That's got to be a huge restoration to his confidence. It's got to be amazing for him.
Yeah, and we dodged the minimum number of games run. We were done an hour early.
Yeah, that is true. More content, bonus games. Let's go. And yes, we should pay out the rocks to Hackmanic and the other believers. Congratulations. If you what was the name of the video, the beacon video? The YouTuber is Surrey Easy, and search his account, his videos for beacon. There's a 45-minute one and a 15-minute one. The 45-minute one has a couple of things that are outdated because the devs have changed the way that mobile beacon works. Those changes are explained in the second video. So the short one is current, the longer one is very deep, but has a couple of things that are slightly inaccurate, and none of that is Surrey's fault. The actual mechanics have changed under him since he made that first video.
Is that a rat quote? I'm not losing. I don't have any draft lead.
Exactly, and I have found myself thinking it and saying it, but it's one of my favorite quotes from Rat. Yes, and the funny thing is, it comes in a win. He's like down under 2,000 hit points. He said, "I'm not losing. I just don't have any tap clear. I've got this." All right, we're evened up 1 game apiece. I have something else to chat about while we go through the 90 seconds of loading here. In the most recent engine room video with I don't know if you guys know Stoney. Stoney has some direct access to the developer Bear-like, lead developer, and had a really cool conversation about the Q&A, kind of going back and forth. We're talking about Titans and like how they're evaluating things, and Bear-like kind of closed that discussion with, well, look, War Factory's win rate is not very high. It's around 50%. So I wrote him and asked it, like, okay, can we, I would like to explain this a little bit more to my my audience. When we do that, how are we slicing things? Do we exclude mirrors? Are we comparing teched versus untechted? Do we compare across all MMRs? Are we comparing the length of time that the unit was on the board, so that we can gauge long-run units versus gut punch units? And I got back a really cool response, so I'd like to just quote Bear-like here. So the following is pure quote. Right now, according to Bear-like, we monitor win rate for different MMR ranges separately, and we monitor win rate of different tech to identify if units with certain techs are particularly strong. But we do not exclude mirrors. We do not collect data for long run or gut punch on a unit like War Factory, but we do study it through the tech win rate. And then he closed with, and the gut punch Titan is getting nerfed. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it needs it. And the other question, like, that you want to ask, but like is even harder for data to capture, is like, were the like 50% losing with War Factory, losing even without the War Factory? Like, how many of these are people losing Desperation War Factory? Because
Right.
like that'll bring down the win rate of any good unit. Like, oh, I'm losing. I have to build the best unit in the game. Oh, I still lost.
Right.
But yeah, it makes sense. There's like a few people playing the efficient maintenance style, like production War Factory, but the most play it sees is the gut punch.
Right.
And it's sort of the most problematic part of its play.
Right. I'd agree with that, the gut punch War Factory has been problematic for probably end of season 3 and then most of season 4.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's sort of been around as long as War Factory's been around. It's just been like different levels.
Right.
Yeah, because just like fundamentally a unit with upkeep is going to be really strong as a final. So
right, and there's just been a lot of discussion in the QA and balance team, and regarding, and I know Forgotten Arbiter, for example, has been really prominent in arguing and I completely agree with him. I've made the argument myself independently, but completely, if you are balancing a unit around an upkeep cost, it is unbalanced in the situations where the upkeep isn't relevant. Whatever those situations are, and in this case it is gut punch or trying for a desperation comeback, where you're like, well, if I'm going to lose this turn anyways, there's no need to worry about the upkeep, so I might as well play the unit.
Mm-hmm.
And so it becomes unbalanced in those two situations where you're not worried about the upkeep. And then changing the efficient maintenance in a way that we could just completely eliminate the upkeep is, it hasn't really fixed the underlying balance problem. If anything, it's made it worse.
All right, well, here we go, though. We have Fortified Spec from Blood with Ledge and Void Eye with a Crawler ad, and Raging Tycoon Spec Ball Crawl with Ball Hound with a Crawler ad. Raging found the Hounds. We'll be playing them.
First time we've really seen a Void Eye starter this evening.
And it's a lesser pick. Should do pretty well here.
Yeah,
it does well into Ball Hound.
Yeah, it's really great into Steel Ball, and then especially into Ball Hound or Ball Arclight. And And that is
Yeah,
round 1 win
especially
for
with
Blood.
this energy absorbed tech that's free, they can as the round dwindles down to a few units, they suddenly become unkillable.
We get the round 2 drops, including Wasp, Tarantula, Wraith, and Stormcaller.
And you may not see this since you have the chat turned off, but Blood just put 200 tickets on themselves, saying, you know what? I have to win this game, so I might as well put all the insight on the line.
I love it. Goes all in on himself. Brilliant.
And from the drops, we see Blood pick up the Wasp, I believe it was, and then manually by the Phoenix. Ragin takes the Wraith, which counters the Wasp. Blood seeing that perhaps coming is why the Phoenix is here. But Ragin adding more chaff on this outside where the tower take is coming from. And Blood has not added any clear to that side, so this could be an issue where the Wraith just kind of gets in and kills everything. And may get a lot of experience with Conduit Far. I think we'll... Yeah, it just goes all the way in and kills the Phoenixes. They don't shoot at it. So nicely placed chaff. And looked like Blood was a little scared of maybe a flank putting up a missile. It won't lose the missile. And only a third of the experience on that Wraith earned. So not too bad. Ball does level though.
Blood down to
Nano
4,400
repair
hit points.
kit.
Nano for Blood. Would you put it the
And
Nano?
Blood going to answer with a Wraith puts the Nano on it, I assume. That's a good answer.
We'll have a Nano repair Wraith mirror. You two just sit over here and duke it out. The rest of the board can fight. Let us know in 20 minutes who wins.
The Wraith will clear the chaff out and allow the Phoenix to engage onto Ragin's Wraith. Now with the Ball Wraith build, typically you're looking for your Wraith to carry. And like you want range 8 gun, you want every level you can get, you want it to get in there, you want it to kill the entire enemy team. With the Sledge Wraith defensive build facing it, your Wraith is mostly just there to clear chaff. You want it to be a relatively safe chaff clear that can also deal with balls to an extent. Its placement kinda not working. Blood's Wraith might actually just go down while Phoenix and Wasp do not shoot at Ragin's.
Tower take comes
tower
just
take,
in time. Absolutely nothing that protected that left side tower from these crawlers. It was level 2, so the debuff was only 7 seconds, but Blood it came just in time to save that Wraith. And allows Blood to turn the round around, drop Ragin down to 3130. To reset the stage, this is the third and quote final end quote match of the finals, tied at 1 game apiece. Ragin had won the first one, Blood won the second one. The stakes are thus: if Ragin wins this match, he is your champion. If Blood wins this match, we go to a sudden death, best of 1, winner take all final match.
We see Phoenix getting matched from Ragin. We see both players going for another Wraith. With the haste module, I assume Ragin will add it onto that same Wraith. And Ragin, Typhoon Specialist, gets the Typhoon now, places it on that flank to potentially warp in and kill this Wasp. And probably not the Phoenix.
But if it draws the Phoenix out of the Wraith v Wraith, that helps a lot as well, right?
Yes, Ragin's Phoenix is placed a bit better for the Wraith v Wraith, and it will help kill this Sledge that's meant to be slowing it down. And Blood placing another Wraith really defensively obliquely, not really quite in front of this tower. I would argue that there's not enough directly in front of this tower stopping these balls and Wraith from just like getting in. I want to see more just protecting that.
You're certainly right. This round, the steel balls have a lock on the tower. Tower goes down. Attacker pushing through, cleans up both on the flank and on the corner. Still has some steel balls working. Ragin in command this round at least. How are you going to shore that up if you're Blood? What are you looking, you've got some vertical sledge right around that area. What else are you looking at to slow down this push? How do you stop
I'm
this
looking
kind
for
of thing?
additional vertical sledges.
All right.
I just want another one right in front of the tower.
More vertical, and you're saying really it's positional. He left this gap,
Yeah.
And Ragin came straight through.
They're just going straight through this gap.
Yep.
And you can also oil.
Well, slowing down, we
And-
talked about that earlier, slowing down the ground units, but not the air units, lets the Wraiths get out in front and get handled easily by the Phoenix before their protection arrives.
And I would like to see at least one level of fortification on this tower. Like, I know balls will kill tower through any fortification, but it stops just a random couple of Wraith shots, which Wraith has multi-targeting, so it can easily... It stops that lock-on from just sort of casually killing your tower.
Yeah, if we had another 2.5 minutes, I would say let's take the moment to explain Wraith multi-targeting. Maybe if we get one more game, we'll do that. Because it is important for the new players to learn, because it is different from almost any other unit in the game. Key tech taken. Ragin goes to the 8-gun. Also sold one Wraith to buy it back at level 2 over here, where he'll have the Nano Repair Wraith into the Haste Module Wraith as kind of a shield, almost a screen for the Haste and the level 2 Steel Balls. Playing the Rhino Drop. Both players playing the Rhino Drop aggressively. I don't think there's anything really back there that's going to stop the stop Blood's Rhino, although it is just going to have a week and a half of dealing with crawlers.
A lot of crawlers. I think it loses to the crawlers, because there's a blue one. But
Good call.
Blood took Charge Shot on the Phoenix, which will be able to deal with many of these tanky units. Who the Wraith does, as we said, get its weapon locked on the tower, but not for long enough. And a great round for Blood.
He is raging less than 2,000 hit points. If it continues like this, we get bonus content, the decisive final game. If Ragin can turn it around, he can win it in this match. Blood, of course, would need one more win. A marksman for Blood, insta-lock positioning. Taking advantage of the fact...
And Farseer for Ragin.
Also
Good.
with, I was going to say, also with aerial specialization, yeah. But he's taking advantage. One of the key things to know about the way that aerial specialization works, it says increases range by 30 when attacking aerial units. In practice, what it does is it considers the aerial units to be 30 meters closer to the marksman. So it's not like it's going to prioritize an air unit full stop, but it does consider this Wraith to be right about here, and therefore it'll be the closest unit to this marksman. Even though the arrow is saying this guy on the ground is closer, this marksman's first shot will be onto the Haste Module Wraith. Nice blind counter out here. Our Blood takes the level 3 marksman, puts it on the left side outside of the level 2 tower. Here will come the Wraith with a mobile beacon to try and hit that tower. The marksman should engage with it. Right now, the marksman is thinking about crawlers. That's not what we
There's
need
a
you
couple
to
of
do,
crawlers.
Sir, turn.
It should
turn
turn
and pay
pretty
attention,
soon.
please. Thank you.
The Wraith might kill it. Oh no, it's gonna body the Wraith. So great round for Blood. There are a couple of like scuffed cases against what you're talking about, but he missiled them out so they don't become an issue.
But really,
Of the anti-air targeting.
the anti-air targeting, yeah. But really, the blind read on the left side is what made that round for Blood. Just cold read that was where he was weak. Played around the thing his opponent could do to beat him. He's dropped Ragin down to 241 hit points. Are we getting a bonus match? Orbital for both players. Shields up for blood. What can Raijin do to close to turn this game around, Apuchi? You see anything clever on offer for 1200?
It's quite difficult as the aggressor with the Wraith. I think you have to make sort of maybe a big Titan play here. Like it's much harder for you to protect your Wraith, and Blood has really good units at killing the Wraiths. And as I mentioned earlier, Blood doesn't have to rely on his Wraiths to be his damage, so he goes HE, which is much cheaper than the 8-gun. Looks like Raijin is going to go for the triple blue recruit with all that money, even selling the thing. I don't need my Farseer to kill Wraith, I just need my Wraith to kill everything.
Even though the
Hoping to
Farseer was
overwhelm
teched,
the
he sells
targeters.
out of it. Goes all in on missiles. If I'm going down anyways, no point in having an economy for tomorrow. He's loaned, he's taken range and speed. Blood has also loaned, taking only enhanced range. When an opponent is pushing into you, speed is a lot less valuable, specifically in the defense case.
Yep, so lots of missiles all around, shields, protecting most of Blood's stuff. This marksman, oh, it's a shooting gallery on the left. Oh my god, where did his team go?
Tower holding, level 2 tower. Like you said, having so much hit points, so difficult to bring down. Even though it goes down, Blood wins the match. The winner of the loser's bracket has taken the finals, 2 games to 1, since he was down 1 game nothing. That creates a single sudden death match. Blood, 2 games in a row. He needs to win 3 in a row. He's got Raijin shaken. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss this last match.
Yeah, Blood popping off. I really like how Blood played that one, understood the matchup, understood that the opponent is in Carry Wraith, Blood is in Chaff Clear Wraith, and picked up the good damage from the Phoenix, and the Marksman was able to stall out those pushes by the end of the game. And really, that final board of Raijin's just popped. It was gone so
Grab
fast.
your snacks, folks. Grab your popcorn. If you need to go pee, do that. We will have this match starting in about 2 minutes. Do you want to explain the 8-gun targeting real quick, Apuchi? Since we did mention that.
I'll explain the
subscriber
4-gun
content.
targeting.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll explain the 4. So, Wraith has a primary weapon, which is technically one of its 4 weapons. They all look the same, but one of them is special. And it will lock onto units, and it will try to move towards units that primary weapon is locked onto. If there are not other targets available within range, the other weapons will also shoot at the same target as the primary weapon, but they aren't locked onto that target. So if something else moves into range, exists in range, the other weapons will individually pick their own targets and lock onto those targets. And only if those targets die or leave range will they retarget, but they're always free to retarget from the primary weapon's target lock. And if there's ever a shortage of targets, the additional weapons will all lock onto the primary target. But the important thing is that it will shoot at 4 different things, and it cannot get fully locked up on one thing. So like a Rhino comes in, the primary weapon locks onto the Rhino, but the 3 other guns can still shoot crawlers behind that Rhino. Whereas like if a Rhino comes at a Vulcan, the Vulcan will shoot that Rhino, and now until that Rhino is dead. That is sort of the unique and incredible thing that the Wraith does as a chaff clear unit.
What a day. I'm so glad you could be here with me for this, Apuchi. Just so excited to get to spend it with you.
These have been great games.
They have been. They're really, really good games. and it's been fun to watch. Do you feel like Blood has adapted to what Ragin is trying to do in a way that, like, do you feel like these games are substantially different for Blood from the 2-0 sweep that we saw in the first one?
Well, Blood was more defensive in this game,
Right.
whereas in the 2-0 sweep, we saw back-to-back crossfires with the same starting positions, and they played out somewhat similarly. Whereas the previous game was Blood playing those melters and then switching into the boats, playing a little bit more flexibly, I would say. And then this game was just a kind of a defensive clinic. So yeah, I don't know if it's an adjustment or just finding slightly different strategies that are working better. That said, I would still potentially expect Blood to pick up any like Hound Saber pack.
Fair enough. He does seem to love them. There's your bracket. Here are your finalists. Blood versus Ragin, winner take all. I hope you guys have your popcorn ready. I'm so excited for this. A couple more questions on the primary gun and why. A good question about why has Wraith entered the meta. You want to take about 60 seconds on that, and then I'll set the scene for the final.
I mean, it got buffed. It got 5 more range, I guess. I mean, it's always been good. I feel like it's been in the meta for a while.
All right. Mortar Mike says, I'm up and excited. I'm very much looking forward to working with you tomorrow, sir. Mortar Mike will be joining me as co-caster for our weekend tournament European coverage. But here, tonight, Channel Point wagering is up. The scene is set. In the semifinals, Ragin' Jim G beat Blood 2-0. To start the finals, he made it 3 in a row. Blood has turned it around, won 2 in a row himself to take the 2-1, the grand final series 2-1, giving us the bracket reset, sudden death, best of 1, winner take all. This is Amarok, the voice of Mechabellum, with me in the booth. Is Apucci, multi-time tournament champion, hero of the 501, and your one and only ever Launch Clash tournament champion. What do you see out of these packs?
I mean, I see Saber-Tooth Specialist. Ooh, no, it's Missile Spec for Blood with the Sledgehammer Hound, which is a arguably more defensive Hound pack. Blood's been feeling the defense working, liked the sledges. So still going for a Hound pack, but going for a somewhat more defensively minded one. While Ragin sees the Saber, picks the Saber, it is a Fire Badger specialist. So both on specialists that you might consider on the weaker end of the spectrum, but Missile Spec can do some funny things. It can discourage your opponent from going for certain units. Like if Phoenix is always happening on turn 2, you can hold one of your 2 and like punish the Phoenix on the following turn. Oh, and Ragin, with a little bit of a change, says Hounds, are not very effective at getting through sledgehammers. It can be pretty annoying for them. So let's make it Arclight. Instead, for this early game, likely could move into Fire Badger for clear later. Blood notably not running armor hound or on sledges. So Fire Badger could be pretty effective.
Armor
we go,
on
round
hound or sledge can all but completely shut down ignite, as well as really mitigating the main damage from the Fire Badger. So that'll be interesting to keep an eye on. But I went hard for blood for a single reason. You know, I've been tracking my stats personally for my builds. Sledge plus hound has a 72% win rate. This is not across all players. This is just games in which Amarok is piloting the sledgehound, but I have full faith that Blood can pilot that to a substantial advantage as well. I think it's such a strong combo.
It's very good. Sledges are really annoying to kill and are decent at chaff clear in the early game. Hounds are very good at chaff clear in the late game, and do pretty well in the mid game. So
yeah,
they work together well.
They're surprisingly weak in round 1, 2, and 3 until you've got them up to level 2 where they're one-shotting crawlers. After that, you're golden.
Yeah, but the sledges sort of buy them the time to get there.
And the sledges do one-shot the crawlers,
Does
right?
lose the round, though. Yes. When sledges even one-shot, it's like the reverse.
Right.
Sledges one-shot crawlers a level above them. Raging thinking about it. Elite Phoenix Sub-Ball Haste Module Improved Firepower Control System. Going for the improved, is it going on the Fire Badger? It's very often a Mustang or Phoenix item, but you're playing against missile specs, so you maybe don't want to itemize one of those that early.
Haste
when you're not
Phoenix.
Really in the phase of the game where you're happy.
Haste Phoenix, and I love what Blood has done with positioning for it, putting it super deep. If there's nothing down here, the Haste module is going to bring it right up into the fight pretty quickly. As it turns out, there's a level 1 Fire Badger with an item over there that is basically DOA to this level 1 Phoenix. Blood also just taking out the last crawler to arrive. Let me just make sure I'm kind of... If I'm winning the chaff war, then I just want the Phoenix to get themselves locked on the sabers and clear them all out.
Also sending a crawler to the other tower, saying, "Yep, you better defend that, or I will take."
I'm happy to take what you give me. You're gonna give me this tower? Fine by me. I do wonder how much...
There are like 7 things still alive, but no shot.
Kind of stuck, though. Kind of surrounded. Kind of doomed. Kind of dead. Round 2 to Blood. They've each taken a round. We're in our sudden death. Winner take all final. Blood's at 4,400. Raging at 3,560. No unit drop. There'll be a unit drop next round.
Mustang.
Both of them skip.
Yeah, both skipping. We get a Fire Badger placed out just to deal with this crawler. And then a couple of Phoenixes for Raging, just to follow behind. And like, if this Fire Badger clears the crawler and no more was added, the Phoenix will eventually go help take that tower.
Question for you. There was a blue hair build for a while that was Phoenix, Fire Badger, Fang. Is that where this is going for Raging? Does that build still work? I may have lost you.
Back your what?
I lost sound from you for about 12 seconds. All of that answer just needs to be repeated, if you would.
I would say yes, except the Fang. I don't think it'll be Fangs, because Fangs get cleared too easily by Hounds. But Fire Badger Phoenix, very good combo. Phoenix to stay behind the Fire Badgers. With the Fire Badger Specialist, Fire Badgers have the same range as Hounds, so they'll contest that pretty well. It's the missile. But Phoenix is winning it for Blood still.
Blood taking round 3, raging down to 30-80. We go to round 4. It has to be a unit drop. It is a unit drop. Wraith, Mustang, Ray, or Scorpion. Wraith, a quick pick for Blood.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was going to be Mustangs. I'm slightly surprised it's the Wraith, to be honest. Although it worked last game, you're in a similar setup. The difference here is that Radiant's board is not so much a pushing board as it was last round. Arclights are a bit higher range. I mean, even Fire Badgers are decent range. Phoenix, Saber, these all operate at more range than units like Balls. So it's less of a pushing board for Radiant. So the Wraiths are not as good, but they're still like a good chaff clear unit.
Do want to give a quick shout out into the community. Let's say about 24 hours ago, one of our fellow streamers and a mod on this channel, Ignatius Penny Feather. Congratulations on becoming an Ignatius Penny father, sir. Super happy for you. Good luck. Good luck to you and your family.
Yeah, congratulations.
Please give the man a follow. He's going to need help paying for diapers.
All right, we have range on the Badgers now, putting them at 110. So, as noted, they stay in front of Phoenix, which is you're always looking for these chaff clear units you can pair with Phoenix where they just stay just in front.
Yeah, range breakpoints are super important, and it's something I probably undervalued below. Maybe below 1100 MMR or so, before I really figured out how much that was important in impacting my game.
So the roles have reversed on who's winning what side. The big Scorp is getting nasty on the left. Although, Blood's still able to clear everything, taking advantage of that tower debuff. Just needs to kill one last Phoenix and has the tools. But not that much damage. Raging is still reasonably healthy. Ooh. Efficient light, this time Blood taking it quite quickly, feeling confident in the lead, but not confident in the damage dealt per round. Just wants to snowball this advantage slowly in a long game. Whereas Ragin says, give me the absorption module, I need the tempo, and I want this Scorp to be unkillable. One issue I see with that is that there's not that much health on the ground for it to feed off of. Ragin's Phoenix is not really getting their levels, so they are very much subject to missile striking. Guesses correctly who's getting struck and makes the dodge. And Blood was trying to take advantage of this missile strike by flanking in a Wraith and taking that tower. It might still get in. I'm not sure if the Phoenix will kill it in time, because the beacon actually brings the Phoenix quite close to the Wraith. And one of them might still die. Yeah, one dies. I don't think one Phoenix can kill that Wraith in time. But Ragin sending off some missiles for a little bit more tempo. Adds another Scorp. It should actually take tower, but the Phoenix does die to the Wraith. And by the way, I haven't heard you in a while. Have I died again?
No, I am hearing you. I was just letting you carry. You were going gorgeous.
Okay, sorry.
I didn't want to interrupt.
You
were in the flow.
About having died. Yeah. But this Wraith doing pretty good work. That's like, you're happy if you're Blood to not take too much damage on a turn where you just greeted for efficient light. And we get unit drops. Perhaps
interesting.
Wasp? Ooh.
Not for Blood.
Actually, Melter for Blood. Worried about this Scorpion again. So we're seeing a similar play out to that other game.
It's very similar to the last game, right? We have the Absorption Scorpion. We have the Insta-Lock opposite it. Same answer. It seemed to work for him then.
Ragin, less exciting choices for Ragin. Maybe you're looking at the Sandworm. Like the Wasps just get owned by the Wraith. He does go Wasps. You can try to do range anti-air Wasps, but it's sketchy. But perhaps if you think you have the tempo,
I love ranged anti-air Wasp. What makes it sketchy for you?
yes, their weapon can kill Wraith, but Wraith's weapon kills them faster.
True.
So
So it's about the chaff clear.
Yeah, it's like Wraith is just much healthier and can like sometimes pop an entire pack of wasps in one volley. So it's a little bit of a snowball matchup, and you have to like commit double tech to even start to have a lead in it. And until you get to that point, the Wraiths are just like feeding experience off the wasps.
Right.
So again, we are dodging the missile.
Great
with
move,
a
Mobile
forward beacon this time.
Good work with that one.
And
it's
they're splitting, shooting at the two Wraiths. But I think that might be a bad thing.
Yeah, that's a bad thing, right? The split did not help. It costs them both. I liked the pull, but the split, terrible.
Yeah. Wraith, luckily debuffed, not killing those Wasps. The Wasps both arriving at great times in terms of these tower debuffs. Not being too heavily subject to the counter. So great round for Ragin.
Looks to me like Ragin has just established control of this board. The last 2 rounds going really, really strong. Blood down to 1,604 hit points. We go to round 7, Orbital Bombardment up. This is the decisive game. Winner takes the grand prize. Runner-up has to give up their amateur status, can't enter this tournament again. Only thing waiting for you, sir, is Mag 1. Of course, both of these two will be trying to qualify for Mag 1 next season, Season 5. And I believe the open season is upon us. Do you know anything about that?
The signups are right now. It will start next weekend.
If you are
I would like to see...
There you go.
Oh, nice. I would like to see Blood playing full tempo this round. Flick all of the buttons. If you can stabilize, you have the efficient light, you have arguably a compositional advantage. So you just need to stabilize here. Ragin, actually, that was a trick play with the Wasp, selling out of it. And Ragin maybe can get to like too big of a, like you're still looking to be in this Fire Badger Phoenix board, which the Wraiths don't deal with the Fire Badgers that well, and the Phoenixes can clear the Wraiths. But Blood still has the chance to do a Wasp turn at some point. Didn't elect to do it off the drop, but Ragin still has to be kind of worried about that, especially if you sell out of Wasps as Ragin. Will we light this oil?
Great use of the oil to hold units in the orbital bombardment range, but eventually it lights late. That's probably the worst case for Blood. Best case for Ragin. It's not going to be lethal damage either way. We will have a round 8. Scorpion doing good work. Finishes off the melting point. And the Phoenix will win the round for Ragin. It's a lot closer. But Blood spent the oil and did all the buttons as you said. He's down to 920. We go to round 8. Can he turn it around?
Blood flicked more, but is starting to really profit off of that efficient light.
Takes my beloved Fortress. Actually takes them. Takes them, gives them anti-air barrage.
And trying to get the insta-lock on this Scorp, but insta-locks go both ways. Moves back away from that. It's starting to get a little worried for Blood's wraiths. They're just I mean, I guess they are a little bit longer range than the Fire Badgers.
Ooh,
Or no,
blue
the
car.
Fire Badgers outrange them. Ooh, yeah.
Beep, beep. Ragin is coming through, wants to finish this right now. It's the perfect take into the forts.
Yep. I swear I've seen launcher, range, and then launcher again on this. Oh, maybe he did launcher, then clicked range, then undid range.
Right.
Yeah, placing the beacon well, if you watch Suri's video, you will understand some of why the beacon is drawn like this. Grabbing it from the very back, ending it very early where chaff cannot be in its path, it will not stop moving, and then giving it a longer second leg just to keep going where you want it to be.
This match might already be over in Australia. That car looks great. Here it is, pushing in on the tower. There's no sense in watching anything else on the board. Does he get that tower, or does he get locked by the Melter and destroyed? Melter's still dealing with crawlers, still dealing with crawlers, still dealing with crawlers. It's so painful if you're rooting for Blood. Now he gets the lock. Tower goes down during the debuff. So does the Melter. Is this? I think it is. I think that is going to be 920 damage. It's not over yet, but it will be in a moment. Congratulations, Raiden. You are our Mecha Mini Masters Season 3 champion. Weathered an epic effort. A tremendous comeback from Blood, who was on the verge of elimination. Needed to pull off the reverse sweep, needed to win 3 in a row, comes 1 game short. Epic game. GG's to both of you. Thank you so much for entertaining us. Apuchi, anything you want to add onto this game? Anything you want to talk about this board state?
That was a great series. I liked Ragen's just like calm commit into the comp he's going for, the Fire Badger Phoenix with just a little bit of supplemental splashy clear from the Scorpions, a little bit of tankiness, a little bit of threat. And I like Ragen's avoiding the efficient light, was low health, saw Blood go efficient light, and was able to, with the tempo lead now back on Ragen's side, keep a hold of it and turn it into a victory by taking levels, making trick plays, the Wasp flank, being stable, covering against most tricks that could happen. Even though that Wraith kind of got in, it was a little slow against the Phoenix, the nice beacons, and then finishing the game with the War Factory, seeing now's the time to end it. I have tempo. I have my opponent low enough. They maybe eventually have the long game with efficient light, although that may not even be the case at this point. And just closing the game at the appropriate time.
Takes well the played. Right unit, shows us the classic Season 4 Titan finish at joining Odyssey and Alpha Titan. Alpha Titan winner of Season 1. Odyssey winner of Season 2. Ragen, a winner of Season 3. Congratulations. You are the champion, sir. What a day, man. This has been so much fun. Do you have anything coming up on your channel that you want to tout? Anything you want to put out while we've got over 100 viewers to talk about? If you guys are new to Apuchi, please give him a follow. He has taught me so much about the game, both in his channel, in his as a teammate on the Triple Threat Tricksters team for 2 seasons, and in just by watching his play through so many tournaments. I've learned probably more from you than I have from anybody else.
Yeah, Saturday, I stream on Saturdays, European tournament through American tournament. I will continue that tradition. And you also mentioned the what's it called on WhatsApp? The embargo
The embargo lifts.
is
Yes.
being lifted
On Monday. Are you going to be out on
we will
Test
get to
Branch?
see what is coming. I will in the evening.
Excellent.
And not necessarily Monday, but one of the days this coming week before the release, probably maybe like after the Wednesday mini
For
tournament,
the Wednesday mini.
I will
Nice.
go over those changes and do a little stream about what is coming to the future of Mechabellum.
Beautiful. I will
And
make sure to raid you after
yeah,
the Wednesday mini then. If so, we'll kind of combine audiences then for that segment. Of course, anything else?
I don't think so. Mag 1 is not happening yet this weekend, but it will be on the following weekend.
Right.
So
Uh,
that's exciting. I'm going hard now. I'm making a lifestyle change to compete
ooh,
better in this. I'm getting up early
because
as a
it's
daily habit at the time that Mag 1 normally starts, which is 7 in the morning,
right.
and then playing some games of Mechabellum so that I am used to playing Mechabellum early in the morning
Uh-huh. Excellent. And then you
because
typically are not
it's Mag 1s.
yeah, right. I was gonna say, and you're typically not streaming while you're playing Mag 1. You're just focused on the games. How much is that like taking the
Yeah.
the training weights off? Like if you think of streaming, playing while streaming is probably minus 200 or minus 300 MMR. All of a sudden, this is you taking the training weights off. I think the last time we really got to see that was that Mag 1 International. The first time is like, this is Apucci at full strength. How much of a difference does that make to you to just be able to focus?
Mm, at this point, not that much of a difference, being completely honest. It's less of a difference at the beginning of my stream, maybe more of a difference at the end, because streaming is more exhausting.
Streaming is so exhausting for sure.
But yeah, I feel like I probably play pretty similarly on and off stream at this point.
Yeah, the game does not change. The underlying decisions don't change.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, here,
But there's less trolling. I
right,
maybe doing what I said earlier of like doing what I know is best
right. Focus down.
off stream.
Yeah, makes good sense. I mean, there is a desire to entertain when there's an audience, and if it's just you and the opponent, then you just focus on winning the game. Makes good sense.
Yeah, I might be a little bit better at like playing around the various cards that were shown when I'm off stream. Because sometimes when you're streaming, you're talking and then you like lose the train of thought of like, what did I need to play around this
Oh my god,
turn?
yes.
Like, oh wait, there was a wasp. But I
And
try when streaming to make a habit of saying just reading all 4 cards out loud.
yeah, just
And
having
then that is like locked in your
said them
memory.
helps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. Well, I will full stop unashamedly be rooting for you on Mag One Saturdays. Make no bones about
All right.
that. And we will probably call some of your games during our weekend tournament co-cast with Mike coming up tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining me. And again, I know it was short notice and at the end of a long work day. So you guys out there, Apucci's a real one. He jumped in when the spot opened up. He didn't even hesitate. Just committed full stop. And at about 9:40 this morning, found out he was going to be doing this tonight from his office. So thank you again.
Yep.
Really appreciate the flexibility and jumping in.
Yeah,
Good
thanks
night.
for having me. And have a good cast tomorrow. I will
All right.
catch you later.
Good night, man. Thanks again. We are going to switch to our thank you screen, but not this one. Not this one, because that is not the right co-caster. We should, I hope, have a new thank you screen with the correct co-caster. Let's get that added. A new image source, please. This one. This one, not at that size, but I mean, yes, it's the right. We have that at full size. Oh dear, that's even worse. No, please. Yeah, that went well. We're professionals here. Trust us. We know what we're doing. No? Uh, okay, where did that? Try again. That one, thank you. There we go. We have some thank yous to say. We have a long list of thank yous today to say tonight. First off, thank you to Clint Leetwood for organizing this tournament, for Uncle Lazy for all of the work in creating the rooms, etc. tonight. Really, this tournament does not happen without you guys. You are amazing. Please keep it up. We really appreciate everything you guys do for the community. My mods, we have added a couple to the list. Obviously, we wanted to say congratulations to Ignatius Pennyfeather. We have given the sword back to Decaffeiner and Ocellatus Gaming. Thank you guys for helping out on a full stream tonight. Zalex, Bimpy, Cat Samu have all been here tonight. Whipped GG's been here all day long. Jerry Hattrick's been around. Ocellatus, Clint Leetwood, and of course our founding mods, Salt Monkey and Zach, Ghoster Supreme. Really appreciate you guys. VIP sponsors, Toast, Blue Feral, Just Nash XYZ, Ocellatus Gaming, Fab4200, XfireX, and Anabolica. Thank you guys so much. We are rooting for Anabolica in particular to make full recovery. They're in hospital at the moment, so if you're the type that prayers, please send them one. Hardware support has come through Blue Feral, Ocellatus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, and Salt Monkey Zach. Without you guys, I'd still be playing on a laptop that needs ice and streaming things at four streams a second, or 4 frames per second to an audience of about 12. Thank you guys so much. We'll deeply, deeply appreciate it. And of course, our co-caster has been Apucci. Thank you so much, man. It is a real honor being your teammate on the Triple Threat Tricksters teams, and then of course to get to co-cast with you. It's just an absolute treat to have. If you guys ever get the chance to work with Apucci, do it. Take that chance, because having him in my ear, understanding how he thinks about games, was probably a plus 250 MMR boost when I got to have him on a team. The guy is fantastic, knows so much about the game, and he's a real good guy. I have not called out thank yous to the follows. We've had a whole bunch of them. Muffin Man, Stag, Easy Come, Easy Go, perfect name. Saxaman, Shockulot, thank you guys very much for the follow. RCN Gunner, thank you, appreciate it. Big ups to, we had a big cheers from Boyd of Zinj. I have no idea what's in 1.7 or whatever those numbers are, but appreciate that. Of course, we will be doing our co-cast tomorrow will be with Mortar Mike. Please tune in for that. The European Championship, European in-game tournament, which is at noon Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern. And you guys can just see what time that is in your local copy of the game. But it should be fun. Those are about 7 rounds, about 3 hours. It should be great coverage. Lady Naween, thanks for sticking here the whole time. Appreciate you being here. I hope that you are pumped to run this game. It was really fun to get to run the Carry Fang game for you. So it's really pleased we got to do that and show that. That was just because if you're one that roots for the little guy, being able to see Carry Fang and Carry Crawler, there are builds there. They're not super strong in the current meta, but they do exist, and getting to show you a W with it was really fun. I do want to remind you guys, I will be on the test branch on Monday showing you the 1.7 patch, the upcoming change that I can't release because I'm under NDA, but I'm really excited for it. It's going to be really cool. That, folks, is the end. Let us raid you over to a man. He's probably going to raid out. I guarantee he's going to raid out momentarily. He has been streaming for 12 hours and 20 minutes. But please drop in and give some congratulations, some cheers, some bits, whatever you got going, a follow to your Mecha Bellum Mini Masters champion, Ragin' Jim G. Yeah, he's playing a blitz game with Cheese Mechabellum. That's his music, not mine. Good night, guys. And for those of you that stuck it out, thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys. What a day, man. What a day. This has just been fantastic.